Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Gamer Naruto Got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto sighed as a appealing woman handed him a drink, while another massaged his shoulders. His lap was occupied by a gorgeous blonde woman, shouting over at her handmaidens to hurry up with the feast for the Yukai god. A dark-haired cat girl watched her with jealousy as they both vied for his attention. In front of them sat a variety of government officials from the West Yukai faction, many holding notepads to record every word he said. To his side, a much younger blonde Yukai gazed at him with admiration, while on his other side, a short white-haired cat girl looked equally starstruck. Naruto Uzumaki never asked for this. He never wanted to become the Yukai god or to be given control of one of the world's strongest factions. He never sought fame in the supernatural world, nor did he want women constantly vying for his affection. All he wanted was a simple bowl of ramen. To understand how he ended up in this situation, we must look back. Naruto stared at the bright screen in front of him, reading the words again to ensure he hadn't misread them. You died. Welcome to Kindi, Gamer Edition. A world of darkness surrounded him, with only his bright yellow hair standing out against the void, along with the glowing screen. He couldn't recall how he got there, his last memory being his fight with Sasuke. Judging by the initial message, it seemed the team had defeated him. He pondered his situation, unsure of how to proceed. Help, he asked hesitantly, looking at the screen. Fortunately, his request was answered quickly. Welcome to Kindi, Gamer Edition. Naruto Uzumaki. Former hero. LVL, 500. STR, 762. Dex, 725. Con, 450. Int, 120. Wis, 750. Cha, 999. Skills, none. Perks, none. Debuffs, none. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, who has been reborn with the power of the gamer system. He grinned at his charisma stat. I'm pretty great, aren't I? But why is my luck 0? He wondered, glancing around the dark void. This didn't feel much like a game to him. Before entering the game, you must finish your character customization. Please choose one perk from each category. Power perks. Enhanced strength. Your STR will increase 100% faster than normal. School dropout. Your STR will increase 500% faster than normal, but your INT will increase 100% slower than normal, capped at half of the normal max. Martial artist. Your STR-related skills will grow 100% faster, and you will have the ability to complete quests to gain special martial arts skills from other worlds. Magical perks. You're a wizard, Naruto. You can learn any type of magic from just a glance. Warning, perfecting magical arts will vary in difficulty based on the strength and affinity of said magical art. Who needs magic anyways? Sacrifice your current and future magical abilities to become a complete brawler. You will be unable to learn or use any magical abilities, but you can roll for a legendary power perk. A prodigy, your magical skills and stats will grow 200% faster. Social perks. Smooth talker, your words always seem persuasive. Add +2 to every roll related to your speaking ability. Ladies' man, add +5 to every roll related to someone of the female gender. Friendly, gain +10 reputation and affection upon meeting someone for the first time. Naruto read through the options multiple times. While he missed his family and friends, he realized he had to go along with whatever the screen indicated. He had been alone for most of his childhood, and entering a new world alone wouldn't break him. He selected the martial artist perk immediately. It was an obvious choice. The second category was tougher, as the idea of a legendary perk was tempting, but he still felt the chakra within him. Unsure if picking that option would affect his chakra usage, he finally chose the first option. The social perks took him longer to decide. He didn't fully understand what role meant or what reputation and affection entailed. Ladies' man seemed like the best choice, given his past struggles with women. He hesitated, thinking of Hinata, but since he was dead, he figured she would want him to move on too. He selected the second option, prompting the screen to change again. Gacha time. A gacha roll will allow you to roll for special perks. You can earn gacha tokens for completing quests in the game, but you start with a free token. The free token will grant you a special perk, but it also comes with 2 legendary debuffs. Please roll. A special perk sounds great, but the debuffs? I'll pass, Naruto said. Please roll. No, really, I'm good. Give it to someone else, he replied with a grin. Please roll. Naruto's expression fell slightly. You're going to force me to roll, aren't you? Please roll. Fine, he sighed, clicking the roll button. Rolling. Special perk God's Luck, add 20 to every roll. Legendary debuff, Confusion, everybody will misinterpret what you're saying constantly. Legendary debuff, Bad Timing, your perks will deactivate at the worst possible times. Well, that was unfortunate. Naruto face-bombed as he stared at the debuff. This was why he didn't want to use the token. Gambling never worked. He didn't know how high of a number he could roll, but hopefully adding 20 was a good sign. He also wasn't sure what rolling really meant, so it might have been completely useless. However, he knew that the debuff would be annoying. He was Naruto Uzumaki. Talking was how he connected with people, friends and enemies alike. That would be much harder if they constantly misunderstood him. He wasn't sure when the worst possible time was, but he hoped he'd never find out. Character customization complete. Good luck and have fun in the game. Naruto suddenly felt an intense urge to blink, and when he opened his eyes, he was no longer staring into a black void. He covered his eyes as they adjusted to the bright sunlight shining down at him. He was in a forest with huge trees surrounding him. Those trees are enormous, he thought as he stared at the towering trunks. They seemed to stretch at least 30 feet into the sky. He carefully observed his surroundings and was startled to see words floating high above his head. Yukai Forest, Kyoto High Danger Level. That doesn't sound promising. Naruto quickly created a few shadow clones, grinning as he felt his chakra technique work as usual, though it felt a bit more difficult due to the impure nature of this world. He closed his eyes and connected with the forest around him. It felt hurt, full of toxic energy and sickness. It was slowly dying. He'd have to work on that. His clones split off, but it didn't take long for one to return to him, filling his head with the knowledge that there were others in the forest. Others who were, for some reason, looking for him. It didn't take long for them to find him. Yukai Guard LVL 150. Yukai Guard LVL 145. Yukai Guard LVL 120. Yukai Elder LVL 200. Yukai Queen LVL 300. Naruto tensed as he stared at the group in front of him. They were all wearing robes but looked wildly different. The Yukai Guard seemed to be bird-like creatures, fully black and covered with feathers, with beaks where their mouths would be. The Yukai Elder looked more human-like, appearing to be a tall, built elderly man. Naruto guessed he was probably in his early 60s. The Yukai Queen looked the least intimidating despite being the highest level. She was a decently short woman with long golden hair flowing down her back and an appealing soft face. Her robe hung loosely off her shoulders. As Naruto paused for a moment and stared at her, a small screen appeared next to her. Yasaka, Yokai Queen, LVL, 300, STR, 450, Dex, 525, Con, 150, Int, 250, Cha, 750, Luck, Skills, Perks, Debuffs. Yasaka is the leader of the West Yukai faction in Kyoto. She is widely known as the most powerful Yukai for her control of the ley lines and is considered the voice of the Yukai species. Who are you and why are you here? Yasaka inquired, shifting into a fighting stance. They seemed very guarded against him. The guards had brandished their long staffs in his direction, and the elder was in a martial arts stance, while Yasaka herself crouched slightly and held a hand in front of her. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm not really sure, Naruto responded, scratching the back of his head and smiling to show he didn't want to start a fight. I'm a bit lost, maybe you could help me out? He was confident in his skills, and the game seemed to back that up with how much higher his level was than any of theirs, But he didn't think it was a good idea to rush into a fight with someone considered the most powerful yokai. Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added plus 20 to your roll. Ladies' man has added plus 5 to your roll. 25. Check success. The previously guarded yokai relaxed immediately at his words. It was almost comical how relaxed they became, as the yokai guards all gave a quick bow and farewell to Yasaka and left, thinking they no longer had a reason to guard her, leaving him alone with the elder and Yasaka. Ah, my apologies. Welcome to Kyoto. You'll have to forgive us for being so ready to fight, Yasaka said, leisurely walking up to Naruto with a smile. We could feel your immense power from within the city and thought you might be an enemy, but if you're not here to cause any trouble, then there's no reason for us to be so tense. Wow, these people are really trusting. A nice change from my home world. No problem, Naruto said as he gave her a thumbs up and a big grin. I just got teleported here and was taking a moment to feel nature's energy before looking around. Yukai Queen Yasaka and Yukai Elder have been affected by your legendary confusion debuff. A light suddenly appeared in Yasaka's eyes, and she quickly rushed forward, closing the gap between them. She practically jumped onto him, pressing his head into her embrace and squeezing him excitedly. I see. You were teleported here to help us, she exclaimed, looking up at him with stars in her eyes. Your energy is so pure and happy compared to ours. You must be a legendary sage coming to save the yokai. Reputation update. Plus 100 affection with Yasaka, greatly liked. Plus 50 obedience with Yasaka, authority figure. Plus 10 reputation with the West Yokai faction, positively viewed. I mean, I was going to try and purify this toxic chakra in the air at some point, but that jump in logic came out of nowhere, Naruto thought. I think you have that a bit wrong, Naruto said as he tried to pull away from the woman. He wasn't here to save anyone, though he would help them if they really needed it. Right now, he just wanted some ramen. He was hungry. Really hungry. I guess dying does that to you? Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added error. Your legendary debuff, bad timing, has deactivated your God's luck perk. What? Check failed. Oh, I'm sorry, how silly of me. Of course, you can't be a legendary sage when you look so young, Yasaka said, pulling him back into her embrace and squeezing him again. You must be a god that's come down to help us. A nature god. Come on, let's head into Kyoto, Yasaka exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Naruto, feeling bewildered by her enthusiasm, thought to himself, what is this crazy lady talking about? I'm really not a god, he attempted to explain, but Yasaka ignored him, pulling him along as she instructed the elder to lead the way. Naruto hoped the elder would disagree and reason with Yasaka, but instead he nodded eagerly and hurried ahead to prepare the city for their arrival. Do you guys at least have some ramen in the city? Naruto asked, realizing that accompanying her could help him learn more about this new world. He ran to keep pace with the overly excited yokai, catching sight of the bright lights of the city ahead. Ramen? We do, but I'll make sure to have something much better than that street food prepared for you, Uzumi-sama. Yasaka called back, her enthusiasm undeterred. However, she stopped when Naruto suddenly halted. Street food? Better than ramen? Naruto questioned, feeling a surge of indignation. He stared at the ground, his expression shadowed. Ramen is the food of the gods. You can't find anything better than that. Yasaka stared at him, her mouth slightly agape. Each second felt like an eternity as she processed his words. Then, her face brightened, stars sparkling in her eyes. I knew it. You really are a nature god sent to save us. You're the yokai god. You admitted it. You eat the food of the gods, she exclaimed as they dashed through the bustling streets, various supernatural beings watching them with curiosity. No, I'm not. I just really like ramen, Naruto thought, realizing his passionate defense of ramen had been misinterpreted. Look out. Let us through. The yokai god has come to save us. Yasaka shouted, and the onlookers gazed at them in awe as their leader led him through the crowd. No, don't tell them all that. Naruto sighed as they approached a grand temple, anxiety creeping in about how he would extricate himself from this situation. Suddenly, a quest alert flashed in his mind. Quest, Yukai God. Difficulty, Legendary. Save the Yukai. Rewards. Yukai God title. 50 attribute points. The first step to seeing your friends again. Bonus tasks. Defeat an opponent that is level 750 or higher. Failure. Right when I was starting to accept that I'd never see them again. Naruto Uzumaki. Former hero. LVL. 500. STR. 762. Dex. 725. Con. 450. Int. 120. Wis. 750. Cha. 999. Skills. None. Perks. Martial arts, you're a wizard, Naruto, ladies man, God's luck. Debuffs. Confusion, bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, reborn with the power of the gamer system. His goal is to save the Yukai and reunite with his friends. However, neither the appealing woman next to him nor the extravagant pillow under him was what was making him nervous. It was the large collection of Yukai officials sitting at the bottom of the stairs, staring up at him intensely. By large collection, he meant the entirety of the West Yukai faction's government, and even some of their family members. Word had spread quickly about the Yukai God arriving. He suspected the citizens of the city rarely even saw Yasaka, considering she was the queen, much less saw their queen dragging the Yukai God down the street. Welcome everyone, Yasaka began, sitting up straight and looking down at the gathered officials. The air in the room shifted, and suddenly Yasaka looked much more dignified and authoritative. She appeared much different than the excited young woman who had dragged him through the city, embodying her role as a queen. You have probably already heard the news and know why I'm holding this emergency meeting. This is Naruto Uzumaki, the Yukai God, and he's come to save us from our current situation. Please, refer to him as Kami-sama. Now, no one could ever say Naruto Uzumaki was foolish. He may have struggled in school, but he made up for his lack of academic success in other areas. You could never call Naruto Uzumaki foolish, but right now he was confused, lost in a new world, suddenly made a god, and really hungry for ramen. So, while Naruto Uzumaki was not foolish, his response most certainly was as the entire West Yukai faction's government and their queen stared at him expectantly. Don't call me that? Naruto is fine, he replied with a big smile, only realizing later that he should have clarified that he wasn't actually the Yukai God, while he had the entire government's attention. The look Naruto received from the various government officials was almost comical, as they looked at him in disbelief or discomfort. What they were so uncomfortable with, Naruto wasn't sure, but his question was soon answered. Kami-sama is very humble, but refer to him as Kami-sama or you will be executed, Yasaka said with a sweet smile directed at the officials, all of whom nodded rapidly in unison. Did they choreograph that? Now, about the situation, Kami-sama. I'm sure I don't need to explain it to someone such as yourself, so I will not take up any more of your precious time than necessary, Yasaka said, looking at him expectantly. He found himself the recipient of the entire room's eyes again. I have no idea what situation you're talking about, Naruto thought in exasperation. Naruto glanced across the room slowly, taking far more time than necessary to look over at Yasaka. He was sure he looked foolish, but he needed to think. I have two options here. Admit I have no idea what they're talking about, or use my skills to figure out what's going on. I need to help them to complete that quest and get closer to seeing my friends, and to not die, so figuring out the situation might be the best option, he thought, showcasing that despite how foolish he looked taking 5 minutes to gaze across the room, he was not actually foolish. What Naruto didn't know was that he looked anything but foolish to the rest of the room. Each official at the bottom straightened their backs as Naruto's gaze ran over them, sweat dripping down their backs. His stare is so intense. One official thought as Naruto stared at him for an entire minute straight while thinking. We only locked eyes for a second, but it felt as if an entire minute passed. Eventually, Naruto's eyes locked with Yasaka's. His mouth opened to answer, then closed as he considered his words carefully, trying to think of a way to figure out what they were talking about without them realizing he had no idea about the situation, and how to do so without another misunderstanding happening. Naruto's eyes stayed locked with Yasaka's for nearly an entire minute, and in that time, Yasaka saw her future. A wedding dress. 10 children with fox whiskers and fluffy tails. Kunu helping her little sister with her homework. All of them sitting around a table sharing a meal as Naruto and Yasaka sat at the head, watching them eat fondly. Yasaka blinked as the vision disappeared and Naruto finally spoke. "Should we be discussing this with a child in the room? This is a serious matter," he said, gesturing to Kunu. Naruto Uzumaki was not foolish, but he was stalling for time to come up with a plan. "Don't worry about Kunu, Kami-sama. She already knows about the situation. My handmaidens have been educating her all about it to help her prepare for when she takes over as queen one day," Yasaka hurriedly told him, her face completely red for reasons unknown to Naruto. Behind her, Kunu nodded rapidly in agreement. "Well, she should explain it so I can be sure we're all on the same page. It wouldn't be good if she misunderstood something and was confused about what I'm going to say, or if you guys didn't know as much as I do," Naruto said, speaking quicker towards the end as he spit out an excuse. "Yes. Of course, Kami-sama, how wise of you. I'm the one at fault for assuming we knew as much about this as you do, Kami-sama." "I'm ashamed," Yasaka said, blushing and then looking at Kunu. "Please explain the situation, Kunu." "Yes, Ka-san," Kunu said, sitting up straighter and holding her head up proudly. It was endearing how Kunu puffed up her chest in an attempt to appear more dignified. "Our species is in danger due to the Nekishu incident." "Nekishu," Yasaka gently corrected her. "Ahem, yes, Nekishu," Kunu continued, her face flushed. "As I was saying, our species is in danger due to the Nekishu incident. While the Yukai species is divided into many factions, there has been an unspoken agreement between the Yukai and the devils that any Yukai can be citizens in the underworld. Recently, a Nekishu named Kuroka." "Kuroka," Yasaka interjected again, casting an annoyed glance at her handmaiden, who suddenly found great interest in a loose thread on the pillow she sat on. "Kuroka," Kunu resumed, "killed her emissary after going mad with power from her senjutsu. Her emissary was a pure-blood devil, part of the 72 pillars, which made her an SS-class wanted criminal in the underworld. This has led many devils to attack Yukai, claiming they believed it was Kuroka or that the Yukai had gone mad with power." Naruto found the idea of going mad from senjutsu rather absurd, but he realized it was plausible given the toxic natural energy in this world. He had felt it in the forest, and while it only made it slightly more difficult for him to use chakra, he could see how someone more sensitive to chakra could struggle. Approximately 50% of the total Yukai population resides in the underworld, and over half of them have been killed by devils. The government is closely guarding the exits from the underworld, and all Yukai have been banned from leaving until Kuroka is captured. Thousands of Yukai are trapped in the underworld and are being mercilessly killed, Kunu said, her gaze dropping. Many officials clenched their fists, and Yasaka looked ashamed. Naruto's words slipped out before he realized it, his anger causing him to forget he was supposed to know about this. Why isn't anyone helping them? Fortunately for him, everyone in the room assumed he was testing Kunu's knowledge. The ceasefire between the three great factions, the Devils, the Church, and Grigori, is fragile and could break at any moment. Neither the Church nor Grigori wants to risk war with the Devils. Other factions are too weak to intervene, so the only potential help comes from Sacred Gear users or fellow Yukai. However, most Sacred Gear users strong enough to help are either part of a faction, missing, or unwilling to act unless it benefits them. As for fellow Yukai, she glanced at Yasaka nervously, who nodded in encouragement. We're divided into different factions, some at war with each other, making it impossible to unite. The West Yukai faction is the strongest, but the toxic energy from the Great War and the World Wars has weakened Yukai overall. The more powerful ones risk going insane by using their full power. My mother has enough control over the ley lines to fight, but with the toxic energy limiting her, she wouldn't stand a chance against even one of the Mao anymore. Plus, she's much weaker outside of Kyoto, so she can't go to the underworld to help. I could still take a Mao, Yasaka said, tilting her head slightly in arrogance, though she opened one eye to gauge Naruto's reaction, hoping to impress him. Ley lines? Naruto asked, focusing on finding a solution rather than recalling what they were. Conveniently, everyone else in the room was lost in thought and overlooked that detail. Kun raised it finger, closing her eyes as if trying to remember an answer. They are lines of energy that run beneath Kyoto. Due to the large yokai and supernatural population here, they are among the strongest ley lines in the world. My mother can control them and use the energy to fight. What if someone could purify the energy in the ley lines, young Kunu? Naruto asked, stroking his chin thoughtfully, trying to appear wiser than he felt. It worked. Everyone else regarded him as a wise figure. That would be impossible, Kami-sama, Yasaka replied instead of Kunu. But if someone did, it would allow me to defend Kyoto much more effectively. With the help of other supernatural beings here, it could be made defensible against the devils, as they wouldn't dare send all the Mao or their army while leaving the underworld vulnerable to an attack from the church or Grigori. However, it wouldn't help the yokai trapped in the underworld, as I can't access the ley lines outside of Kyoto. Naruto closed his eyes, sensing the energy around him. He could feel the massive streams of energy flowing through the ground, all converging at a single point, this building. He understood why Yasaka had made her base of operations here, at the center of the ley lines. However, with all the energy flowing, he also sensed the poison and toxicity within it. Clenching his fist, he entered Sage mode, startling everyone around him. He placed both hands on the floor, allowing the energy to flow into his right hand. He felt the toxic energy enter his body, quickly consumed as it merged with his chakra. His pure chakra radiated like the sun, burning away the toxicity. The energy flowed through him before exiting back into the ground through his left hand. The new energy, bright and pure, continued the task, cleansing the poisonous energy around it as it re-entered the ley line. Around him, everyone sat in awe. Naruto's body glowed bright yellow as he purified the energy. Yasaka could feel the pure energy re-entering the ley lines and was filled with wonder. He's purifying the energy. It's so pure, so bright, like the sun. Yasaka thought, feeling more powerful than ever. Every yokai in the room could feel it, the warm energy flowing around them, entering their bodies, purifying the toxic energy within them. They had never known natural energy could be so bright, so pure, so powerful. Naruto wasn't sure how long it took him to purify all the energy. It could have been only a few minutes or an entire day, but no one else in the room knew either. They lost sight of the world itself as they stared at his glowing form. The various yokai in the room had many thoughts, but one was common among them: Yokai God. Any doubt that lingered was completely erased. This was the yokai God, here to save them. When Naruto felt all the energy in the ley lines purified, he opened his eyes to another surprise. He noticed a significant increase in his reputation. Plus 1,000 affection with Yasaka, obsessively loved. Plus 1,000 obedience with Yasaka, worshipped. Plus 1,000 obedience with the West Yokai faction, worshipped. Plus 1,000 reputation with the West Yokai faction, worshipped. Title gained. Naruto blinked at the impressive amount of reputation he had just received. While purifying energy was certainly remarkable, something only sages or powerful chakra users could do back in his world, he hadn't realized it was this significant. This was far more than he had gained from anything else before. He still didn't understand what reputation did. Was there a way to see how much he had in total with each group? Perhaps a tutorial about it later? That was amazing! Yasaka exclaimed, staring at Naruto in awe. She felt powerful, more powerful than ever before. Even before the Great War, she had never felt this strong. She felt as if she could take on Surzex and Serafal at the same time. She wasn't the only one feeling this surge of strength. At the bottom of the stairs, various officials were clenching and unclenching their fists in amazement, some throwing mock punches into the air. One man even grabbed a nearby handmaiden in a moment of joy, only to receive a bump on his head. Even Kunu seemed in awe of her newfound strength. That will make it much easier to defend this place. Next, I'll purify all the energy in the underworld so the yokai there can fight back while we figure out a plan to save them. That should work for now, right? But first, I need some ramen. Purifying that much energy made me even hungrier, Naruto said, standing up and stretching. He turned around and was met with the sight of every yokai's jaw dropping in disbelief. Naruto's legs blurred as he leaped from tree to tree in the dead of night, his feet making no sound. To an outside observer, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The untrained eye wouldn't have realized anyone was in the forest. However, a small group of yokai trying to imitate him were not nearly as stealthy. They weren't loud or clumsy, but they couldn't match Naruto's skill, honed from years as a ninja. The blood-red sky shone above them, as the underworld sky glowed even in the dead of night. Naruto glanced back to ensure the group of yokai was keeping up, traveling at about half of his maximum speed. The group consisted of Yasaka, the yokai elder he had met in the forest, and 3 yokai guards. He wasn't sure if they were the same ones he had met before, as all the guards looked alike. Naruto glanced up as their destination came into view, a huge castle towering hundreds of feet over the forest. It was one of the most appealing buildings he had ever seen, as it belonged to one of the oldest devil families. Naruto's trained eyes scanned the building from a distance, looking for the best place to break in. To understand why Naruto and a small group of elite yokai were trying to break into the home of Zekrom Bale, the oldest living devil, we must first look back at the day before. Purify all the energy in the underworld? I don't mean to doubt you, Kami-sama, especially after what we all just witnessed, but that sounds insane. Yasaka exclaimed in a panic, her expression a mix of disbelief and admiration. Insane? Probably, Naruto replied thoughtfully. Much of what he had done throughout his life could be considered insane, but he was known for his unpredictability. Kami-sama, Yasaka said softly after taking a moment to calm down, I've seen firsthand how powerful you are, but the underworld is vast. It makes the Kyoto ley lines look like a speck of dust compared to all the energy there. The energy is even worse than it was here, contaminated by the constant violence of the Great War and the Devil's Civil War. Yasaka, do you know why I was able to purify the ley lines here so easily? Naruto asked, feeling somewhat like a teacher. Because you're the all-powerful yokai god? She suggested. Naruto blushed slightly and resisted the urge to facepalm. No, definitely not that. The building stood as the central point of the ley lines, where all the energy flowed. By purifying the energy here, it would spread throughout the city, bringing purification to everything. Yasaka's eyes sparkled with excitement. You're so smart, Kami-sama. If we go to the central point of the underworld, you can purify the energy there, and it'll flow throughout the underworld. Exactly, Naruto replied, his bright smile shining through. Now, can someone show me a good ramen stand? We can start planning after that. He nearly bounced with excitement at the thought of a delicious bowl of ramen. However, Naruto never got his ramen. The city erupted into chaos as its inhabitants felt the effects of the newly purified energy, and all the shops closed for the ensuing celebration. I'll get some ramen tomorrow, he thought. Naruto crept closer to the large wall surrounding Bale Castle and, with a single leap, cleared it, landing in the garden on the other side. Fortunately, Yasaka knew of an unguarded entrance into the underworld, allowing Naruto to easily locate the source of the energy around them. They needed to be stealthy, as he doubted the owner of the house would appreciate them breaking in. As Yasaka and the other yokai followed his lead, scaling the wall and dropping in behind him, she whispered, I should have realized this was where the central point of the underworld's energy was. Zekrom Bale built his estate on the original Lucifer's grave. It's no surprise that the underworld's energy passes through here. Naruto, unsure of who she was referring to, pushed her words aside. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Hey, what are you guys doing here? He turned to see a short man in a gardener's outfit staring at them. How did I not notice him? I must be more tired than I thought. I really need some ramen. We're, new hires? Naruto said, trying to sound serious, hoping it would work. You're arriving in the middle of the night? The man replied, sounding skeptical. You're working in the middle of the night? Naruto shot back. Fair enough, the gardener conceded, nodding at him before returning to his work. Amazing, you have such a way with words, Kami-sama. Yasaka whispered, her eyes shining with admiration. Naruto headed toward a large set of double doors at one end of the garden and opened them slightly to pass through. The group of yokai followed him as he ventured deeper into the castle, tracing the flow of energy through the floor. Thanks to his stealthy ninja skills, he managed to avoid detection by the butlers, maids, and guards, though the same couldn't be said for the yokai. He regretted letting them tag along. After a few close calls, Naruto grew frustrated and began quietly incapacitating anyone who spotted the yokai. Finally, after nearly an hour and a half, they reached a locked basement door. Naruto estimated he could have made it there in 5 minutes if he hadn't been babysitting the group. The door was covered in intricate magic circles, and Yasaka's shoulders drooped. Can you do it from out here, Kami-sama? These circles are too complex for me. This magic is ancient, as expected from Zekrom. I doubt anyone could break through these locks. What? If it's locked, we just need to break in, Naruto replied, looking at her as if it were obvious. He turned to the door and formed a Rasengan in his palm. The yokai watched in awe as the technique spun. He pressed it against the door, and moments later, it burst apart into a pile of rubble. Stepping inside, the amazed yokai followed him. In the center of the room stood a large tomb, completely bare of any writing. Naruto approached it, feeling a compact orb of energy radiating from the center, dark and poisonous. Lucifer, Yasaka breathed quietly beside him. The father of all devils. The energy is so dark, so full of hatred, even I can feel it. Naruto mused, I guess that's why all the energy seems to flow through this tomb. They're all connected to him. Never thought I'd see someone break in here. Impressive. A deep voice echoed from behind him, sending a chill down Naruto's spine. He spun around to find a tall man at the door, his gray hair and beard framing a muscular face that resembled a professional athlete mixed with an elder. Neat trick you've got there. Is that magic? Or maybe a sacred gear? The man inquired, raising an eyebrow at Naruto. Naruto frowned as the screen displaying the man's profile abruptly vanished. He shifted into a fighting stance. Be careful, he warned the yokai. This guy is dangerous. The yokai readied themselves for a fight, but the man chuckled, appearing completely relaxed. You sure you want to fight? You look like the talking type. Naruto tensed. You'd be right. I'd much rather talk it out. We just came to discuss the treatment of yokai in the underworld. We're not here to cause any trouble, Naruto said, looking into Zekrom's eyes, testing whether the man could see through his gaming abilities. Zekrom smiled widely, though his eyes remained cold. I hope you have some more interesting tricks up your sleeve, or this won't be much of a fight. He glanced at one of the yokai guards, and in an instant, a large hole appeared in the guard's chest, causing him to collapse. Naruto realized he hadn't even seen Zekrom's attack. If he relied solely on his game system, he would be in serious trouble. Without hesitation, Naruto dashed forward, appearing right in front of Zekrom, his fist aimed at the man's face. Zekrom easily leaned back, dodging the blow, then shifted his position to counter. With a swift motion, Zekrom raised his leg at an odd angle and pressed his foot against Naruto's chest, slamming him back against the wall. Yasaka attempted to intervene but was swatted aside, crashing into the yokai elder. Zekrom paused, staring incredulously at the block of wood where Naruto had been just moments before. Did you just turn yourself into a piece of wood? Zekrom, a seasoned fighter, was used to maintaining focus during battles. But for a brief moment, he was genuinely confused by Naruto's sudden transformation. This distraction caused him to miss Naruto's next move. 1,000 years of death, Naruto whispered. Zekrom barely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain. Naruto's expression was deadly serious, as if he were looking through Zekrom rather than at him. In all his years, Zekrom had never experienced such pain. He leaped up, breaking through the ceiling, and then everything went dark. Later, he would learn from his secretary that he had sought help from every doctor he knew to alleviate the pain, eventually being assisted by a Juka Beelzebub. That was amazing, Kami-sama. Yasaka exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. You just beat Zekrom Bale. You really are all-powerful. Naruto's expression turned somber. No one deserves to feel that technique. I know how painful it is. I shouldn't have done that, but I had to. He killed. He glanced at the yokai guard on the ground, realizing he didn't even know the guard's name. Ah, Kami-sama. He died honorably. We'll have a grand funeral for him, Naruto said, cutting Yasaka off. No, Kami-sama, the yokai elder tried to interject. It was my foolishness that killed him. I should have been more careful. I could have saved him, Naruto said, clenching his fists. Kami-sama, don't feel bad. He's really not. A yokai guard attempted to speak, but was interrupted. No, please. I'll remember him for the rest of my life. A weight of guilt that'll never leave my shoulders. This must be how Sasuke felt, Naruto said, looking down. Kemma, please listen, he's still? No, Yasaka, I can't. He's alive, Kami-sama, Yasaka said loudly, cutting him off. What? Naruto looked at the guard's body, which appeared lifeless with the hole in his chest. Zekrom seems to find you interesting, Kami-sama. He wouldn't really kill any of us since we're with you. He missed all his vital points. I thought you realized that, Yasaka explained. She swished her tail, sending a green flow of energy toward the fallen guard. The energy enveloped him, and the wound began to heal. The guard coughed and sat up. Oh, prick. I knew that, of course, Naruto said, feeling embarrassed. Yes, of course, Kami-sama, Yasaka replied, conveniently forgetting the earlier conversation. Pushing aside his embarrassment, Naruto approached the tomb again. They were there for a reason. He placed his hand on the tomb and sensed the orb of darkness within. With determination, he leaped onto the top of the tomb and sat in a meditative pose, entering sage mode. This is going to be difficult. Naruto's body glowed a bright yellow as he forced his chakra into the sphere of dark energy. He nearly recoiled as he felt the energy gnaw at his chakra, threatening to drown out the light. Adapting his approach, he allowed the energy from the orb to flow into him instead. Outwardly, the yokai observed Naruto sitting completely still in a meditative stance, but internally, the situation was much different. Naruto felt an intense energy surging within him, attacking his chakra directly. It was suffocating. He experienced the pain, the rage, and the overwhelming hatred emanating from the dark orb. Desperately, he pushed his chakra against the dark energy, feeling himself being consumed by it. The energy forcefully eroded Naruto's chakra, and the glow surrounding him began to shift, transforming into a dark aura. As the energy coursed through his body, Naruto's hair darkened, leaving only a single tip of yellow. Kami-sama? Yasaka asked, her concern evident as she noticed the changes, but her words never reached him. Do you think I'm going to give in that easily? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I've never given up before and I'm not going to now. A burst of light erupted from Naruto as he fought against the energy, his determination fueling his chakra. His hand reverted to a bright yellow, and his aura was once again enveloped in light. His chakra shone brighter than ever, burning away the dark energy. Yasaka watched in awe as Naruto's body glowed, becoming even brighter than it had been in Kyoto, his aura flaring like heat from the sun. Her eyes widened, filled with wonder, as she witnessed this unforgettable sight. Naruto broke his meditative stance, slamming his hands into the tomb. His chakra surged forth, gradually overpowering the orb of darkness. He felt the energy transform, shifting from a black ball of hatred to a white orb of love and kindness. Yasaka swore she saw a radiant white light shining from within the tomb. Finally, he pulled back, sweat trickling down his face from the effort. He pushed himself off the tomb, and Yasaka reached out to steady him as he stumbled slightly. Looking up, he saw the yokai gazing at him in amazement before erupting into cheers, their stealthy demeanor forgotten in their excitement. I need to look more into this reputation system. How high can it even go? He thought. Quest complete. Subquest, Underworld Sage. Difficulty, Legendary. Objective, purify all the energy in the underworld. Rewards. Underworld Sage title, only usable in the underworld. 25 attribute points. Plus 100 reputation with Surzex. Plus 250 reputation with Ajuka Beelzebub. Plus 500 reputation with Zikram Bale. Increased reputation with Yasaka. Increased reputation with the West Yokai faction. Plus 100,000 coins. Unlock the shop system. Failure. Decreased reputation with Yasaka. Decreased reputation with West Yokai faction. Decreased reputation with Zikram Bale. Yasaka opened her mouth excitedly, but Naruto raised a hand to signal her to stop. Can we celebrate later? I'm exhausted and just want some sleep. And some ramen. He decided to deal with the quest details later, too tired to think. Yasaka nodded, and together they hurried out of the Bale Castle, beginning their journey back to Kyoto. A single sweat drop fell from Naruto's forehead as he nervously looked down a set of stairs. This was not how he had envisioned his day. Yasaka had led him up the stairs to a large temple, and then up another set of stairs to a big golden pillow where he now sat. This was typically where Yasaka, the queen and leader of the West Yokai faction, would be seated. Instead, she occupied a slightly less extravagant pillow to his right, accompanied by a young girl who resembled a miniature version of her. Unbeknownst to Naruto, a small yet significant change had occurred in the tomb. The tomb of Lucifer, the first devil, now bore a new inscription: Tomb of the Strongest Angel, Lucifer. As Naruto made his way back to Kyoto, the effects of his actions rippled through the underworld. The dark pools of energy began to lighten, and the sky gradually turned less red. This shift in energy impacted all inhabitants of the underworld, from low-ranking reincarnated devils to the Mao themselves. However, one devil's life changed the most. One whose actions, influenced by this transformation, would alter the course of the world forever. In a secluded corner of the underworld, there was a modest home belonging to an unimportant noble. It was meant for his young son, who was only 5 years old and unaware of the tragedy that had befallen his caretaker. She had told him she simply dyed her hair, and he believed her. In truth, she had not dyed her hair. She had been killed, her body buried in a nearby forest, replaced by a young black-haired catgirl. In another world, Kuroka would have played the role of the boy's caretaker for years, remaining hidden until the devil's bloodlust for yokai was satisfied, allowing her to leave the underworld. In that world, she would have been too afraid to rescue her sister, Chiron, from her imprisonment, ignoring the situation as Chiron faced execution, only to be saved by Surzex under the condition of becoming a devil in his sister's peerage. In that world, Chiron would have languished in a prison cell until Surzex intervened. She would have suppressed her emotions, harboring only hatred for her sister for the massacre and for abandoning her. But this was not that world. Kuroka felt the energy around her shift from darkness to a bright light. Hatred was replaced by love, and her power surged, dispelling her fears. She sensed a pull towards someone she had yet to meet, a thread of energy guiding her to a person she felt destined to find. Yet, before pursuing that connection, she had unfinished business to attend to. With newfound confidence, Kuroka left her small home in the dead of night, her mind set on one thought: I'm coming to save you, Chiron. Naruto sighed and rubbed his forehead as he stared at his new quest. Quest alert. Subquest: Sisters Savior. Difficulty: Epic. Save the Nekishu sisters, Chiron and Kuroka, from execution. Rewards: Nekishu Savior title. 10 attribute points. Increased reputation with Chiron. Increased reputation with Kuroka. Increased reputation with Yasaka. Increased reputation with the West Yokai faction. Failure. Immediate failure of the Yokai God quest. Who are Chiron and Kuroka? Naruto Uzumaki. LVL 500. STR 762. Dex 725. Con 450. Int 120. Wis 750. Cha 999. Skills: none. Perks: martial arts, you're a wizard, Naruto, ladies man, God's luck. Debuffs: confusion, bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, reborn with the power of the gamer system. His goal is to save the yokai and reunite with his friends. Alert. You have quest rewards available. Changes will be coming to Naruto's stats soon. Chapter end. Why are you here? Naruto asked, his expression neutral as he regarded the super devil sitting across from him, holding a comically small teacup. Surzex Lucifer, the king of the devils, was known as one of the 4 Mao who ruled the underworld. He was recognized as the strongest living devil. Naruto was not pleased when Yasaka woke him early in the morning, before the sun had fully risen, to inform him that a guest had arrived. He had wanted to review his quest rewards, but that would have to wait. He was even less happy that she had not warned him about who the guest was. Why is he here to see me anyway? Aren't you the queen of this place? He wondered. Yasaka sat a few feet to his right, with a small army of Yukai guards in the room. The tension was palpable as they stood ready to react at the slightest hint of aggression from Surzex. I was just checking out the neighborhood before I moved in and thought it would be nice to meet some of my soon-to-be neighbors, Surzex said, smiling widely and extending his hand for a handshake. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. It's always polite to greet your neighbors before moving in, Naruto replied, shaking the strongest devil's hand before pausing to process what he had just heard. He withdrew his hand. Neighbors? He asked, staring at Surzex in disbelief. Nice to meet you, neighbor, Surzex said, seemingly unfazed by Naruto's reaction. Why would you want to move near us? Don't you have the underworld to rule? Naruto questioned, trying to suppress the urge to rub his temples. He felt as if he were dealing with a group of children since arriving in this world. Was this how Kakashi felt? I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, for every foolish thing I did as a child. I feel your pain, he thought. Well, I need a new home and this area looked nice. Surzex replied, looking shyly to the side with a slight blush, which caused the Yukai guards to tense at his movement. Also, my sister is a huge fan. Could I have an autograph for her? A headache began to form in Naruto's mind as 100 questions flooded in. First off, why do you need a new home, and why here of all places? Aren't we enemies? Naruto was annoyed by the look Surzex gave him, maintaining a kind smile as if Naruto's question were absurd. Obviously, I can't live in the underworld anymore, so I need a new house. As for your second question, why would we be enemies? Surzex leaned in, cupping his hands around his mouth as if sharing a secret. Don't tell anyone, but I'm also a big fan. I need to keep up my cool image in front of Rias, but I've read your manga 3 times already. Naruto sighed, glancing at Yasaka for support, but she suddenly became very interested in a speck of dirt on the floor. She knows something about this. Diamond traitor. Clearing his throat, Naruto said, Of course, I know exactly what you're talking about. However, my good friend here, he gestured to one of the Yukai guards, trying to recall his name. Yukai guard LVL 120. He couldn't even see the guard's name. Greg, he decided on the spot. Is pretty sheltered, so you should explain so he knows as well. Ah, my name isn't Greg, the Yukai guard attempted to interject. Yes, it is, Naruto interrupted. Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added plus 20 to your roll. 20. Check success. Greg's eyes widened as he experienced a flashback of significant moments in his life. His first girlfriend, graduating from university, being chosen as one of Yasaka's honored guards, and meeting his current wife for the first time. He remembered that meeting vividly. Of course it is, Kami-sama. Thanks for considering my thoughts, but I already know what Surzex-sama is talking about, Greg tried to say before being cut off. Shush, Greg, no you don't. Stop interrupting, it's incredibly rude, Naruto said firmly. Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added plus 20 to your roll. 20. Check success. Greg nodded, his knowledge of the current situation fading from his mind. To refer to him as your friend, he must be one of the guards who assisted you in your battle with Zekrom. Can I have an autograph from him too? For my sister, of course, Surzex said, coughing lightly as he blushed. Greg wasn't one of the guards who had accompanied Naruto to the underworld, but he was too intimidated to speak up, so he nodded rapidly. As for why I can't live in the underworld, it's quite simple, Greg. During the Yukai God's battle with Zekrom, his godly aura was too strong and purified all the energy in the underworld. The energy is too full of light for any devils or fallen angels to survive there for long, so we're all moving to the overworld. Surzex explained, reaching into his long robe and pulling out a paper book. You can read all about it in this manga. I'm surprised you haven't read it yet, Greg. It's the all-time best-selling manga among the supernatural. Here's a copy. A manga about my fight with Zekrom and a bestseller? The fight was only yesterday. Naruto reached out, intercepting Surzex as he attempted to hand the manga to the newly dubbed Greg. They both stared at him, puzzled. Naruto's mind raced for an excuse. I'll keep this for now so I can autograph it for you later, Greg. He didn't even need the system's help this time, as they accepted his excuse. Greg nodded gratefully, and Surzex looked at him with envy. Naruto examined the cover, which depicted a shirtless version of himself clashing with Zekrom. They were locked in a beam clash, with his Rasengan colliding with Zekrom's power of destruction. He flipped over the book, reading the summary on the back. It was based on the true story of the Yukai gods' clash with Zekrom Bale, a thrilling romance where the Yukai god fought the king of the underworld to save his beloved, the Yukai queen, Yasaka. Naruto's eyes skimmed the back cover, intrigued by how the book came to be. The bottom of the cover revealed the source of the story, details provided by Yasaka. Yasaka, Naruto called, turning to look at the Yukai queen, who pretended not to hear him. Yes, Kami-sama, she replied, turning towards him with an innocent whistle. Why did you make a manga about what happened yesterday? He asked, sighing and rubbing the bridge of his nose, feeling a bit like Irika. Well, you see, Kami-sama, she said, avoiding eye contact. Konu wanted to know what happened since she couldn't come with us, so I commissioned a manga. A manga about how I fought Zekrom to save my lover, Naruto said flatly. Well, Yasaka drew out the word, sounding guilty. I might have gotten a bit carried away and exaggerated the details. Did you have to make a manga about it? You couldn't just tell her as a bedtime story? Naruto asked, exasperated. I'm very glad you did, Yasaka. Surzex interjected, drawing Naruto's attention. You've helped us see how cool the Yukai god is, and the tense relationship between the Yukai and devils is improving. You've become a major supernatural icon, Kami-sama. Naruto sighed. That's good, but please just call me Naruto. You're the leader of a whole species. Nope, I like Kami-sama better, Surzex said with a smile. Well, at least that'll help with my quest, Naruto thought. So, no more killing Yukai, right? He asked. Surzex nodded, slipping back into a serious demeanor. Yes. The criminal who started the ordeal, Kuroka, was caught recently when she tried to break into her sister's transport vehicle. My knight was on board and apprehended her. They'll be executed today. Their deaths, along with the new fandom for you, will ensure there is no more violence. Let me guess, her sister's name is Shiro? Naruto asked, recalling his quest. Yes, you really are as wise as the manga portrays, Kami-sama, Surzex replied, looking at him with respect. Great. The two I need to save are the only ones in danger. Whatever, I would have saved them anyway even without this quest. Any chance we can skip the execution? He asked. It warms my heart to see you care so much for your kind, Kami-sama, but I'm afraid not. There are still many devils calling for Kuroka's head, he answered apologetically. Naruto thought for a moment, then an idea formed. If you can't stop the execution, then I can't get you an autograph. Surzex looked crestfallen, like a child who had just learned Santa wasn't real. But my Riastan wants one really badly. She'll think I'm a super cool big brother and give me a hug if I get her one. Naruto feigned a dramatic sigh. What a shame. I would love to get an autograph for such a big fan, and maybe even meet her in person, but I can't with the guilt of their execution weighing on me. Naruto nearly laughed as the strongest devil looked like a panicked child. Wait. The Astaroth clan is in charge of the execution. If I force them to free the sisters, it could start another civil war. I could convince them to let the younger sister go, but they'll never willingly let Kuroka go free. Oh, well, I guess if you think preventing a war is more important than your sister having a day-long vacation with the Yukai god, then I can't change your mind, Naruto said, a playful smirk appearing on his face. Surzex looked panicked, staring down at the table as he genuinely considered starting a civil war so Rias would think he was cool. Though, I guess if you just tell me when and where the execution will be held, I can call it even, Naruto said. Really? Thanks, Kami-sama. It'll be in 10 minutes at the new Astaroth estate, Surzex said, calming down. Naruto's eyes widened. 10 minutes? Surzex nodded, smirking. It's pretty soon, but I could set up a teleportation circle to get you there right away. Of course, in return, I'd need you to tell Rias that we're best friends later. This isn't the fair trade you think it is. Telling your sister we're friends in exchange for a straight path to steal your most wanted prisoner is not right. I thought the strongest devil would be a better negotiator. Deal, Naruto said, extending his hand. Surzex grinned and shook it. After releasing his hand, Surzex stood and gestured toward an open space on the floor. The area glowed, and a series of circles appeared, filled with symbols Naruto couldn't decipher. Step in whenever you're ready. It'll take you right outside the execution grounds, Surzex said, gesturing toward the circle. Please, let me accompany you, Kami-sama. Yasaka said, standing up. Naruto stood as well. No, not this time. The situation is unknown and dangerous. I can't promise I can look out for you. Yes, I can, but I really don't want to babysit again. Kami-sama, it warms my heart that you care for me so much, but I can hold my own. Yasaka insisted, stepping toward the circle. You are so kind, Kami-sama, but allow us to help you, a Yukai guard said, joining her. Great. Just great. Naruto sighed and stopped trying to convince them, walking over to the circle and stepping in. Outside the bounded area, Naruto stared up at the large purple force field dome, allowing the man walking up behind him to believe he was stealthy. In a dense forest, the trees were much shorter than those in Kyoto. Tsuji Okita, a former samurai captain and knight of Surzex Lucifer, stood ready for battle. You stand out like a sore thumb, Yukai god, Tsuji remarked, his voice steady. He was clad in full samurai armor, looking every bit the warrior he was. Naruto, dressed in an orange tracksuit, turned to face him. Yeah, I've been told that before. Have you ever seen a ninja in an outfit like this? You would be a terrible ninja, Yukai god. Your hair would give you away, Tsuji chuckled. I'm sorry I must do this, Yukai god. Mine's Tier is a fan of yours, but I've been hired by the head of the Astaroth clan to ensure no one crashes the party. Tsuji drew his sword, determination in his eyes. No hard feelings, Naruto replied, and in an instant, Tsuji was upon him, a gust of wind marking his swift movement. Their blades clashed as Naruto deflected Tsuji's strike with a kunai that slipped from his sleeve. Tsuji took a step back and unleashed a flurry of slashes, but Naruto evaded each one, jumping into a tree just as the one he had been standing on split in half. Why are you running, Yukai god? You need to defeat me quickly if you want a chance at preventing the execution, Tsuji called out, watching Naruto with curiosity. Naruto smirked, dodging another of Tsuji's attacks. Oh, I have all the time in the world. Tsuji sent a sharp wave of wind towards him, but Naruto leaned back, letting the blade of wind pass harmlessly above him, slicing through branches instead. Oh, why is that, Yukai god? Are you so confident in your abilities that you think you can play around with me first? Tsuji asked, pausing his assault. Naruto's grin widened. Nope. It's because I'm not the real Naruto. I'm just a distraction. Tsuji blinked, tilting his head. What do you mean? It's obvious to me that you're the Yukai god. Naruto's smile faltered. And no, I'm a shadow clone. The real Naruto is in there wreaking havoc right now. A good attempt, Yukai god, but I won't fall for your trickery, Tsuji replied, taking a fighting stance once more. Naruto's expression dropped further. Wait. I'm actually not the real Naruto. This is where you're supposed to be shocked and run to stop the real one, only to realize you're too late. You are a terrible liar, Yukai god. Someone as experienced as I can see through you easily. Now that you know your trick won't work on me, let's battle seriously. Tsuji challenged, pointing his sword at Naruto. No really, whatever. Just stab me with your sword, and I'll explode into a cloud of smoke. Then we can flash back to how the real Naruto and Yasaka stopped the execution while you run into the dome in a panic. Naruto opened his arms, inviting Tsuji to take the shot. You can't fool me, Yukai God. I've seen your manga. You're planning to make me the villain of your next one. You want me to stab you to gain the sympathy of the readers, then you'll make a comeback and defeat me while injured to look even more heroic. Us samurai live private lives. Yukai God, I won't allow myself to become the antagonist of your next manga. Tsuji shouted, sheathing his sword and glaring at Naruto. With a sigh, Naruto pulled out a kunai and stabbed it into his stomach, transforming into a cloud of smoke. What? I was tricked. You pretended to be a bad liar to deceive me, Yukai God. You truly are more clever than I thought. Tsuji exclaimed, sprinting into the bounded area. 10 minutes earlier, inside the bounded area, the execution ground was unimpressive. Naruto had expected something extravagant, considering it was a noble devil's estate. Instead, there was a foldable table in the middle of a large field, where two Nekisha sisters sat with their hands tied behind their backs, their eyes glazed as if under some spell. A devil in full armor, resembling a medieval knight, stood nearby with a large halberd in hand. Naruto assumed he was the executioner. Various devils from different classes gathered to witness the execution, with lower-class devils relegated to sitting on cardboard boxes while higher-class devils occupied folding chairs. Naruto and a group of yokai, including Yasaka and 3 guards, crouched behind a bush at the edge of the open field. Why are they sitting on cardboard boxes? Naruto whispered to Yasaka. Honestly, I have no idea. Usually, an execution this significant would be a grand spectacle, with wine for the guests and fireworks afterward, Yasaka replied, equally puzzled. Naruto's gaze drifted to a small wooden crate on the far side of the field, which held a bowl of punch and a plate of crackers. Definitely not wine. Curiosity getting the better of him, Naruto stealthily approached a large devil sitting on a cardboard box that crumpled beneath him. Hey, why are you sitting on a cardboard box? Naruto asked. Oh, hey Yukai God. It's because all the devils had to leave the underworld so quickly that the Astaroth family didn't have time to get any real furniture, but they didn't want to delay the execution, the devil explained, turning his attention back to the execution table. Suddenly, he did a double take. Wait, Yukai God? No, that's not me, Naruto said, waiting for his system to respond, but it didn't. You're definitely the Yukai God. I read your manga. I know what you look like. How the hell are you here? I need to tell somebody, the devil exclaimed, rising to his feet. Naruto's hand pressed firmly on the man's shoulder, urging him to reconsider. No, it can't be me. The Yukai God isn't real, he said earnestly, locking eyes with the man. At that moment, the system decided to assist him. Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added plus 20 to your roll. 20. Check success. The man slumped back onto a cardboard box, his attention drifting back to the Nekisha sisters, completely forgetting about Naruto. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto stealthily made his way back to the group of yokai. A man approached the table where the Nekisha were seated, addressing the gathering of devils. Welcome, my fellow devil kind. Today, we gather for the long-awaited execution of Kuroka, the criminal who killed her Emsu, along with her sister Chiron. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and the man, who introduced himself as Lord Astaroth, puffed out his chest with pride. And it is I who set up this execution, he boasted, basking in the crowd's adoration. He turned to the executioner, declaring, Now, let the execution begin. It's time to act, Naruto murmured. He quickly created 2 shadow clones and stood on their hands as they propelled him over the heads of the crowd, landing right next to Lord Astaroth. What the Lord Astaroth began, only to be interrupted as Naruto's fist collided with his face, sending him tumbling into the crowd. With a swift motion, Naruto swept his foot, knocking the executioner off balance. Intruders! Get them! A voice shouted from the crowd, and Naruto found himself surrounded by guards rushing toward him. These guards are slow. I could outrun them even as a kid. Dodging a devil's sword with ease, Naruto stepped forward, delivering an elbow strike to the guard's head. Another guard attempted to punch him, but Naruto swiftly threw him over his shoulder, using his body to block a blast of fire magic from behind. Yasaka and the Yukai guards burst through the crowd, engaging the guards as Naruto made his way toward the Nekasha sisters. He looked down at them, offering a reassuring smile. "I'm here to save you, all right?" Kuroka, the black-haired sister, nodded weakly. Naruto moved to the back of the table and easily cut through the rope binding the white-haired cat girl. "That was a piece of cake," he said, glancing at Chiron, who nodded in response. He then moved to the other rope, effortlessly tearing it apart. Turning to the sisters, he smiled again. "You're safe now, I promise. I'll never let another Yukai die at their hands." What Naruto didn't realize was that the sisters were experiencing something entirely different. Drained of energy and hungry from lack of food, the sedatives they had been given clouded their minds, causing them to hallucinate. Kuroka saw Naruto approach, glowing like the sun. His handsome smile made her heart race. "I'm here to save you, my love," he said. Kuroka nodded weakly, feeling a tug in her chest. "Does he love me?" Kaneko blinked as she felt his hands brush against hers before slicing through the rope. Their eyes met, and she felt herself getting lost in his gaze. "I'll get you a piece of cake," he promised, and her heart raced. "How does he know I love sweets?" The two Nekashu turned to face Naruto as he spoke again, his smile illuminating their world. "You're safe now, I promise. I'll never let someone I love so much die." Both catgirls stared at him in awe, their hearts racing. His energy felt safe, warm, and comforting. In that moment, they shared a single thought as their pupils transformed into hearts, soulmate. Naruto blinked in surprise at the sudden surge of reputation he gained. "I guess they're really thankful I saved them." Another notification appeared in his mind, filled with memories from his shadow clone. Plus 100 reputation with Tsuji Okita, liked. I guess he respected my cleverness. Which wasn't clever at all. The system is just too good. Suddenly, a shout broke his concentration. "You might be strong, Yukai God, but your friends aren't. I read your manga, and I know how much you value your fellow Yukai and the power of friendship, so if you don't want this guy's head blown off, you better do what I say." Naruto turned to see a blue-haired teenager holding one of the Yukai guards in a headlock, a magic circle glowing on his palm. Diodora Astaroth, the heir to the Astaroth clan, stood before him, confidence radiating from him. "Well, Yukai God? You better listen. I bet you regret bringing your friends along with you now, huh?" he taunted. Naruto prepared to charge at the boy when an idea struck him. "What do you mean?" "I didn't bring anyone," he replied, staring at Diodora. Diodora blinked in surprise, caught off guard. "What? I'm literally holding him hostage right now." "No, you're not. I'm the only Yukai here," Naruto insisted, ignoring the astonished looks from the surrounding devils. Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added plus 20 to your roll. 20. Check success. Suddenly, as if awakening from a trance, every devil blinked in unison. Diodora released the Yukai guard and aimed his hand at Naruto. "He's just one man. We've got a whole crowd of noble devils here. We can beat him." Diodora's head snapped back as the Yukai guard he had been holding hit him with a punch. Fear flickered in Diodora's eyes as he looked up at Naruto. "Be careful, he's so fast I didn't even see him move. I can't believe this is working." Another devil from the crowd rushed forward, swinging wildly at Naruto, but Yasaka swiftly intervened, using her tail to send him flying into the forest. "How did he do that? He didn't even move." A devil screamed in panic. "Can he attack with just his mind?" One of the devils launched himself at Naruto but ended up crashing into a Yukai guard that he had not noticed, falling to the ground. "He made a barrier around him. We can't even get close to him. What do we do?" Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the chaos unfolding around him. This was turning out to be quite entertaining. For the next few minutes, the devils attempted various strategies to attack Naruto, from coordinated efforts to reckless charges, but they never managed to get close. The Yukai, whom they were convinced didn't exist, thwarted their every move. Even Tsuji, who had arrived just as Diodora was speaking, found himself unable to approach. Among all the devils present, one stood apart from the rest. Serorg Bale observed the scene from the outskirts, watching as the devils made fools of themselves. He eventually left the battle and returned to the Bale's new home in the overworld, where he recounted the bizarre events to his peerage. He described how the noble devils had been defeated by invisible foes, shouting about a yokai god that didn't exist. What Serorg didn't realize was that he had spoken with the yokai god earlier that day, who had convinced him of his non-existence during a conversation about the cardboard box he was seated on. As a result, Serorg was unable to visualize either Naruto or the yokai beside him. He entertained his peerage with tales of the noble devil's madness, completely unaware that he was the most affected of them all. A story began to circulate throughout the supernatural realm, claiming that the yokai god had successfully rescued the SS-class criminal Kuroka and her sister from execution, battling hundreds of noble devils without sustaining a single injury. As witnesses shared their accounts, the tale grew more exaggerated, with claims that he could defeat enemies using only his mind and that he possessed an unbreakable barrier. This legend would have spread far and wide, but then a conversation took place. "Yasaka," Naruto said, surveying the crowd of unconscious devils around them, "is this going to start a war?" Yasaka shook her head, a serious expression on her face. "Don't worry about that, Kami-sama. I'll do my duty as queen and ensure everything is smoothed over with Surzex." Naruto regarded her with newfound respect. He realized that she could indeed act like a true queen when the situation called for it. What Naruto didn't know was that smoothing things over meant she would be commissioning the next part of his manga and allowing Surzex to have a copy for his sister before it was publicly released. Thus, the tale of the yokai god's rescue mission was never shared throughout the supernatural world. Instead, it became the subject of a manga that told the story. Naruto groaned as a ray of sunlight shone over his face through the window in his room. He turned his head to the left, grabbed his pillow, and buried his face into it, enjoying the warmth that surrounded him. This world's pillows are so warm and soft. Feeling the other pillows pressing into his side, he let himself drift back into sleep. Wait, I only have one pillow. Also, pillows aren't supposed to move on their own. Naruto opened his eyes and glanced up, meeting a pair of amber eyes staring back at him. "Yasaka," he mumbled. "Yes, Kami-sama," she replied. "Why are you in my bed?" he asked, his face flushing. "I didn't want to be left out." "You seemed very comfortable," the yokai smirked down at him. "Left out?" Naruto groggily pulled his face away, ignoring her smirk as it turned into a frown. He glanced at the pillows pressing into his other side. "No, 10 more minutes, nya." A silky voice whined from the black-haired cat girl beside him, who wrapped her arms around him, pressing her face into his side. She had a loose bathrobe that had come untied, but he quickly focused on the situation at hand. As much as Naruto loved the situation, he felt a growing discomfort and sighed as he sat up, pulling himself away from their grasp. He was then stopped by a small squeal from under his blanket. "I know this world is weird, but I don't think blankets are supposed to make that noise." Carefully lifting the blanket, he was greeted by a pair of golden eyes staring up at him. A small cat girl with a bob of white hair lay on his chest. "Are there any other yokai hiding in my bed that I should know about?" he sighed, glancing at Yasaka with tired eyes. She opened her mouth to respond, but was interrupted as a head popped up from behind her shoulder. "Nope, just us four, Kami-sama," Kunu informed him, smiling brightly from over her mother's shoulder. Naruto pinched his nose, fighting off a headache. Well, at least this world won't be boring. Naruto had hoped for excitement that morning, but this wasn't quite what he had in mind. His hand moved in a familiar pattern as he signed his name on the front of a manga. "Thank you so much, Kami-sama," the young red-haired devil in front of him exclaimed, bouncing in place as she stared down at her signed copy. Giving her an autograph was fine, as he had promised Surzex to spend a day with her in exchange for information, but he hadn't agreed to the long line of people behind her. "Why is there a mile-long line in front of this table, Yasaka?" he sighed, turning to the yokai queen beside him. "I agreed to spend the day with Rias, not the entire population of the underworld. It costs a lot to publish a manga, Kami-sama, especially to get one drawn and released overnight. We're running low on funds, so I thought we could charge for some autographs. Yasaka explained, trying to sound excited but appearing more sheepish. Can you sign this one too, Kami-sama? Before he could respond, the young female devil held out another manga toward him. He took it and looked at the cover. Another one? What's this? He asked, glancing over at Yasaka and showing her the front of the manga. It featured a shirtless Naruto standing on the edge of a cliff, with a muscular black-haired man glaring across the valley at him. Kuroka and Chiron were depicted in HNDCFFS at his feet. The next chapter of your manga, Kami-sama, Yasaka said, looking a bit embarrassed. Is this meant to be Lord Astaroth? He gestured to the muscular figure on the cover. Yes, Kami-sama, Yasaka nodded. That looks nothing like him, Naruto replied flatly. Well, we were actually flat broke after just the first chapter, Kami-sama. Lord Astaroth financed the release of the second chapter, but in return, we had to make him look a bit better, Yasaka explained apologetically. But don't worry, Kami-sama. You still defeated him in the manga just as spectacularly as you did in reality. If you consider taking him down with one punch spectacular, I guess so. Naruto sighed, signing his name on the cover and handing it back to Rias before standing up. I'll be right back, I left my something in the bedroom. Of course, Kami-sama. I'm sure they won't mind waiting a moment, Yasaka replied. This world is so strange. Naruto walked back into his bedroom, passing the sleeping Nekisha sisters cuddled together in his bed, and headed into the bathroom. His hands flashed a series of symbols, and a moment later, a replica of him appeared from a plume of smoke. Take over giving autographs for me, okay? Just do whatever Yasaka says, Naruto instructed, opening the door back into the bedroom and gesturing for his shadow clone to leave. The clone nodded seriously and walked past him to take his place. Naruto walked back into his bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, careful not to wake the sleeping Yukai sisters on his bed. He glanced up into the air, reviewing his stats. Naruto Uzumaki, Sage, LVL, 500, ST, 762, Dex, 725, Con, 450, Int, 120, Whis, 750, Cha, 999, P0, Skills, none, Perks, Martial Arts, You're a Wizard, Naruto, Ladies Man, God's Luck. Debuffs, Confusion, Bad Timing. Naruto Uzumaki was a hero from another world, reborn with the power of the gamer system. His goal was to save the Yukai and reunite with his friends. An alert popped up, quest rewards available. Finger tapped on the last line. Quest complete. Subquest, Underworld Sage. Difficulty, Legendary. Objective, purify all the energy in the underworld. Rewards. Underworld Sage title, only usable in the underworld. 25 attribute points. Plus 100 reputation with Surzex. Plus 250 reputation with Ajuka Beelzebub. Plus 500 reputation with Zekrom Bale. Increased reputation with Yasaka. Increased reputation with the West Yokai faction. Plus 100,000 coins. Unlock the shop system. Failure. Decreased reputation with Yasaka. Decreased reputation with West Yokai faction. Decreased reputation with Zekrom Bale. Quest complete. Subquest, Sister's Savior. Difficulty, Epic. Objective, save the Nekisha sisters, Chiron and Kuroka, from execution. Rewards. Nekisha's Savior title. 10 attribute points. Increased reputation with Chiron. Increased reputation with Kuroka. Increased reputation with Yasaka. Increased reputation with the West Yokai faction. Failure. Immediate failure of the Yukai God quest. Quest complete. Quest, Yukai God. Difficulty, Legendary. Objective, save the Yukai. Rewards. Yukai God title. 50 attribute points. The first step to seeing your friends again. Bonus tasks. Defeat an opponent that is level 750 or higher. Rewards. 100 attribute points. Failure, Tiff. Naruto equipped the Yukai God title. Yukai God title effects. Plus 100 obedience with all yukai, cannot fall below 100. Plus 1000 affection with all yukai, cannot fall below 1000. All energy controlling abilities will be twice as effective. Gain 10x affection and obedience with yukai. He considered the Underworld Sage title next. Underworld Sage title effects. Only usable in the Underworld. Plus 20 obedience with all devils. Plus 50 affection with all devils. Plus 20 obedience with all fallen angels. Plus 50 affection with all fallen angels. All abilities and stats receive a 10% boost while in the Underworld. Gain 2x affection and obedience with devils. Gain 2x affection and obedience with fallen angels. Naruto glanced at the 185 available attribute points he had. He decided to invest half into INT and the other half into CON. As the changes took effect, he stood up, feeling a rush of knowledge flooding into his mind. Important figures like Seraphol, Ophis, and Azazel filled his thoughts. He blinked, realizing that his clone had just popped, and he had received his memories. 10 minutes earlier, with Naruto's shadow clone. Naruto walked back into the throne room, where the line of people waiting for autographs had grown. About 20 people were inside, with the line stretching out the door and into the streets of Kyoto. The atmosphere was tense. "Why are you here, Ophis?" Surzex asked, his hand glowing with the power of destruction as he stood protectively in front of Rias. The room was filled with wary gazes directed at the short girl standing in front of the table. Ophis, with her long black hair and a striking black dress, stared at Surzex with an emotionless expression. "I want an autograph," she said simply, turning toward Naruto as he entered the room again, holding up 2 manga. "Look, if you want an autograph, you need to wait in line like everyone else," Naruto replied, sitting back in his chair. "Do you know who I am?" Ophis asked, a hint of emotion breaking through her stoic demeanor. "Nope, doesn't matter to me. Go get in line." "Want me to sign yours too, Surzex?" Naruto asked, glancing at the protective figure in front of Rias. The room was silent, everyone waiting to see how Ophis would react. Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added plus 20 to your roll. Check success. "Okay," Ophis said, turning and walking out the door to join the back of the line. Whispers erupted around the room. Did he just command the Ouroboros dragon? She actually listened to him? The Yukai god really is amazing. Naruto smiled at the growing reputation he was gaining. "Come on, Surzex, we have a lot of people waiting," he said, gesturing for Surzex to hand him the manga. "Thanks, Naruto-chan," Surzex exclaimed, turning to Rias as Naruto signed the manga. "I can call him that because we're best friends. Your big brother is pretty cool, huh?" "Yeah, that was awesome," Rias replied, looking up at him in awe as they stepped out of line. Naruto's next customer was a magical girl. "Hello, Yukai-ga-chan. Can I call you Naruto-chan? You can call me Levi-tan in return." The girl, with long black hair and a bright pink magical girl outfit, beamed at him. Naruto grinned. "I like your style, Levi-tan. I always go for an outfit that's completely the same color too." He had been wearing it when he arrived in this world, and after Yasaka saw how much he liked it, she had a few sets of the same outfit made. Naruto's grin widened at the girl's cheerful attitude as she signed her manga. "I think we'll be good friends, Levi-tan. How do you feel about ramen?" It's alright, I guess." Naruto's hand slipped on the last line of his signature, completely ruining the autograph. He slumped over on the table in despair. "You broke my heart. Levi-tan." Are you okay, Naruto-chan?" "What's wrong?" the magical girl said in surprise as she started shaking his shoulders. "How did you manage to kill the Yukai god already, Seraphol-san?" a blond man said from his spot in line behind her. "Moo, I didn't do anything, Aza-chan," she pouted at the man. Naruto sighed as he sat up. "I'm fine. Here's your signed manga, Levi-tan." "Thanks, Naruto-chan. I'll come visit sometime to hang out more." "Oh, you need to meet my Soten too. You'll love her." "Bye, Naruto-chan." The girl rambled on excitedly as Yasaka ushered her out of the line. "Wait, Levi-tan. I need to say one more thing," Naruto said, crossing his hands together as he stared seriously at Serafal's back. Yasaka paused and let Serafal turn back towards him. Ramen is the food of the gods, got it? The magical girl suddenly stiffened, her eyes nearly glazing over as if she had come to the biggest realization of her life. She nodded rapidly at him. The food of the gods, Naruto. Yasaka pushed the dazed girl out the door as she continued nodding into space. Let me cut you, or I will eliminate you and all your loved ones. Oh, of course, Dragon-san. Purifying the whole underworld, huh? How'd you do it? Did you get help from a sacred gear user? The blonde man, Azazel, asked Naruto as he handed him the 2 mangas in his hand. Nope, all me. It's not hard when you're the coolest being in the world. Naruto exclaimed, jutting his thumb into his chest. I'm going to cut you. Don't resist, or I will erase your existence. I wouldn't dream of it, Dragon-san. Naruto blinked as the next person in line stepped up. Didn't I tell you to go get in line? I did get in line, Yukai God, Ophis responded. How did you get to the front already? I've only signed 3 autographs since I saw you a few minutes ago. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the small girl. Everyone in front of me decided that I should cut in front of them, Yukai God. Ask them if you do not believe me. She looked over her shoulder at the lines stretching out behind her, all of whom nodded rapidly at her gaze. Naruto sighed as he grabbed her manga and signed them. Fine. Here you go. I look forward to living with you, Yukai God, she said simply, turning and walking away from the table. Yeah, me too, Naruto said dismissively as he looked at the next person in line. Living together. He looked up to question the mysterious girl, but she was already gone. Oh well, it's boss's problem now. He should have done this himself if he didn't want this to happen. Hey, coming through. Great Red here, move out of the way. I gotta get an autograph. A large man, towering over 10 feet in height and dressed in a biker outfit, shouted as he pushed his way through the line. Naruto raised his hand to stop the man and tell him to wait in line, but the man took his raised hand as a sign for a handshake. Nice to meet you, man. Huge fan. He gripped Naruto's hand tightly, so tightly that the shadow clone popped. The man blinked as Naruto vanished. Did I forget to brush my teeth this morning or something? In the present time, with the real Naruto. You're literally me. How did you mess this up so badly? Naruto sighed as he walked out the door into the throne room. If you want something done, you gotta do it yourself. Or, not do it yourself, since the shadow clone that was himself just messed everything up. Whatever, you get the point. Naruto Uzumaki. Yukai God. LVL, 505. STR, 762. Dex, 725. Con, 540. Int, 215. Wis, 750. Cha, 999. Skills, none. Perks, martial arts, you're a wizard, Naruto, ladies man, God's luck. Debuffs, confusion, bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, who has been reborn with the power of the gamer system. That night, Naruto groaned as he flopped face-first into his bed, exhausted. Signing autographs was more tiring than he'd expected. He'd spent the day signing autographs after his shadow clone's mess up and hadn't gotten through the entire line. He'd be doing the same tomorrow. Good work today, Kami-sama. A high-pitched voice said from behind him, and he suddenly felt 2 large orbs pressing into his back. Thanks, Kuroka, Naruto's muffled voice responded, ignoring the heat coming onto his face as the catgirl pressed herself into his back. Thank you for all your hard work today, Kami-sama. We managed to raise a lot of money. Yasaka said happily. That's good, but I'm exhausted. Naruto sighed, pulling his face away from the bed and flipping over onto his back as he felt Kuroka stand up. What he hadn't realized was that Kuroka hadn't fully stood up and was instead just leaning on her palm. Naya needs some help relaxing after your hard day, Kami-sama? Kuroka purred, leaning forward. What do you think you're doing, Kuroka? I'm going to be the first one to be taken by Kami-sama. Yasaka said, kneeling next to Kuroka. Naruto started, his face beet red as he felt overwhelmed by the situation. You two need to stop. Naruto groaned out as they began to argue playfully. Both women paused momentarily to stare at him, but then continued their banter, each wanting to be the first to win his affection. Maybe we should let Kami-sama decide, Yasaka said mischievously, looking between them. You're both important to me, Naruto said, trying to defuse the situation. As the night wore on, Naruto found himself caught in a whirlwind of laughter and friendly competition, realizing that perhaps living with these two would be more entertaining than he had initially thought. Chapter end. Kuroka looked at Yasaka with a playful smile. You want me first, right, Kami-sama? With determination, she climbed onto the bed and settled beside Yasaka. Naruto felt a rush of emotions, overwhelmed by the presence of the two women. I'm not sure I can, he stammered, feeling the tension build around him. Yasaka grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she leaned closer, clearly enjoying the moment. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, and both women were eager to see how Naruto would respond to their playful banter. As the night unfolded, laughter and light-hearted teasing filled the room, creating an unforgettable experience for everyone involved. Naruto smiled brightly at Kuroka, who glared at him playfully. She leaned forward, teasingly brushing her tongue across their shared snack, enjoying the moment. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and camaraderie as they continued their playful banter, each enjoying the company of the other. Kuroka looked up at him with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. So, Kami-sama, who do you want first? Yasaka chimed in, her voice teasing as she leaned closer. Who do you want to be your first wife, Kami-sama? Naruto felt overwhelmed by their attention, his thoughts racing as he struggled to make a decision. I really can't choose, he admitted, feeling the weight of their expectations. By redacted but realizing that choosing one would definitely anger the other. He expected them not to accept that as an answer, but was saved by his system. A notification appeared before him, indicating a successful persuasion check. Yasaka nodded at him. You're right, Kami-sama, you can't choose who'll be your first wife when there are only two of us. Of course, you need to try out the rest of your HRM before you decide, Kami-sama, Kuroka added with a playful smirk. She stood up, her confidence evident as she playfully teased him about the situation. Naruto felt a mix of excitement and uncertainty as he navigated the dynamics of his growing relationships. Yasaka looked at Naruto with a playful smile. It's only fair that they get a shot too. Just make sure you remember me when the time to decide comes, all right? With that, she followed Kuroka's lead and let her robe fall to the floor. Naruto's cheeks turned a deep shade of red as he took in the sight of both of them. Suddenly, Kuroka moved closer, her lips finding his in a swift kiss. You got to kiss Kami-sama first, so I'll be taking my turn now, Yasaka said with a teasing grin as she joined them on the bed. Naruto found himself caught up in the moment, unable to resist the warmth and affection surrounding him. 1 month later, Naruto looked at the woman in front of him, who was trying hard to mask her discomfort. Are you okay? He asked, concern evident in his voice. Of course, I couldn't be better. Thank you for meeting with me, Yukai Godsen, Kateria Leviathan replied, her smile strained. Yeah, no problem. What did you need again? Naruto inquired as they sat in the middle of the Leviathan estate, which had once belonged to Seraphal Leviathan. After the underworld had been purified, Seraphal had left, but Kateria had chosen to make her home there. I hoped to discuss the church moving into your territory, Kateria stuttered, her hands trembling slightly. You know, we can have the meeting somewhere else if you want. It must be tough being in the underworld still, Naruto suggested kindly, gesturing to the vibrant energy surrounding them. Maybe for the lowly fake Satans, but I assure you, I don't even notice the poison, Yukai God-san. Kateria insisted, though her expression betrayed her pain. Anyways, what do you mean by the church moving into my territory? I've had a couple of angels come for autographs, but I haven't seen anyone moving in nearby, Naruto replied, puzzled. Not your Kyoto territory, I am referring to the underworld. Did you really permit them to come down here? Kateria asked, struggling to maintain her composure. No, I didn't give anyone permission to come down here. This isn't my territory, and I don't care what goes on in the underworld, Naruto said dismissively. Of course, it is very kind of you to help us devils save face. Allowing us to publicly rule the underworld when everyone knows it's yours is very generous. Kateria said, completely missing his refusal. Naruto sighed, realizing arguing was futile. But no, I didn't give the church permission to be in the underworld. I've never really talked to them aside from signing autographs. I knew it. Those good doers are invading your territory and setting up a base, Yukai Godsen. Worry not, the old Satan faction will help you expel them. Kateria exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table, then recoiling slightly as her hand felt the sting of positive energy. If you want them gone, then you have to do it yourself. I'm not helping with anything since this isn't even my territory. I don't remember giving you permission to be down here either, Naruto said, leaning back in his chair, feeling a headache coming on. Actually, I spoke with your secretary, Kami-sama. I had assumed she told you, Kateria said, shrinking back at his words. My secretary? He asked, confused. Yup. That was meant to be a question. What do you mean my secretary? Naruto replied, exasperated. Lady Ophis, of course, she answered as though it were obvious. So, you spoke to Ophis, who said she's my secretary and that you could live down here? He asked incredulously. Up. Her exact words were, I don't care what you do anymore, I'm going to help the Yukai god now, Kateria said, raising her finger as if she were answering a question. That sounds less like permission and more like her trying to get rid of you, Naruto thought. And where in that sentence does it say she's my secretary? He asked. Well, I kind of assumed that part, but she said she would help you. I doubted that someone of her stature would be in a position any lower than a secretary. Kateria reasoned, looking increasingly frantic. Yeah, well, this sounds like your problem and not mine. What was it that Ophis said to you? I don't care what you do. Yeah, that's how I feel. You do you, Naruto said, standing up to leave. Wait, I'll do anything if you help us. Kateria shouted after him. That's tempting, but I'm good, Naruto replied, continuing down the hallway. You can count on me. Kateria called, her voice trailing off as he walked away. The next day. Where were you last night, Yasaka? Naruto asked as he ate a bowl of rice, glancing at the Yukai queen, who, along with Graphia, had been absent from his bed the previous night. Ah, my apologies, Kami-sama. I didn't think you'd miss me so much, Yasaka said, wrapping her arms around his head, playfully smothering him. Graphia and I were dealing with the church in the underworld. Don't worry, we kicked them out in your name. Naruto's muffled voice came from within her embrace. What? Your new ally asked us to, Kami-sama. I know she's just an ally, but I need to build a strong relationship with all your women if I want to be your HRM manager one day. Yasaka explained, releasing him from her hold. Naruto sighed, glancing at the chair next to him. So, that's why you're here now, huh? Please treat me well or however you want. Kateria said, giving him a salute as she appeared next to him. 6 months later. Are you sure I should be helping you with this, Rias-chan? Naruto asked as he followed the red-haired girl and her peerage, which included a bust-to-half-fallen named Akino and a young boy named Kiba, through a dark forest. Of course, Kami-sama. I value your input over everyone else's. Since you're so cool, I know you'll be able to help me find a cool familiar. Rias said, leading them through the forest with confidence. Ah, I see you've come to get another familiar, young heiress. Allow me to offer my assistance, a loud voice called from above, and a man in a white tank top with a red backward hat jumped down in front of them from a tree. The name's Satuji, the familiar emissary, he shouted, leaning back and giving them a thumbs up. The group walked past him, ignoring his presence. W8. You need my guidance to catch a powerful familiar. Zatuji called, running up behind them. Sorry, Zatuji, but we don't need your help this time, Rias replied, continuing on their path. Kami-sama will find the most powerful Pokemon for me. Rias exclaimed, ignoring Zatuji's unimpressed expression. Sorry, but I've started to like crazy people less since coming here, Naruto replied apologetically, then turned to Rias. By the way, what's a Pokemon? Fufu, she meant a familiar. Minasar is so cute with her anime obsession. Akino giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Shush, Akino. Not in front of Kami-sama. Rias shot back, her cheeks flushed. Anime? Naruto asked, looking puzzled. A show based on a manga, like the one about you, Kami-sama. That's how Rias got into anime. She loved your manga so much that she could only reread the same 2 chapters so many times, Akino explained helpfully. Akino. Sorry, Kami-sama, I'll be sure to punish her when we're back home, Rias said, puffing out her chest. Oh so naughty, that's our fufu, Akino teased. Naruto thought that Akino would get along well with Kuroka. Fine, but don't come crying to me when you can't find anything good. Zatuji huffed, pretending to run away and then hiding in a bush to follow them. So, Kami-sama, which type of familiar should we look for? Rias asked, gazing up at Naruto with stars in her eyes. A cool one, Naruto suggested, unsure of what to say. How would he know? He had never seen a familiar before. Fortunately, Rias was too enamored to notice, and her eyes sparkled even more. You're so wise, Kami-sama. Akino giggled at Rias's infatuation while Kiba looked confused. The group continued until Naruto heard a faint stomp coming from their right. He pointed in that direction. I think there might be something over there. Idiot, there's nothing over there. Now they'll all see how inferior you are to me. Zatuji whispered from his hiding spot. Great job, Kami-sama. Let's head that way, Rias said, and they all moved in the direction Naruto indicated. The stomping grew louder, sounding like an earthquake. A large figure emerged as they entered a clearing in the forest. So, you've come to challenge me, Yukai God? A voice boomed. Naruto looked up at the giant red dragons staring down at him. Timet. Great Dragon King. LVL, 600. STR, 890. Dex, 450. Con, 850. Int, 190. Whis, 250. Cha. Luck. Skills. Perks. Debuffs. Tiamat is one of the 5 great dragon kings. Nope. I came to see if you were a familiar. Is this a familiar? Naruto asked, glancing back at the quivering Zatuji in the bush. Me, one of the 5 great dragon kings, becoming a familiar. You have a strange sense of humor, Yukai God. Now, let us commence battle, the dragon roared, glaring menacingly at the group. If you want to stand a chance against me, you need to get a bit faster and smarter, Naruto replied flatly. What are yo? The dragon was cut off as Naruto's shadow clone slammed a Rasengan into the back of her head. She hit the ground with a grunt of pain. Whoa, 2 Kami-samas? Rias exclaimed, looking thrilled. Yeah, I can do that. I sent him out earlier to look for any familiars. This dragon is a bit too slow to keep up, Naruto explained as Tiamat struggled to her feet. You sneaky trickster. I won't fall for that again, she shouted, only to be caught off guard as the same clone slammed a second Rasengan into her head. Did you think I'd just go away or something? The clone asked, staring incredulously at the groaning dragon. Tiamat swung her tail backward, forcing the clone to dodge and land in a tree. Fine, maybe your trick worked twice, but it won't work a guy. Tiamat was interrupted by another Rasengan hitting her head. I actually sent out a few clones to look for familiars. You should focus more on fighting and less on boasting, Naruto advised as he watched the dragon lying in a crater. Tiamat roared and took to the sky, flapping her wings and glaring down at Naruto. That may have worked more times than I'd like to admit, but now the battle really. A fist slammed into the side of her face, sending her crashing back to the ground. You were looking at my clone. I know we look alike, but come on, Naruto sighed, crouching next to the dragon's face as smoke wafted from his fist. I surrender. You are truly worthy of being my partner, Yukai God. I will become your familiar, Tiamat said, gazing up at Naruto with weary eyes. What? No, we're here for Rias to get a familiar. You'll be hers, Naruto replied, turning his back to the downed dragon and walking back to Rias's group. What? One of the 5 great dragon kings becoming a familiar to a lowly high-class devil? Even worse, one who's just a teenager. You can't be serious. Tiamat exclaimed, staring at Naruto. He clenched his fist, ready for another fight, but the opportunity never came. Wait, listen to me. Rias called, rushing up to the dragon and whispering in her ear. Oh, you'll become his wife? Tiamat asked, intrigued. I have a bad feeling about this, Naruto thought. His first wife? I'll get to fight him whenever I want once you two are married. Tiamat continued, her interest piqued. What's the point in whispering if you're just going to relay everything out loud anyway? Naruto wondered. I do like a good love story, but don't think I'll be convinced so easily, little devil. Tiamat said, crossing her arms. Wait, I'll get early access to all his new manga chapters? You should have said that earlier. You have a deal, new partner. Tiamat declared. And so, Rias Gremory became the first devil to have a dragon king as her familiar. Legends say that the Yukai god's facepalm was heard all around the world. 1 month later. Kami-sama, wake up. It's an emergency. Be prepared for battle. Yasaka shouted, shaking Naruto awake with a panicked expression. Naruto jolted out of bed, stirring the women around him as they awoke. What's going on? Naruto asked seriously, rushing out of bed. I've never seen Yasaka look so afraid. Whoever's here must be a big deal, he thought. I'm not sure why, but Office is in the kitchen. Even with your power, Kami-sama, it'll be a tough fight. Be prepared for the fight of our lives. Yasaka said urgently. Office is here? Kuroka gasped, channeling energy through her body as she readied herself for battle. What? That's all? Naruto asked, staring at Yasaka in disbelief. Kami-sama, I know how powerful you are, but Office is still a dragon god. She won't be an easy opponent. Yasaka exclaimed. Yeah, I know she's strong, but her being here isn't a problem. She's always here, Naruto replied, tilting his head slightly. Thank you for taking this situation seriously, Kami-sama. We must fight for our Wait, what? She's always here? Yasaka asked, her confusion evident. Naruto nodded and stepped out of his bedroom, ignoring the alarmed shouts from the women behind him as they rushed to assist him for the upcoming battle. As Naruto entered the kitchen, he spotted Office sitting at one of the tables, staring blankly at a bowl of rice. Hey, Office-chan, good morning, he greeted her. Good morning, Taro-chan, Office replied in her usual emotionless tone. Naruto walked past her, giving her a gentle pat on the head before starting to prepare his breakfast. Why, you actually know her, Kami-sama? Yasaka asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Yeah, of course. She's been living here for about a year now, Naruto said, looking at Yasaka as if she were missing something obvious. What do you mean? I'd notice if someone so powerful had been here the whole time. Yasaka stammered. I came here to observe the Yukai god. You were not deemed necessary, so I hid myself from your senses. The Yukai god seems to value you highly, so I have decided to reveal myself, Office explained simply. I told you she was here a while ago, but you didn't believe me. You didn't think it was strange that I said, good morning Office every day? Naruto asked. I thought you were speaking to a handmaid. I can't remember most of their names. Yasaka admitted, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. A handmaid with the same name as the Ouroboros dragon god? Naruto replied dryly, watching as Yasaka's face turned bright red. So, she's friendly? Kuroka inquired, just as Chiron entered the kitchen with Konu. Good morning, Kami-sama. Good morning, big sister. Good morning, Office-chan. Good morning everyone else. Chiron greeted cheerfully, taking a seat next to Office, while Konu sat on the other side and offered her a friendly nod. They look like me, so I allowed them to see me a few months ago, Office stated matter-of-factly, as the women exchanged puzzled glances. Kuroka's eyes shifted between Office's petite form and the other girls, before she gave a small nod. All right, welcome to the HM, Office-chan. Kuroka declared, wrapping her arms around Office and playfully pulling her close. Don't call me that, cat. I dislike the balloons on your chest, Ophis replied, her tone still flat. And so, the morning continued with laughter and camaraderie, as Naruto prepared for the challenges ahead, surrounded by his friends. Why is she so happy about this? All I said was that I'd help her study for a test, right? Why do you have so many relationships? Ophis asked, sitting on the edge of Naruto's bed as he dressed. The sleeping figures of Yasaka, Kuroka, Graphia, Kateria, and Venilana were scattered across the bed. Naruto glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. I don't know? I have a lot of energy, I guess, and at least one of them practically jumps at the chance to spend time with me every night, Naruto replied, pulling on his signature orange outfit. Ophis tilted her head at him. Is it enjoyable? Yeah, it's pretty enjoyable. I wasn't fully on board at the beginning, but after getting to know all of them better, it's been fun, Naruto said, walking toward the door. Can we be close like that? Ophis asked blankly. Naruto stumbled slightly at her question, glancing back at the petite girl. What? The big-tit cat said I am a part of your group. You are close with all of them. Why not with me? One of the strongest beings in the world asked him. Would you look at the time? I'm late for my meetup with Seraphol and Azazel. Gotta go! Naruto exclaimed as he hurried toward the door. Is it the size? Is this more to your liking? Ophis asked, and Naruto reluctantly turned around as he was partway out the door. Ophis was still sitting on the bed, but the normally petite girl now had an exaggerated appearance that seemed out of place on her small frame. Talk to Yasaka, Naruto said, his face bright red as he left the room. Yasaka still doesn't trust Ophis, so she'll probably handle this for me, right? Right? He was not right. Hey, Naruto-chan, think you could come to mediate a meeting I have with some devils later? Azazel asked as he and Naruto watched Seraphol swing her golf club, sending the ball rocketing far past the hole she was aiming for. Yeah, I don't mind, Naruto answered as Seraphol walked toward them with a pout on her face. Did you break the club again, Sarah-chan? Yeah. This thing is so flimsy. I should just use my wand instead. Seraphol huffed, holding up the two halves of her broken golf club. It won't break if you don't swing it so hard, you know? These clubs are made for humans, Azazel said as he walked up to take his turn. We can't all be as weak as you, Kishan. Seraphol glared at him as he walked away, then turned to Naruto. Can we get some ramen after this, Naruto-chan? Sure. The usual spot. Naruto replied. The small girl had developed a deep love for ramen, and Naruto had joined her several times for a meal. Yup. Seraphol cheered, making a peace sign at Naruto. She'd found a decent ramen spot, not nearly as good as the one from his world, but it was good enough for now. I'd love to have some good ramen again, but I haven't gotten any quests related to going back home since the Nekasha one. Who are you meeting with, Azazel-chan? Naruto asked as they both watched his ball fly through the air, landing only a few feet from the hole. The Gremory and Citri heiresses. Apparently, a couple of my kind were causing trouble in their new territory, and they wanted to negotiate for their lives. It won't take long, Azazel replied lazily. Rias and Sona? There's no way they'd harm anyone, they're both good people. Naruto said stubbornly as he whacked his golf ball, sending it flying toward the hole. It landed a foot or two in front of Azazel's, being a bit closer to the hole. Yeah, I've heard. I would have been more worried about the negotiation if you hadn't told me how awesome and cool Rias was for showing you good anime. Azazel snickered, and Naruto blushed slightly. Hole in one. Seraphol shouted as she grabbed a ball and threw it, the ball rocketing toward the hole and landing perfectly inside. That's cheating. Azazel shouted. Nah, there's no rule saying I have to use a club. There definitely is. Nope, never seen it. It's right here in the rule book. Sorry, I can't read human. You devils can read every language. Nope. Naruto laughed as he watched the two argue. Quest alert. Quest, Canon Survivor. Difficulty, Special. Survive the events that will take place over the next 4 years. Rewards. The opportunity to return home. Failure. Quest alert. Subquest, Chicken Slayer. Difficulty, Easy. Defeat Riser Phoenix. Rewards. Hand in marriage. Affection with? Failure. Lose affection with? Who is Riser Phoenix, and why does everyone dislike him? Naruto stared at the quest screen incredulously. He had just arrived at the ORC clubroom with Azazel and wasn't sure how the quest related to the situation at all or why he'd gain affection with so many people for defeating Riser. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Rias's voice. Narchon, what are you doing here? Rias asked as Naruto walked in behind Azazel. He'll be our moderator for the negotiations. I'm sure you're fine with that, right? Azazel asked, receiving a nod from Rias. Nice to meet you. I'm Azazel, governor of the Grigori. It's a pleasure to meet you, Azazel-san. Rias Gremory sat smoothly behind her desk, her presence commanding the room. I'm Rias Gremory, the partial owner of this territory. I will be negotiating on Sona Citri's behalf today. She gestured to Aquino, who stood by her side. Aquino, please get us some tea. Of course, Rias-sama, Aquino replied professionally before walking into the kitchen. As Rias prepared for the meeting, Azazel settled onto one of the two couches in the room, a hint of irritation in his voice. Relegating me to sit on a couch during our negotiations? Are you mocking me, Gremerson? Only as much as you were by letting your subordinates run free in my territory. Listen, Rias countered evenly. The air between them grew tense as their eyes locked, each radiating a serious and intimidating aura. Naruto, sitting on the opposite couch, looked incredulously between them. Why are you guys doing this? You don't like stuffy official meetings, Azazel, and you know he had no part in the fallen being here, Rias. The tension dissipated as Azazel sighed. Yeah, you're right, but I have to maintain my image as the governor of the Grigori. We're supposed to be negotiating here, Naruto. Exactly. We're from enemy factions, Naruto. We can't be all buddy-buddy. Rias exclaimed, her intimidating aura fading. Oh, my bad. I knew that. I was just trying to mend the factions' relationship. Naruto said, trying to save face. Of course, as expected from you. We were the fools for not realizing we were being counterproductive, Rias acknowledged with a nod. Yup, it's obvious now. Someone as cool and capable as you would never be unaware of negotiation etiquette, Azazel added, giving Naruto an appreciative nod. Naruto couldn't help but wonder why they were calling him Kami again. He nodded, ignoring Aquino's soft laugh as she re-entered the room, her demeanor an enigma to him. Now, as for the fallen. They killed a student in my territory and kidnapped a nun. The student was also the new Red Dragon Emperor. I expect some reparations, Rias stated firmly, looking at Azazel. Oh, that is quite a big deal. I was unaware that the Red Dragon Emperor was residing in your territory. I assume you were planning to bring him into your peerage. Azazel inquired. Luckily for you, I wasn't. He was quite the troublemaker, and there was no way I could reincarnate someone like him into my peerage. The only one allowed to admire my body so openly is Kami, Rias said matter-of-factly. Naruto felt a bit flustered at being brought into the conversation. Of course, Azazel nodded sagely, acknowledging the situation. How did you do that? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. Do what? Ophis replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Grow those. Naruto pointed, watching as Chiron poked at Ophis's noticeably larger figure. Did they get even bigger? He asked, still staring. Yes. I had to beat her, Ophis answered matter-of-factly. Show me how. Chiron whined, continuing her poking. You can touch them now if you want, Ophis said, noticing Naruto's gaze. Hey, not in front of Konu. Naruto quickly covered Konu's eyes, who sat beside him. Actually, I'm not that young anymore. I have 9 tails, so I'm probably around 1,000 years old, Konu chimed in helpfully. Shush, young Konu. Now is not the time, Naruto replied, trying to focus. Nerchanen. A voice whined from behind him, and suddenly, a weight landed on his head. Yeah, Venelana? He asked, glancing up to see her. Are you replacing me? She pouted, her expression serious. Huh. The new girl. We already have 3 and now you're bringing in another, she exclaimed. Who's the new girl? Naruto asked, continuing to munch on his waffle. The Fallen. Venelana replied. She's just here because Azazel's making me watch them, Naruto said, shrugging. Then why is she wearing that? Venelana pointed out. Naruto looked over at Calawarner and Rainier, who were cooking breakfast in maid outfits that left little to the imagination. Because they won't take it off, he sighed. When the Fallen showed up in those outfits, I tried to make them wear something normal, but it didn't work. Why not? Just tell them to change, Kunu suggested. Calawarner, Rainier? Naruto called. Yes, Kami-sama, they replied in unison. Can you two change into something more normal? He waited, but nothing happened. This uniform was part of the negotiations between Azazel-sama and Ria-sama, Calawarner explained. See, Naruto said, turning back to Venelana. Fine. Just don't forget who the best him is, Venelana huffed, puffing out her chest. She doesn't even have a kid. Wait, do you? Naruto asked Calawarner. Nope. You can change that though if you want. She winked, but he ignored it. See, Venelana said triumphantly. Naruto, Venelana said, her tone suddenly serious. Through my years of living, I've learned many things. Remember this. It is not the child that makes the MLF. It is the MLF that makes the child. What does that even mean? Naruto asked, bewildered. Venelana didn't respond as she left the room. Kami-sama, look what we made you. Rainier shouted, rushing over with a giant pot. What now? Naruto muttered, eyeing the pot filled with noodles. Ramen? Your favorite. Rainier beamed, Calawarner peeking over her shoulder. I've read every manga chapter. I know what you like, she added. She set the pot down and handed Naruto a fork. He stared at it, then slowly wrapped the noodles around the fork and lifted it to his mouth. The room watched in anticipation. He chewed thoughtfully, then took another bite. Hurry up. Chiron's running out of air. Kunu yelled, pointing at Chiron, whose face was turning blue. It's good, Naruto finally said, really good. It wasn't quite like the ramen back home, but it was better than what he'd had recently. He looked up at Rainier. I love you. Rainier blushed, taken aback. Hey, I helped make it. Calawarner added, and Naruto nodded. You can stay here as long as you want. Just keep making this ramen. With that, he finished the rest of the ramen in a matter of seconds. More? He asked eagerly. Well, if you want more. Rainier teased, playfully adjusting her stance. Maybe you should show us how much you liked it. And so, Naruto's HRM expanded. The next day. Finally. Naruto groaned, dragging his feet as he stepped out of his bedroom. After the ramen incident during breakfast yesterday, he had spent over 24 hours in his room. I didn't know my legs could feel this sore, he sighed, closing the door behind him. Oh, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. He heard a familiar voice and turned to see Surzex sitting at his kitchen table. I've been wanting to take my training to the next level, so let's spar together today, best Friday? No, Naruto replied flatly, walking past him toward the door. He wasn't in the mood for a sparring match. What? Why not? Surzex whined. Busy today, Naruto said, trying to think of an excuse. Huh? Where are you going? Your calendar is clear for today, Naruto-chan. Yasaka said cheerfully as she stepped out from his room, holding up a calendar marked with red X's. I'm not actually that busy, she just marks off all the fun days, he thought to himself. Yasaka-sama, you need to put on clothes if another man is here. Rainier shouted from his bedroom. It's fine, you're new here, but Surzex joins us to watch Kami-sama all the time, Yasaka said casually. Enough of that. Naruto interrupted, quickly closing his bedroom door. He turned back to Surzex. Anyway, I need to go to the gym. I'm headed to the gym, he said, grasping for an excuse. But why would you go to the gym? You're already powerful. Kunu asked, peeking into the fridge. It's for my best friend. He wants to go to the gym, so I'm going to help him train, Naruto nodded, feeling pleased with his quick thinking. Wait, I thought we were best friends. Surzex pouted. No, that's a one-way street, Naruto replied, smirking as he made his way out. I'm your best friend, but you're not mine. But you don't have a best friend, Naruto. Yasaka interjected, pushing open his bedroom door with a puzzled expression. If you did, I'd know about it. I'd have already launched an investigation into them. Naruto felt a pang of frustration at Yasaka's overprotectiveness. No, I do. They're named Greg. For some reason, Greg was the only name that came to mind. Oh, him. Yasaka pointed at the Yukai guard who always stood near Naruto. It was a little unsettling, but Naruto couldn't help but remember how he had jokingly named him Greg a while back. That Greg? Naruto affirmed. Kami-sama, I don't go to the gym, Greg started to say. Shush, Greg. You love the gym. Naruto interrupted. No I don't. And I don't think I can be best friends with someone as important as you, Greg attempted to correct him. No, Greg. You're my best friend, and you love going to the gym, right? Naruto insisted. I don't think I do. Greg, you and I are best friends. Longtime best friends. For our whole lives. And you absolutely love going to the gym. Naruto exclaimed, looking a bit frantic as he tried to convince Greg. Greg blinked, his mind flashing back to when he was the new kid at school. His father had just gotten a new job, and they had to move. He felt lonely as none of the other kids wanted to sit with him. They didn't like that he was a giant talking bird. He glanced down at his worm salad with a sigh. Hey man, you alright? A blonde-haired boy asked, standing in front of him. He had spiky hair and whiskers that Greg would never forget. Why are you sitting alone? The boy inquired. Well, no one wants to sit with me. Because I'm a bird and all, Greg replied. Really? What just? The boy scoffed, taking a seat next to him. Who cares if you're a bird? I think birds are awesome. Are really? You do? Greg asked, eyes wide with surprise. Yup. Thanks. Greg blushed, happy to have made a friend. Hey, you know what'll show those JRKs? The boy asked. What? Getting huge. When you have muscles, everyone respects you. They'll be so jealous. Are really? They will be. Up. Let's hit the gym after school. From that day on, they became best friends. Greg shared his worm salad with Naruto at every lunch. They joined their school weightlifting team and became national champions, proving the bullies wrong. Greg would always hold a special place in his heart for Naruto and for hitting the gym. You're right, Naruto, Greg said, turning to open the door behind him. I almost forgot it was time already. Greg couldn't believe he almost missed their gym time. They had gone every day for the past decade at exactly 7:47 in the morning. Told ya. See you guys later. Naruto said cheerfully as he walked through the door with Greg. 5 minutes later, Naruto realized that Greg was determined to go to the gym. He would complain that they had to go, they hadn't missed a session in over a decade. So, Naruto decided that spending time with friends was more appealing even with his sore legs, and headed back home. Greg went to the gym alone. Naru, Seraphol said, looking him straight in the eyes, her usual playful demeanor gone. I have a very important question. Naruto blinked, glancing back at her. And this is where you want to ask it? They stood in the middle of a mini-golf course while families played around them. Yes. Seraphol puffed out her cheeks, then her expression turned serious. Have you ever played chess? Chess. Naruto replied. Never heard of it. Good. Seraphol nodded, raising a hand to her mouth as she nervously nibbled on her fingernail. Never play it, Naru. Oh, it's a game? Is it fun? Naruto asked, intrigued. Maybe I'll ask Yasaka about trying. And are you? Seraphol stepped forward, grabbing both sides of his head and staring intently into his eyes. You must promise me. Naru. What? Naruto asked, feeling his cheeks squish together. With our friendship on the line, Naru, you must promise that you will never play chess. Seraphol insisted, her eyes shadowed with seriousness. That's sure. Good. Seraphol sighed in relief, smiling brightly as she swung her miniature golf club. The ball launched upward, soaring over the hole and the gates surrounding the mini-golf course, disappearing into the sky. Oops. Naruto Uzumaki. Yukai God. LVL, 505. STR, 762. Dex, 725. Con, 540. Int, 215. Wis, 750. Cha, 999. Skills, none. Perks, martial arts, you're a wizard, Naruto, ladies man, God's luck. Debuffs, confusion, bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, reborn with the power of the gamer system. Why am I here again? Naruto asked, staring at the red-haired girl in front of him. You said you'd help me, Rias responded simply, sitting behind her desk in the ORC clubroom. I said I'd help you study for a test. Naruto looked around in confusion at the other people in the room. Is this a study group or something? The room consisted of Rias and her peerage, which included Kiba Yudo, Akino Himejima, and Asia Argento, the last of whom was still staring in awe at Naruto. Next to Rias stood Graphia, who was trying her best to remain stoic despite Naruto's unexpected arrival. Don't worry, Naruto-chan, I understood what you meant completely. It could cause problems with our factions if you publicly went against the Phoenix family, but coincidentally meeting Riser while helping me study would make the conflict personal with Riser rather than going against the Phoenix family, Rias explained, showcasing her high intellect. It's flattering that you think I'm smart enough to think of that, Naruto thought. Yeah, I totally know what you're talking about, but you should explain it to make sure she knows what's going on, Naruto said, gesturing to Asia. Oh, that's all right, I already told her all about it, Rias said. No, you didn't, Naruto replied. Rias blinked. Yeah, you're right, I didn't. Sorry, Asia, I guess I forgot to tell you. You told me yes. No, she didn't, Naruto interrupted. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Yokai-sama, Asia said, looking up at him with grateful eyes. Kiba and Graphia nodded along with her statement, but Akino just giggled softly as she stood to the other side of Rias from Graphia. So, Asia, what's happening now is that my fiancé, Riser Phoenix, will be arriving shortly to discuss the terms of our rating game. If we win the rating game, then my marriage contract with him will be voided, but he's never lost a rating game he didn't throw on purpose, Rias explained. So, we would lose and I'd be forced to marry Riser. Since I'm a member of Naruto-chan's Harem, obviously that can't happen, so Naruto-chan is gonna put a stop to it. Naruto blinked. Oh, that's a great plan. You're so kind, Kami-sama. Asia cheered, looking up at him with her big green eyes. Rias-chan, you know you're not a part of my Harem, right? Naruto replied, deadpan. Of course, Naruto-chan, Rias nodded, a small smile on her face. I'm sorry for getting ahead of myself. I meant a future Harem member. Wait, don't you? Naruto was cut off as a bright light filled the room, a magic circle appearing on the ground. Out of the circle came a decently tall and muscular man with blonde hair, wearing a casual red jacket over a white undershirt. Why is he here? Riser asked, glaring at Naruto instantly before he even greeted his fiancée. Kami-sama is just here helping me study, Riser. Rias shouted, glaring at Riser. Stop staring at him like that. You. Riser glared even harder at Naruto. Riser can't believe you're here, you BSRD. Riser will never forgive you. Huh? Naruto asked, confused. Have we even met before? Oh, don't act like you don't know Riser, Yukai God. Riser shouted, pointing at Naruto. You ruined Riser's life. I literally didn't know you existed until today, Naruto replied. Don't play dumb, you BSRD. Riser will never forgive you. Riser shouted, a flame forming on his hand as he glared at Naruto. Graphia casually flicked her hand from the corner of the room, encasing Riser's arm in ice. The sudden weight made him drop to his knees. What the hell? Riser yelled, and Naruto looked over at Graphia with a raised eyebrow. She blushed, not meeting his eyes. Don't threaten Naru, Kami-sa, the Yukai God. Graphia stuttered, flustered. I'm just making sure our factions' relationships stay friendly. Good work, Graphia. You should just take care of him now. Rias huffed, crossing her arms. Oni-chan would understand. It's for the good of the faction. Grafia paused, staring at Riser, then looked up at Naruto with a hesitant expression. She tilted her head, making a chopping motion across her neck. Is she seriously asking me for permission? Naruto quickly shook his head, and Grafia nodded. You can't just take someone out because they're rude, Ria-sama, Grafia said, trying to maintain her dignity. Riser-sama is an heir to the Phoenix clan and a valuable member of Devil Kind. She cracked one of her eyes open, looking at Naruto again for approval. Naruto sighed, looking back at Riser. Seriously, I don't even know you, man. Why are you so angry? Acting dumb again, huh? Riser yelled, glaring down at his ice-encased arm. He grunted, his face becoming red as he glared. Why is he just staring at his arm like that? Riser's face turned even redder as he continued glaring down at his arm. The room was silent, everyone watching him. Is something supposed to happen? Riser huffed, his breathing ragged as he continued glaring. Oh, you're trying to break out. Naruto nodded. Grafia, you can let him go. He's too weak to hurt me. Grafia nodded, swiping her hand as the ice on Riser's arm disappeared. Riser pushed himself up, nodding gratefully at Naruto. Thanks, that ice just wooden. You be a sturdy. Riser yelled, pointing at him again. Riser would never thank you. Does anyone know why he's so mad? Naruto asked. Rias's peerage all shrugged simultaneously. Did they rehearse that? Still playing dumb, huh? Riser shouted, glaring at him. Riser knows what you're doing. Trying to make Riser talk about all the times you've humiliated me in front of Riser's own fiancée. Riser was adamant. Riser won't fall for it. Okay, I guess if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. But, Riser interrupted, if Riser were to talk about it, he would tell you about everything you did to bring out all his deep-seated trauma. Riser continued, his fists clenched. Riser's life was perfect. The heir to a noble devil clan. Huge muscles. Powerful flame magic. Long blonde hair. Riser was the most handsome blonde devil in the whole underworld. The world loved Riser. Do you have to keep talking in third person? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Weiss. Anyway, then you showed up. Riser's frustration escalated as he pulled at his hair. You had even bigger muscles. Even stronger magic. Even blonder hair. Riser was no longer the most handsome blonde devil in the underworld. I feel like that's just not true. I'm not a devil and I don't live in the underworld, Naruto replied dryly, but Riser continued his rant, ignoring him. Then, you have a best-selling manga. Riser shouted, staring down at his clenched fist. Riser always wanted a manga about his life to be written, but Riser couldn't commission one because he was too ashamed of being a huge fan. That's also just not my fault, Naruto said, trying to keep his composure. And then, as if that wasn't enough, Riser fell to his knees, clenching his fist as a single tear rolled down his cheek. You stole my dream. Naruto stared as Riser wiped the tears from his face. Wait, I probably didn't do that either, he said, shaking his head. How did I steal your dream? Riser's dream. Riser slammed his fist into the floor, more tears dripping down his face. That was to have a HM. How could I possibly be stopping you from doing that? Naruto asked, exasperated. You look and tell Riser, you darn be. Riser shouted, gesturing to the couch. Naruto stared, confused. The couch? He asked. Wait a second for Riser to finish. Riser said hastily, swiping his hand. A large magic circle appeared behind the couch, and a massive group of women, all dressed differently, appeared. I don't get it, Naruto sighed. This is my this is Riser's HM. Riser exclaimed. So, you reached your dream? Good for you, I guess. Naruto said, still confused as he stared at the group of women. Do they look familiar to you, Bisudi? Riser shouted again. No. Naruto replied, questioning himself as Riser seemed so confident. They're your HM, but worse. Riser sighed, slumping down again. That's mean, Naruto said, looking over at the collection of women again. It also doesn't make sense. Riser had his dream HRM planned out. A girl to fit every need. A perfect HM. Riser wailed, slamming his fist into the floor again. And then, you be asserty. You got Riser's HRM, but better. Yeah, I totally get ya, man, Naruto said, gesturing to Kiba. But you should explain it to him. Thank you for looking out for me, Yokai-sama, Kiba nodded. I actually don't understand the situation at all. I'll explain for you, Yukuen, Rias said, standing up from her desk as she walked up to the group of women. She gestured to the first one, who had long purple hair. The Mamidami Dinarx hybrid, she explained, then pointed at Akino. Akino, as a future HRM member, is the same type, but has bigger attributes and is an all-around more appealing version. She then pointed to the twin catgirls. Next, the catgirl type. Real Nikomadas are rare to find, so having not only two, but those two being sisters, is impressive. Then she dramatically pointed at Kiba. However, they are both lacking in the appealing department. Their bodies are stiff, and compared to that, Naruto-chan has Kuroka and Chiron, who are both even rarer. Naruto watched, bewildered, as Rias continued to explain. Kuroka fills the CC1E-sen category, while Chiron fills the little sister role. They are undoubtedly more desirable than Riser's pair. Rias moved on. Next, Kiba is the maid type. She gestured to two girls in maid outfits. It's difficult to find an authentic one, so Riser just put these two into maid outfits. Compared to Graphia, who is a real maid for a Mao, they are lacking. Okay, we don't have to do this, Naruto sighed. What Kiba's thinking right now is that this totally isn't true. Like, look at these two. He gestured to two short, petite, identical-looking girls. Ah, Chiron and Ophis, both future HRM members, Rias shot him down. What about her? Naruto pointed to the half-masked woman. Ah, brawler type. Chiron will also fill that spot. Her? She's just a dancer. Naruto gestured to a silver-haired girl in an exotic outfit. Ah, that's actually me. Rias said, blushing slightly. There's a lot of bratty princess types out there, so I started learning how to belly dance to be more unique. Her? Naruto sighed, gesturing to a girl in a kimono. The Japanese girl type. Akino's a shrine maiden. Naruto didn't even speak, pointing at Ravel, the blonde girl with a drill haircut. Ah, that's the bratty princess type. Rias concluded. Naruto glanced around the room, noticing the two girls standing confidently with swords at their sides. I don't have any knights, he exclaimed, pointing at them. Rias nodded thoughtfully. That's true, Kiba. Once I officially join Naruto-chan's HM, I'll make it a priority to find girls who can fill that role. It was my oversight to reincarnate a male knight. No offense, Kiba. I'm sure someone will appear eventually. Perhaps they'll even have blue hair. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That's a strangely specific detail. Kiba chimed in. Naruto has some roles that Riser can't fulfill, like Amalif, mother-daughter, villain, faction ruler, and... Enough! Riser interrupted, standing up and pointing an accusing finger at Naruto. Riser can't endure this humiliation any longer. Riser has decided to challenge you. If Riser wins, he will take your HRM, including Rias. But if you win, you can take Riser's, along with Rias. Naruto leaned over and whispered into Rias's ear, Why am I here again? Rias sat up straight, looking slightly nervous. The Phoenix clan head wanted to meet you, Kami-sama. But is it because I defeated his son? Naruto asked, still in a low voice. Ravel Phoenix, seated across the table, forced a smile and said, We can hear you, Kami-sama. No, you can't, Naruto replied, dismissively. Ravel turned to her mother and continued chatting. And then Oni-chan was like, I'll bet my entire Hello. Naruto waved his hand, trying to get their attention, but they ignored him. And then Kami-sama was like, a real, macho man like myself would never put the lives of those I love on the line for a stupid bet. Ravel continued, causing Lady Phoenix to widen her eyes and give a light clap. Oh wow. That's so cool. Lady Phoenix exclaimed, dressed in a long red gown, adorned with jewelry. I didn't say that, Naruto said flatly. This is how rumors spread. And then Oni-chan was like, you may be 20 times the man I am, Yukai God, but I'm going to take all your women for myself. Ravel continued, scrunching her nose. That does sound like Riser. Lord Phoenix interrupted with a nod. Where did we go wrong, dear? How did our son become such a loser? Naruto sighed, realizing they couldn't hear him. You can hear me now, he said loudly. Ravel's mother looked at him, confused. And why isn't he saying that himself? Kami-sama has to be careful with his words, Dad. Ravel chimed in. He's so powerful that his words alone could cause mayhem. Naruto stared at her, rubbing his eyes. Rias, tell them that isn't true. Excuse me, Lord Phoenix. Rias raised her hand. Kami-sama would like to inform you that the story is being told wrong. Oh, he would. Lord Phoenix asked, looking at Rias. Kami-sama has to be careful, Ravel insisted. He doesn't want to cause an earthquake by accident. Naruto sighed again. Rias, tell them that isn't true. Yes, Kami-sama, Rias replied, turning back to Lord Phoenix. Kami-sama would like to inform you that what Ravel said isn't true. Rias then slammed her hands on the table, looking intensely at Ravel. Do not downplay Kami-sama's power, Ravel Phoenix. I will not stand for it. Sorry. Ravel squeaked, waving her hands in panic. I didn't mean to downplay your power, Kami-sama. Please forgive me. Naruto gestured toward the wall. We're in Kansas. I can't just make a tsunami by talking. Kami-sama would also like to make it known that his power is so great that such a huge tsunami would form that even Kansas would be submerged. Rias continued, her voice rising. Wow, that's amazing. Lady Phoenix said, looking at Naruto with admiration. No, just tell them that this is all an exaggeration, Naruto groaned. And Kami-sama would like to make it known that none of this is an exaggeration, Rias declared, slapping the table again. She turned to Naruto, smiling brightly. I conveyed your messages, Kami-sama. No, you didn't. Lord Phoenix smirked, looking at Naruto with newfound respect. So powerful that his words alone can make natural disasters? And he's using not just a high-class devil, but the heiress of the noble Gremory clan herself as a translator. How impressive! Naruto was bewildered. What is going on? Lady Phoenix looked concerned. Cold? Do you want me to turn down the air conditioner? No. It's a phrase all the kids are using these days. Lord Phoenix explained. It means something is cool. Oh. Lady Phoenix clapped again. Then the Yukai God is indeed very cool. Rias smiled. I could ask Akino to come with a couple of blankets. No. Naruto began, but he was already overwhelmed by the chaos around him. No, I'm fine, Naruto sighed, leaning back in defeat in his small wooden chair. Just ask them why I'm here. Right. Rias turned back to Lord Phoenix, her expression serious. Kami-sama demands to know why you called him here, and why you didn't have blankets ready for such an esteemed guest? When did Rias become so intense? She was usually the most composed among them. Our apologies, Yukai God-sama. Lady Phoenix said, bowing her head. By the way, can I call you Kami-sama? Yukai God sounds so impersonal. Naruto nodded, then wrinkled his nose. Yeah, sure, but I'd like to know your names as well. Just saying Lord or Lady Phoenix is so bland. Got it, Rias nodded with a smile, then turned serious again. Kami-sama says you can, but only if you get on your knees and beg while exclaiming how great he is, she exclaimed dramatically, leaning over the table. And you must join Surzex and Lord Gremory in offering your wife to his Harem, as well as revealing your true names to him. The room fell silent, and Naruto slowly turned his head, his eyes fixed on Rias. She glanced at him, blushed lightly, and then turned back to the Phoenix trio. Kami-sama said that he is feeling gracious today, so you only have to do the last part, she corrected, giving Naruto a thumbs up. Thank you for your generosity, Kami-sama, Lord Phoenix nodded, seemingly unfazed by Rias's earlier demands. But I'm not sure what you mean by true names? Well, your actual names, Rias explained. I don't think I know them either. I just always heard Lord and Lady Phoenix. That's because those are our names, Lord Phoenix responded, looking at her with confusion. Like, their names are literally Lord and Lady? Naruto asked incredulously. Your actual name is Lord? Rias echoed, tilting her head at him. His is. Lady Phoenix responded with a bright smile. And I'm Lady. Naruto stared at her, then sighed. Yeah. I can't be surprised at this point. Just make sure they know I wasn't trying to be rude by asking. Kami-sama says that he knew that all along as he knows everything, but that he asked to tease you. Rias said, leaning over the table again. Take shame in your strange names, he says. In return for having such strange names, Kami-sama says you should give your wife up to join his Harem. Naruto poked her side, and she blushed as she continued, ignore that last part. Mocking me in my own home? Lord Phoenix raised an eyebrow as he stared at Naruto. If it were anyone else, I'd be going at their throat. But when Kami-sama does it, it's so cold. Cold? Should I turn down the air for him, dear? Lady Phoenix asked, looking over at Lord Phoenix. No, remember what I said a minute ago? About how the kids are all saying it. Lord Phoenix clarified. You guys are so embarrassing. Ravel whined, blushing as she looked down. Stop being so lame in front of Kami-sama. Oh right, I just wish they wouldn't use such confusing slang. Lady Phoenix sighed, staring down at the table. Just tell them to get to the point. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Right? Kami-sama demands. Rias cut herself off as Naruto poked her side again. I mean, Kami-sama would like to know the point of this meeting. Oh right. Ravel perked up, looking back at Naruto. It's actually about the marriage contract. I'm well aware that Kami-sama defeated Riser with the marriage contract on the line, but... Lord Phoenix shifted in his seat, sitting up straight. Riser was not the one who made the contract. I was. He had no right to bet the contract on anything. That's unreasonable. Why would you be able to force your son into a marriage? He's his own person, and Rias is her own person, so... Kami-sama is very upset with you. Rias shouted, interrupting him as she slammed her hands onto the table. He says that the contract is his now and that I'll be his bride. He says that my virginity belongs to him, and only him. For even suggesting that you have any ownership over his contract is ridiculous, and you must apologize on your hands and knees, while also offering your whiff. Why do you keep saying that? Naruto groaned as he poked her in the side, and Rias sat down again with a huff, glaring at Lord Phoenix. Kami-sama is gracious enough to not humiliate you today, so you can forget about the hands and knees stuff, but you still need to offer your wife to his Ahem, you can ignore the humiliation stuff, but he's not giving up the contract. Rias said, slamming her hand on the table again with a glare. Of course, I would never want to go against you, Kami-sama, Lord Phoenix clarified. Riser lost fair and square, so that's no problem to me. It's just... There was supposed to be a rating game, and we spent a lot of money on setting up the arena and selling tickets. Lady Phoenix continued, blushing slightly. A lot. And we'd lose even more if we had to refund everyone. On top of that, Phoenix Tears sales are way down. Right, because everyone is so busy reading Kami-sama's manga and following in his footsteps that they have no time for fighting. Rias finished, nodding sagely. So, there's not much need for them anymore. I'm glad we're on the same page, Kami-sama. Lord Phoenix nodded, not even looking at Rias as he took her words as his. So, we'd like to still hold the rating game. And if you'd participate, Kami-sama, then the profits would be huge. So, let's negotiate a rating game contract. Lady Phoenix beamed, golf clapping again. Honestly, I don't care about some rating game. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. You can't force Rias to marry your son, and I'll stand against you if you try. Kami-sama says that we can start negotiations now. Rias said with a serious look. Then she raised her hand and half-cupped her mouth as she looked over at Naruto. Don't worry, Kami-sama, I'm a really good negotiator. There's nothing to negotiate, I'm not fighting in some raiding game. Naruto replied flatly. First, Rias continued, leaning forward. The matter of Riser's peerage. Kami-sama won them fair and square, and yet Riser's been hoarding them and refusing to send them to Kami-sama's house. Actually, they showed up the other day, and I sent them away, Naruto replied flatly. You can't just bet people. I'm not taking them in. Thank you for the help, but even I knew that much, Kami-sama. Rias whispered, covering her mouth with her hand. Yasaka's working on expanding your bedroom so you have enough room for them, but the Phoenix family doesn't know that. This is the Gremory clan's negotiations specialty. Oh, that's actually a pretty good tactic. Wait, she's doing what to my bedroom? That is agreeable, Kami-sama, Lord Phoenix nodded. I apologize for our son's behavior. I will ensure that his peerage is sent to Kyoto when you win the raiding game. Naruto stood in an observer room, filled with friends and allies, ready for the raiding game. Graphia, the acting referee, straightened her posture and informed him that the game would begin shortly. Rias cheered from the couch, adorned in merchandise celebrating Naruto as the Yukai god, while Yasaka expressed her excitement about the potential boost in manga sales. As the anticipation built, Graphia reported that the viewer count was rapidly rising, and Naruto felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was not fond of waiting, and just as he expressed his reluctance, Graphia announced that the game would start immediately. In an instant, Naruto found himself in a recreated version of the Occult Research Clubroom, the battleground chosen for the match against Riser Phoenix. He had hoped for a different location, but the decision had been made for him. As he stepped out into the courtyard, Graphia's voice echoed, announcing the start of the game and outlining the rules. The first debuff was introduced. Riser's team had to remain still for 10 seconds, while Naruto's team had to remove their armor for the duration of the game. To his dismay, Graphia clarified that even his shirt counted as armor. With a sigh, Naruto complied, unzipping his jumpsuit and revealing his bare chest. The reactions from the audience were immediate and enthusiastic, causing him to roll his eyes at the absurdity of the situation. Determined to find Riser quickly, Naruto began searching the school grounds. He soon encountered Yubaluna, a member of Riser's peerage, who greeted him casually. Naruto, eager to finish the match, prepared for a quick confrontation. Just as he was about to make his move, Graphia's voice announced that the second debuff would be applied, leaving Naruto bewildered at the rapid passage of time. He glanced at Yubaluna, questioning the strange circumstances surrounding the game. As the tension mounted, Naruto steeled himself for the challenges ahead, ready to face whatever came next in this unusual battle. Each member of both teams will be given an item that they must fight with for the duration of the raiding game. Graphia announced. Naruto blinked as the air in front of him lit up, revealing a long metal pole. A metal rod? I know I'm a hand-to-hand type of guy, but this doesn't feel like a debuff, he thought. For what it's worth, I apologize in advance, Yubaluna said suddenly, bowing slightly toward him. Huh, Naruto muttered, noticing the item in her hand, a bottle of oil. Oil? I specialize in explosive magic, so flammable oil would make my attacks more effective, Yubaluna explained, her eye twitching slightly as she avoided his gaze. That makes sense, but something about how she said it makes me feel uneasy. Whatever, let's get this over with. Naruto held up the metal pole, and in response, Yubaluna ripped the cap off the oil bottle and flung her arms forward, launching a stream of oil at him. Naruto casually stepped to the side, letting the oil fly past him as he dashed forward. A second later, the pole slammed into her neck, and she disappeared in a flash of light. Riser Phoenix's queen has retired, Graphia's voice echoed. Naruto looked around suspiciously, his instincts telling him something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. He found out quickly. Sneak attack. One of the petite cat girls in Riser's peerage held a bottle of oil and threw it at him. Second sneak attack. The other cat girl shouted, and Naruto had to step aside again to avoid more oil. Why do they all have oil? Do you use explosion magic too? He asked, tilting his head. Yeah. Lee replied, looking unsure. Just then, a woman in a Chinese robe jumped off the school roof, launching more oil at him. Naruto swiped the metal rod forward, creating a blast of wind that stopped the oil in its tracks. "We need more, Grafia," Shualon shouted, holding up her empty bottle. "Got it." Grafia responded from the magic circle, and suddenly a pile of oil bottles appeared next to her. "I knew something was wrong," Naruto muttered, still unsure why Grafia was supplying his opponents with oil. "Get him, girls." Riser's piece, Isabella, came running over with her arms full of bottles. "Yes. He can't dodge us all." And I shouted. "He could dodge them all. What is going on?" Naruto wondered, the ground around him becoming slippery with puddles of oil. He easily danced between the attacks, the girls far too slow to land a hit. "Give them more, Grafia." "Wait, actually, just summon a whole lake above him." Ria's muffled voice came from the magic circle, growing louder as she approached Grafia. "Ria-sama, we need it to be believable." Grafia replied. "I don't care. We put in all this effort, and it'll all be for nothing if we don't see Naruto-chan all oiled up." Rias exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. "Think about it, Grafia. His muscles will look so impressive." There was a rustling noise as Rias finished, shaking Grafia's shoulders. His muscles." Grafia murmured, clearly wavering. "All right, I get what's going on now," Naruto groaned. His eyes narrowed, and a second later, all four of the girls throwing oil at him were knocked out as he finally got serious. "I know you guys are crazy, but this is a whole different level. Holding a rating game with millions of viewers just so you can watch me fight with oil all over me." Naruto shouted up, pointing accusingly at the magic circle. "Did I think he's on to us, Grafia? You think? Just turn off the communication circle." "Grafia, we need to have a long talk about this," Naruto said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "This is too far." "Oh, he's angry. This is what we wanted though, now he'll." "It's still on," Grafia shouted, silencing Rias. It was silent for a moment, then she cleared her throat. "4 of Riser's pieces have retired." "I'm not just going to act like that didn't happen," Naruto said flatly, but the magic circle disappeared in response. "Do I still have to use this pole?" he muttered, staring at the long metal rod in his hand. "Why did they even give me this?" The magic circle reappeared, rustling as Grafia tried to hold Rias back. "We were going to make you pole dance, Naruto-chan." Why are you telling him? How else would he find out? The angrier he is, the more entertaining it will be. The magic circle vanished as Grafia covered Rias's mouth. Naruto stared up at the sky, a headache forming. "I'm not sorry anymore, Kakashi. This is worse. I was an angel compared to them. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can go get a bowl of ramen," Naruto decided, determined to end this. He sprinted through the school, searching for Riser. The bathrooms? Nope, just a maid holding a bottle of oil. The gymnasium? Nope, 2 girls wielding chainsaws and a stack of oil bottles. Empty classrooms? Nope, just another maid and a knight with oil. The track? Nope, another knight tossing bottles of oil into the air and slicing through them in an attempt to douse him. After checking every place he could think of, Naruto was left with one room, the student council room. "He has to be here," he nodded to himself, opening the door. Instead of Riser, a woman in a small black bikini stood on the table, belly dancing and covered in oil. "Oh, Yukai God, how funny to meet you." Naruto slammed the door in her face. He walked over to the school windows, shattering one with his hand. Leaning out, he yelled up to the sky. "Yo, I've looked everywhere." Naruto shouted. "Just tell me where he is, Grafia, or you're banned from the house for a week." The magic circle appeared instantly. "He's in the student council room, Kami-sama." Naruto looked around, feeling a mix of determination and frustration. "I just looked there," he said flatly. "He's in there, Naruto-chan, but you have to get past our last line of defense to reach him." Rias called out, her voice filled with encouragement. "Are you serious?" he replied, disbelief evident in his tone. You got this, Kami-sama? Yasaka's voice chimed in, muffled but supportive from the circle. Go, Kami-sama. Asia squeaked, her enthusiasm barely audible from the couch. Does he like belly dancers? Ophis asked, her voice as emotionless as ever. Naruto sighed, wondering if he had ever been this bad. He turned and walked back to the student council room, opening the door to find Shuriya waiting. Ah, we meet again, Yukai God, she exclaimed, her movements exaggerated as she smiled at him. You seem tired, how about you take a break and just watch my hips? Before she could finish, a flash of light knocked her out of the game. I'm so not in the mood for this, Naruto muttered, feeling exasperated. He scanned the room but didn't see Riser anywhere. Did they lie to me? He wondered aloud, his frustration growing. And no, Kami-sama, he's in the closet. Grayfia's voice echoed. Naruto approached the small closet, opened the door, and was met with a surprising sight. Instead of Riser, there was a giant pillow with a blurry picture of Riser's face taped to it. That I'm actually getting annoyed now, he said, shaking his head. In an instant, a magic circle appeared beneath him, and he found himself back in the observing room. Good job, Naruto-chan. Rias cheered, launching herself at him for a hug. He sidestepped, letting her fall to the floor. What was that? He asked, bewildered. The practice rating game? She answered hesitantly. That wasn't even the real rating game? Of course not. Rainier interjected from the couch. If these devils tried to showcase Kami-sama's body so openly to an audience of millions, I'd stop at nothing to end them. Why yeah, we'd never really do that to you, Naruto-chan. Rias added, her smile bright but not reassuring. So, what's that? Naruto pointed to the streaming circle floating next to Grayfia. Just a personal recording for us, Kami-sama, Grayfia replied, seemingly unaware of the issue. So, let me get this straight, Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. You held a fake rating game so you could watch me run around shirtless? You brought everyone here for that. With oil on your muscles. Chiron chimed in cheerfully. Oh, and it was quite the show, Naruto-chan. Yasaka giggled, clapping her hands. We did, and I'm sure you're furious about that, Kami-sama. Rias said, reaching down as if to lift her skirt. I'm sure you need to take out all that anger on someone. Naruto sighed, turning away and heading for the door. You're all banned from the house for a week. What? The real rating game is tomorrow, Naruto-chan. Rias whined as he shut the door behind him. It took a whole night of convincing for Naruto to agree to compete in the real rating game. When the day came, it didn't even last a minute. Rias and Grayfia eventually faced their own consequences for the previous night's antics. Naruto Uzumaki, Yukai God, LVL, 505, STR, 762, Dex, 725, Con, 540, Int, 215, Whis, 750, Cha, 999. Skills, none. Perks, martial arts, you're a wizard, Naruto, ladies man, God's luck. Debuffs, confusion, bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, who has been reborn with the power of the gamer system. Talking. Congratulations, Yukai God-sama. Yo, thanks. Congratulations, Kami-sama. Yup, thanks. Congratulations, Yukai God-sama. You lucky guy. Thanks. Congratulations, Yukai God. It should have been me. Thanks. Naruto replied to yet another nameless devil of the day. You're quite popular, Naruto-chan. Surzex chuckled beside him. They stood casually in a grand hall adorned with towering pillars and elegant tables. Congratulations, Yukai God-sama. Another male devil called out as he passed by. Thanks. Naruto trailed off, waiting for the man to walk away before he spoke again. Do I really need to do this? This is so. Not me. It's customary for the groom to greet the guests, Surzex said, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, there's only another 77,000 more until we're finished. Naruto slowly turned his head, the sound of metal creaking as he did so. Did you say 70,000? Yup. Surzex nodded happily. Most engagement parties for noble heirs will have a couple of thousand guests, but since you're here, there are a bit more than usual. A bit? Naruto deadpanned. He promptly turned around and started walking away. Where are you going? Surzex called after him, concerned. Just to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute, Naruto waved back lazily. He hurried down one of the many long hallways in the mansion and flashed a hand sign. In front of him, a shadow clone wearing a bright orange tuxedo appeared. You're me, so you already know what to do, right? Naruto asked. The shadow clone looked at him with a pleading expression. I know. But why me? Because if it wasn't you, then it'd be me, and I'm not standing there to greet the next 70,000 people, Naruto replied, giving the clone a light pat on the shoulder. Kill me. The shadow clone said bluntly. Nope. Good luck. Come on. Pick someone else. The clone whined, I'll do the next one. See ya, Naruto said, pushing the clone back toward Surzex. The shadow clone dragged his feet as he walked back, not looking forward to the next few hours. Naruto-chan. Rias called out as he entered the room. He had quickly escaped the crowded entrance hall filled with thousands of guests, opting for a smaller room meant for young devils. Yo! Naruto replied, taking in the sight of Rias. He would never admit it, but she looked stunning in her long white wedding dress. Standing behind her was her peerage, along with another woman and her peerage. Oh, have you met Sona yet, Naruto-chan? Rias asked, gesturing to the dark-haired woman. Citri? Naruto hummed, looking over at her. Not yet, but I might as well have. Seraphol never stops talking about you. Ugh, Sona puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Wani-chan can be so annoying sometimes. She's also told me all about you, Yukai Godsen. It's nice to meet you. She extended her hand, and Naruto shook it lightly. Naruto is fine. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing fine, Yukai Godsen, Sona nodded. And no, I mean, you can just call me Naruto. That is very kind of you, Yukai Godsen, Sona said, an appreciative look on her face. I'll call you sometime. No, not literally call me. You can say Naruto instead of Yukai God when you talk to me, Naruto tried to explain. I would never be so casual with my best friend's fiancé, Yukai Godsen, Sona said, nodding at him. You have no need to worry about me talking to you informally. Whatever, Naruto sighed, his eye twitching as he heard Akino giggle from behind Sona. Naruto blinked as Rias walked past him, cupping her hands and whispering something into Sona's ear. Sona turned beet red a second later. All right now? She asked, and Rias whispered some more in her ear. Fine, if that's what you want. Sona trailed off, looking up at Naruto. Have you ever played chess, Yukai Godsen? Chess? Naruto hummed. Nah, I'm not good at stuff like that. It takes too much brain power. Sona's eyes widened. I see, so you're quite good at chess? And no, I've never played. I'd probably be terrible. Naruto waved his hands in front of him, trying to dispel the misunderstanding. Wow, I didn't know you were such a chess savant, Naruto-chan. Rias said, her eyes sparkling. Why's that's surprising, Yukai Godsen. Sona nodded. Would you be able to play a game with me sometime? Yes, I'd love to play you in chess sometime, Naruto replied. I should warn you though, I'm really good. Like, the best in the world. There's a 0% chance you'd win. Oh wow, Sona stared at him, her eyes wide with admiration. I had no idea. That's amazing, Naruto-chan. Rias cheered, her excitement palpable. Looks like you'll be joining me soon, Sona. Why's, I suppose so. Sona trailed off, glancing up at Naruto before looking down, blushing. What is going on? Naruto muttered. Rias. Sona. A loud voice called from behind him, and Naruto turned to see a muscular man in a suit approaching. Sarorg. Rias greeted cheerfully, waving at him. Sarorg Bale, Sona responded evenly. The man walked up to Naruto and walked past him. Naruto blinked in surprise as the man ignored him completely, standing next to him as he started chatting with Rias and Sona. He's just not even going to acknowledge me? Usually, anyone who saw Naruto had to get a word in. Sometimes just a greeting, sometimes a ramble about how big of a fan they were, and other times a marriage contract proposal. This was the first time in a long time that someone completely ignored him. Naruto found it strangely nice to not be hounded for once. He might have wanted to be Hokage, but after being the Yukai god for so long, he was over the whole people going crazy over you thing. Is there not someone you're forgetting to greet, Sarorg? Rias cut off Sarorg abruptly, her eyes narrowing at him. Oh right. Sarorg chuckled casually. Kiba, Akino. Nice to see you guys again. Not them. Rias shouted, glaring at him. It's normal for high-class devils to not greet reincarnated devils. Sarorg looked genuinely confused for a second, scanning the small room. Your new peerage member? I heard they were promoted right away for some reason, so are they a high class now? Yes, she is. That's Asia. Rias said, smiling smugly as Asia gave a small wave behind her. Then her head snapped back down as she glared at him again. But not her. Greet Naruto-chan. Sarorg stared at her blankly. Naruto. Wait, I know where I've seen him before. The situation finally made sense as it dawned on Naruto where he knew the man from. Naruto's curiosity had gotten the best of him, and he had stealthily snuck his way over to a large devil sitting on a cardboard box. He was far too big for the box, and it was crumpled beneath him. Hey, why are you sitting on a cardboard box? Naruto asked him. Oh hey Yukai god. It's because all the devils had to leave the underworld so quickly, so the Astroth family didn't have time to get any real furniture, but didn't want to delay the execution, the devil answered, turning his head back to look at the execution folding table. Then his eyes widened and he did a double take. Wait, Yukai god? No, that's not me, Naruto said, waiting for his system to kick in. It didn't. You're definitely the Yukai god. I read your manga, I know what you look like. How the hell are you here? I need to tell somebody, the devil said, moving to stand up. Naruto's hand clamped on his shoulder, pushing him back down. No, definitely not me. There's no Yukai god here. In fact, the Yukai god isn't even real. Naruto said seriously, staring into the man's eyes. This time, the system decided to help him out. Persuasion check. God's luck has added plus 20 to your roll. 20. Check success. The man slouched back onto the cardboard box, staring in boredom towards the Nekishu sisters again as he completely forgot about Naruto's existence. Yes, Naruto-chan. Rias shouted, pointing her finger at Naruto. Then her face softened as she clarified, Kami-sama. Maybe you didn't realize, but that's the Yukai god standing next to you. Oh, Sarorg said, bursting out into a loud belly laugh. Of course. Sarorg turned to the side and held out his hand. Unfortunately, he had turned to the wrong side, and now his back was to Naruto. He shook his hand up and down in the air as if he was doing a pretend handshake. Nice to see you again, Yukai god-san. Sarorg chuckled. Sarorg? Sona asked, looking at him strangely. He's on your other side. Oh right. Sarorg burst out into laughter again, and then turned around. He held his hand out to Naruto but started shaking his hand in the air before Naruto grabbed it. Though, I don't need to greet the Yukai god, Sarorg said loudly, turning back to the girls with a large grin. After all, we've been friends for decades. Me and him grew up together, and our inseparable bond was formed through years of extreme training. Sarorg gave a big toothy grin, flexing his biceps as he finished. You guys did? Sona asked doubtfully. You know him, Naruto-chan? Rias asked, looking up at him. Nope, Naruto responded bluntly. The girls both turned back to Sarorg, and an uncomfortable silence stretched out. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Sarorg asked eventually. You're lying about being friends with Yukai god-san, Sona said bluntly. It's weird. What? Sarorg asked. But that's why we're all here. Was my story not believable enough? Story? Rias tilted her head questioningly. If you can roleplay as the Yukai god's fiancé, then I can be his best friend. Sarag shot back, his eyes narrowed at Rias. I get that you're a Gremory and all, but don't gatekeep the fandom like that. The fandom? Sona asked incredulously. Rias frowned at him. I'm not pretending, Sarag. I am Naruto-chan's fiancé. He beat Riser and won my contract. Yeah, Sarag sighed. And I'm his best friend. We all like role-playing with the Yukai god Rias, so why are you getting so upset over me doing it? I know I started a bit late compared to a lot of people, but I have a ton of experience. Sarag. A blonde-haired woman came rushing over, grabbing his arm and dragging him back. Don't say stuff like that. What? It's true. Just go get me a drink or something, please. I'll talk to them for a bit. Keisha shouted, pushing Sarag away. Sorry about him, Keisha said, bowing at Naruto, and then again at Rias and Sona. He had a traumatic experience a couple of years ago and hasn't been the same since. What happened? Sona asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm not sure, Keisha responded hesitantly. Something involving Yukai God-sama. She nodded at Naruto and continued, he's completely blocked him out of his mind. He thinks Yukai God-sama isn't real and that this is some type of roleplay party. He's roleplaying as your best friend. Naruto felt a twinge of guilt. Please spare his life, Yukai God-sama. Keisha bowed down as she faced Naruto. I'm deeply sorry he did not greet you. Please take my body and spare him. Don't worry about it, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. It was nice being ignored for a change. So you don't want my body? She asked, peeking up at him from her bowed position. Not at our engagement party, Keisha. Rias shouted, jokingly slapping a hand on her back. I'll help you get in the Harem later, but today is about us. All right. Keisha nodded, looking over at Rias gratefully. Then she looked back at Naruto. I need to go make sure Sarag doesn't do anything stupid. Congratulations on your many engagements, Yukai God-sama. Thanks, Naruto replied lazily, then blinked as she hurried away. Wait, my many engagements? I wish we could have had a party for just us, Naruto-chan, but they held seniority. Rias sighed, looking slightly down. We should get going to the rehearsal room anyway. See you later, Sona. Rias called out as she reached for Naruto's hand, pulling him down the hallway. Who had seniority? Naruto asked, feeling a bit lost. All of them, Rias replied, not offering any further explanation as she continued to lead him. Moments later, she opened a door and stepped into a large room filled with familiar faces. The room was filled with women, specifically dressed in elegant wedding gowns. Naruto couldn't help but wonder how he had ended up in this situation. Naruto Uzumaki. Yukai God. LVL. 505. STR. 762. Dex. 725. Con. 540. Int. 215. Wis. 750. Cha. 999. Skills. None. Perks. Martial arts. You're a wizard. Naruto. Ladies' man. God's luck. Debuffs. Confusion. Bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, who has been reborn with the power of the gamer system. Naruto sat on a small chair, watching the women in front of him argue. It had only been a few weeks since the engagement party, and now he was just minutes away from becoming a married man. I should get to walk out first. I've known Naruto-chan the longest, one woman insisted. You only knew him a couple of weeks longer than me, another retorted playfully. It's my marriage contract. I get to walk out first, a third chimed in. Naruto rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The room was filled with various women he had come to know over the years. Yasaka, Kuroka, Graphia, Venelana, Rainer, and others. The group had grown so large that even listing them was a chore. Would you like some tea, Naruto-chan? Akino asked, standing beside him with her arms crossed. No, I'm fine, he sighed, watching the chaos unfold. The women were dressed in extravagant gowns, but it was Rias's marriage contract, meaning she had the final say on who would join her. Maybe we should join as well, Graphia-san? Venelana giggled. We're already married, Venelana-sama, Grafia replied dryly. As much as I would love to marry Naruto-chan, Devil Society might collapse if we do. Well, it's already pretty chaotic after we left the underworld, so what's a bit more drama? Venelana laughed. No. This is my day. Rias interrupted, glaring at them. You can have your own wedding some other time. But why do Yasaka-san and Kuroka-san get to join you but I don't? Venelana whined. Rias crossed her arms defiantly. Yasaka represents the Yukai, and Naruto-chan is the Yukai god, so she should be there. And my favorite manga chapter is when Naruto-chan saves Kuroka and Chiron, so she can join. Does that mean I can join too? Chiron asked, tilting her head cutely. Nope. One-isan has to get married first, but we'll get you in the next one, Chiron. Kuroka answered. Can I have a say in any of this? Naruto asked, but the room fell silent as everyone turned to look at him. Then, laughter erupted, and they returned to their conversations as if he wasn't even there. Is a devil wedding different from a normal one? Naruto asked Akino. Not really, she replied simply. You should get going, Naruto-chan. Venelana said, turning to him. You need to go get in position. Position? He asked blandly. Surzex will show you, she said, shooing him out of the room. As he stepped outside, Surzex was waiting for him. Naruto-chan, he greeted, you ready to become a married man? I guess. Naruto replied, feeling uncertain. Getting married wasn't on his agenda, but he hadn't really had a say in this. The women in his life had pushed him into it. Niken, Surzex said, his tone becoming serious. We may be best friends, but Rias is still my sister. If you don't treat her right, I'll have to intervene. Naruto blinked at him, surprised. Seriously? No, but let me act cool for once. Surzex said, his demeanor lightening. I know I couldn't do anything to you even if I wanted to, but I have to be a cool big brother just this once. Yeah, that was super cool, Naruto said, trying to keep the sarcasm out of his voice. Really? Surzex's eyes lit up. Yeah, Naruto replied, rolling his eyes. Thanks. Now let's get you into position. Surzex led him down the hallway. They reached a door at the end, and Surzex opened it, gesturing for Naruto to step through. As he did, he was greeted by a huge crowd. He found himself on an elevated stage, surrounded by thousands of people watching intently. A cheer erupted as he walked out. The wedding of the heiress of the Gremri clan and the Yukai queen was a major event for the supernatural world. Stand here please, Yukai god-san, a smooth voice said. Naruto turned to see a blonde-haired man in a long white robe, complete with wings. Yo, Michael, Naruto greeted as he stepped up to the altar, surrounded by bouquets and piles of flowers, gold, and jewels. Congratulations on your marriages, Yukai god-san, Michael said with a bright smile. Thanks. I didn't realize you'd be here, Naruto replied evenly. The whole factions hating each other thing was still in effect, but they seemed to put aside their differences for anything involving Naruto. Heaven had even bought out an observer room during his raiding game. I wouldn't miss it, Yukai god-san, he said with a smooth smile. Naruto didn't have a chance to respond as music suddenly started blasting around the stadium. Please welcome the brides. Grafia's voice rang out as she stepped through a door onto the side of the stage, sending the crowd into a flurry of cheers. Is this a wedding or a concert? The heiress of the Gremri clan, Rias Gremri. Grafia announced again, and the crowd erupted into cheers once more. Yeah, Rias. She's my favorite one. She's so fine. Didn't Akino say this was going to be the same as a normal wedding? Naruto swore he could hear the half-fallen giggling. A door swung open next to Grafia, and Rias stepped through. The cheers grew even louder as she walked across the stage, stopping in front of Naruto and giving him a wide smile. He responded with a grin. The Yukai queen, Yasaka. Grafia continued, and Yasaka stepped out next. Yasaka Aya. My queen. Yasaka walked onto the stage, moving until she stood next to Rias. She smiled softly at Naruto, which he returned with another grin. Last but not least, the previous S-class criminal herself, one half of the Nekishu sisters, Kuroka. Grayfia announced, and Naruto's grin almost faltered. These introductions are becoming insane. This is a wedding, right? Kuroka. Woo-woo. Kuroka walked out onto the stage, crossing over until she was on the opposite side of Rias. Michael held up his hand, and soon the entire crowd quieted down. I will now read the vows. Do you, Rias Gremory, promise to? Naruto stared forward, locking eyes with Rias as Michael continued to speak, the world seeming to fade away. While Naruto had already seen her in the rehearsal room, she seemed to have a whole different aura now that she was standing right in front of him. Naruto was once again reminded that the woman in front of him was one of the most appealing in the world. This world might be insane. I do, Rias confirmed, smiling brightly at Naruto. Do you, Kuroka, promise to? Naruto's gaze moved over, locking eyes with Kuroka. The woman had been a constant in his life for so long, the relentless teasing and the way she made every situation fun. She had been an unexpected gem in his life in this new world. But, I do, Kuroka confirmed, smiling slyly at Naruto. Do you, Yasaka, promise to? Finally, Naruto locked eyes with Yasaka, the woman who had been with him the longest. When he had first appeared in this world, she had been the one to find him. Since then, she had been a constant in his life, the supportive, reliable Yukai queen. I do, Yasaka confirmed, smiling softly at Naruto. I'm glad I'm here. Do you, Naruto, promise to? Honestly, thank you, system. I do. You may now kiss the brides. And so, the Yukai god became a married man. I'm exhausted. Naruto sighed, his legs feeling heavy as he flopped down on his bed. The wedding had taken everything out of him. The supernatural world loved to party, and they partied hard. Hopefully not too tired, Naya, Kuroka said with a mischievous smirk. It's time for the best part of getting married. Right, we have to leave for tonight. Kateria sighed. It's been so long since I had to sleep in my own house. It'll feel strange. Yeah, deal with it, Naya, Kuroka smirked, ushering the majority of the women in the room out the door. You'll have your own time some other day. What's going on? Naruto asked, forcing himself to sit up on the edge of his bed. The normally packed bedroom emptied out, leaving just him, Kuroka, Rias, and Yasaka. Don't you know what you do after you get married, Naruto-chan? Yasaka asked, walking towards him with a large smirk on her face. Her long dress dragged behind her as she approached. You gotta take the bride's first time. Kuroka said mischievously, lunging forward behind Rias. K. Kuroka. Rias yelped, a mix of surprise and laughter escaping her. Don't worry, Rias-chan, since we've been hoarding Naruto-chan all this time, you can have him first tonight. Yasaka said with a grin, turning around as she playfully adjusted Rias's dress. Naruto blinked, watching the playful banter unfold. He had seen a lot of surprising moments in his life, but this was different. Kuroka ushered Rias toward him, playfully nudging her forward. Come on, the groom's gotta take all your first times, Naya, Kuroka giggled. Yasaka walked around them, fully embracing the moment as she climbed onto the bed. She wrapped her arms around Naruto, pulling him back gently. You ready, Naruto-chan? She asked, her voice playful and light. Kuroka watched with a grin, clearly enjoying the moment as they all embraced the joy of the occasion. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and excitement as they celebrated their new beginnings together. Kuroka giggled, You're really good at this. She seemed surprised. I thought you didn't have any experience. Rias blushed, her voice slightly muffled. I don't, she admitted, but Akino and I practiced with some things. Just so Naruto wouldn't be disappointed. With determination, Rias focused on her task, trying her best to impress. Kuroka leaned closer, a playful glint in her eyes. Looks like we'll need to prepare you for Naruto-chan, she said with a mischievous smile. She gently lifted the hem of Rias's dress, revealing a hint of white fabric underneath. Let's get started, shall we? Rias gasped, surprised by Kuroka's boldness. Kuroka, wait, she exclaimed, trying to turn and see what was happening, but Kuroka was already focused on her task. Meanwhile, Yasaka, who was seated beside Naruto, shifted slightly, her presence adding to the charged atmosphere. The air was thick with anticipation as they all navigated the unexpected turn of events, each of them caught up in the moment. Rias felt a rush of nerves as she looked up at Naruto, her heart racing. Yasaka, standing beside her, encouraged her with a playful smile. "I know it's your first time, but just relax and enjoy it," she said, guiding Rias gently. "Naruto can handle it, so just do your best." Rias took a deep breath, focusing on Naruto's reassuring gaze. She felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, but she was determined to make the moment special. With Yasaka's encouragement, she began to move with more confidence, eager to share this experience with Naruto. Rias leaned back, a playful smile on her face as she wiped her lips with a finger. She looked at Naruto with a teasing glint in her eyes, then playfully se her finger clean. Yasaka giggled and placed a gentle kiss on Naruto's cheek, noticing his flustered expression. "She's really good," she exclaimed, making Naruto blush even more. "Why yeah," he stammered, still trying to catch his breath as the moment lingered in the air. Yasaka crawled out from under him, kneeling next to Rias. Kuroka pulled her face away and joined them. "Don't worry, this isn't enough for him," Kuroka said with a playful giggle. Yasaka placed her hands on Naruto's lap, a teasing smile on her face as she leaned closer, creating an NTMT atmosphere. Naruto felt a rush of emotions as he looked at them, the connection between them growing stronger. Kuroka playfully asked Rias if she was just going to watch. With a mischievous smile, she adjusted her dress, leaning forward to tease Yasaka. Naruto felt a rush of excitement as the atmosphere shifted, his heart racing. Rias, not wanting to be left out, leaned in as well, pressing closer to Naruto. "Don't worry, he won't last long," Kuroka teased, a glint of mischief in her eyes as she noticed Rias's flustered expression. Yasaka, joining in on the fun, playfully shifted beside her, adding to the light-hearted chaos of the moment. The three of them shared a playful camaraderie, each enjoying the thrill of the situation as they engaged in friendly banter, laughter echoing around them. The scene unfolded with Rias gazing in surprise at the unexpected situation. "There's so much happening," she murmured, trying to process everything around her. Kuroka, with a playful smirk, teased, "If you're not quick enough, you might miss out." "Naya," she reached out, playfully gesturing towards Rias, adding a light-hearted tone to the moment. Yasaka stood up, a playful smile on her face. "I can't believe you're really a virgin," she teased. Kuroka giggled in agreement, moving behind Rias and wrapping her arms around her. With a sudden tug, Kuroka playfully pulled Rias back, causing her to stumble and fall onto the ground. The atmosphere was light and filled with laughter as the friends enjoyed their time together. Naruto helped the red-haired woman to her feet and gently guided her onto the bed. He shifted around, kneeling in front of her. "Are you ready, Rias-chan?" Yasaka asked. Rias glanced down, feeling a rush of warmth on her cheeks. After a moment, she nodded, ready for what was to come. Naruto looked at Rias with a playful smile, his hands resting on her shoulders. "Let's make this moment unforgettable," he said, his tone light and teasing. Kuroka giggled beside them, adding, "You don't need to tell him twice." With a determined grin, Naruto shifted closer, their energy filling the small room. Rias felt a rush of excitement as she reacted to his movements, a mix of anticipation and delight coursing through her. As he leaned down, Naruto's focus was entirely on Rias, cherishing the connection they shared in that moment. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of adventure and new experiences, both of them eager to explore what lay ahead. Kuroka giggled playfully, leaning down to kiss Rias softly. She pulled back, a smile on her face as Rias nodded, her cheeks flushed. "Please, don't stop," Rias exclaimed, her excitement evident as she moved closer to Kuroka. The atmosphere in the room was charged with anticipation as they shared this moment together. The room was filled with the sounds of intense exertion, as Rias urged for more, her excitement palpable. "I can't take it anymore," she exclaimed, her eyes filled with a mix of determination and exhilaration. "Finish her off, Naruto," Yasaka encouraged, playfully nudging him from behind. Naruto, focused and driven, increased his pace, feeling the energy of the moment surge around them. Rias's body responded, trembling with anticipation as she reached the peak of her excitement. In a final burst of energy, Naruto leaned in, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss, both lost in the thrill of the moment. Rias lay on the bed, breathing as she tried to catch her breath. Her body glistened with sweat, and she felt a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. Kuroka, with a playful smile, teased her, "Did you enjoy your first time, Naya?" Rias nodded, still a bit dazed. "That was amazing," she managed to say between breaths. Yasaka, watching the scene unfold, chuckled softly. "You weren't the only one who liked it," she said, glancing at Naruto, who was also recovering from the intensity of the moment. Kuroka, full of energy, reached down and pulled off her dress completely, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "The night's still young," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Naruto, regaining his composure, felt a rush of energy as he looked at the two yokai, both smirking playfully at him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at the world he found himself in. Naruto Uzumaki. Yukai God. LVL, 505. STR, 762. Dex, 725. Con, 540. Int, 215. Wis, 750. Cha, 999. Skills, none. Perks, martial arts, you're a wizard, Naruto, ladies man, God's luck. Debuffs, confusion, bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, who has been reborn with the power of the gamer system. Naruto blinked rapidly as he woke up, bright notifications shining in his eyes. He pushed himself up in bed, wiping his eyes as he read the quest details. My first Otherworld skill quest. I'll get started on it next time I run into Surzex or Seraphol. Carefully, Naruto stood up and took a step away from the bed. It was still the middle of the night, and the numerous women who shared his bedroom were still sleeping. Since I'm already awake, I might as well get some alone time. As he took a step forward, two arms suddenly wrapped around his waist. "Naruto-chan," Rias mumbled sleepily, her face pressing into his back. "It's too early, Done or not? Yo, Surzex. Wanna play a game?" Naruto asked casually as Surzex sat at his desk, surrounded by a pile of paperwork. "My best friend, Naruto-chan." Surzex cheered, jumping out of his seat, then stopping in place. Wait, how did you get here?" "Grafia let me in," Naruto replied, and Surzex nodded. "Oh, next time you see her, can you remind her about her maid duties? She's been slacking off on them for a few weeks now." He trailed off, a conflicted look on his face. "That I'll try," Naruto said blandly. He didn't want to explain to Surzex that he had accidentally used his system to make Grafia believe she was his maid a few weeks ago. "Anyway, wanna play a game?" "What type of game?" Surzex asked, and Naruto stared at him blankly. "I didn't think that far ahead." "You can decide," Naruto said. Surzex held up his hands, waving them placatingly. No. Whatever game you were thinking is fine with me, Naruto-chan." "Nah, you decide," Naruto insisted, hoping his system would kick in. Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added error. Your legendary debuff, bad timing, has deactivated your God's luck perk. What? Check failed. "No, I insist, Naruto-chan. Whatever you want to play is fine." Surzex gave him a double thumbs up. "Nah, seriously, you decide. Here, how about your favorite game? Let's play your favorite game," Naruto said, trying to finalize the decision. Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added plus 20 to your roll. 20. Check success. Surzex's eyes suddenly went wide. He slowly turned his head to look at Naruto, and a huge, near-manic grin filled his face. Then let's play, Naruto-chan." Surzex laughed. "Am I going to regret this? What kind of games does the ruler of Devilkind play?" "My favorite game is called Make the Best Peerage Member for Rias-tan," Surzex exclaimed, and Naruto stared at him blankly. "Make?" he asked doubtfully. "You'll see. Come on." Surzex snapped his fingers, and a huge magic circle appeared beneath them. When Naruto emerged on the other side, they stood on a long dirt road in front of a massive castle. This is the Zayabak Manor. They're not from the 72 Pillars, but they made a lot of money back in the day through something during the war, I think? I don't actually remember. I didn't even know they existed until a few weeks ago. Surzex muttered, then gestured back to the building. The family head and his wife died a couple of weeks ago, but their son still lives here. So, you're here to recruit him for Rias's peerage? Naruto asked, and Surzex nodded. He's a prodigy. I have surveillance magic set up here, and he's a real genius. Always reading books, working out, and even developing ancient necromancy magic from a tome his father left behind, Surzex said as if discussing the weather. Necromancy? Isn't that a pretty big deal? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. He wasn't an expert on magic, but he had heard that only a few powerful beings could use necromancy. Yeah, that's why he's awesome. He's perfect for Riastan's peerage. Surzex nodded enthusiastically. So, are we going to give him a pitch or something? Naruto asked, and Surzex shook his head. No, usually I just do this, Surzex said, holding up his hand as a huge black orb formed on it. The ball of destruction grew larger, and he flung it forward. It slammed into the giant castle, a loud rumble echoing as the top and right side disintegrated into nothing. The left side crumbled, becoming a pile of rubble. You blew up their house? Naruto deadpanned, and to his surprise, Surzex nodded. Just watch. This is my turn of the game, so you can have yours next. Naruto watched as a kid, looking no older than 16, emerged from the rubble. He coughed as he stumbled forward, his eyes widening at the sight of the ruler of devilkind and the Yukai god in front of him. Or, more specifically, at Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, he shouted, staring wide-eyed. Yo! Naruto raised a peace sign. He hadn't been shy about sharing his last name in this world, but it was still strange for a random kid to know it. Why are you here? Just here. This changes everything. The kid muttered, pulling at his long black hair as his pale skin seemed to grow even paler. Hey, Surzex trailed off, apparently not knowing the kid's name. Kid. Me and the Yukai god came here because a super strong monster just came through. The, Ouroboros dragon just destroyed your house. But don't worry. Surzex suddenly smiled charmingly, his teeth shining as he held out a hand to the. Since it was my fault for not stopping her in time, allow me to make it up to you. My little sister, Rias, is looking for new peerage members. You'd have unlimited funds for your necromancy development, and Rias is the best peerage king in the world. She's kind, loving, and sweet. Surzex continued for the next 2 minutes to list everything he liked about Rias as both the teenager and Naruto stared at him blankly. So, wanna join? Surzex finished, holding out his hand. The boy blinked, then started chewing on his fingernails as he stared at the floor. I don't know why someone from a different series is here, but this is a good opportunity. I can get closer to the main cast. To Rias and Akino. I can make my HRM earlier than I thought. I can use my cheat skill too. The teenager giggled, then looked up, reaching out to take Surzek's hand. Alright, sorry Surzex, but I have morals, Naruto finally interjected. It wasn't Ophis who blew up your house. Surzex literally just did it. He launched an orb of destruction at it 30 seconds ago. You should consider taking legal action against him. He has enough resources to rebuild it, suggested one of the onlookers. The small road fell silent for a moment, both Super Devil and Devil Air staring blankly at Naruto. This is a bit awkward, but I think I need to quit the game, Surzex. I don't want to accidentally blow up anyone's house. Can you send me back? Naruto asked, blinking as a notification appeared before him. You're a wizard, Naruto. Perk activated. You have learned Magic Circle. Oh, never mind, I can just do it, Naruto said, snapping his fingers. A magic circle appeared beneath him, whisking him away. The road remained quiet as both Surzex and the child stared at the spot where Naruto had been standing, speechless. Even if you blew up my house, I'd still join. Wait, what are you? The child was suddenly engulfed by a massive black orb, disintegrating into dust. Sorry, but... Shadows obscured Surzex's eyes. You're a witness. Rias can never know. She must never find out that I eliminate the families of talented children so she can save them and bring them into her peerage. Surzex walked away, leaving the pile of dust behind. On that day, Rias did not gain a new peerage member, and an Isekai cheat skill protagonist met his end just weeks into his reincarnation. "Hey, Sarah-chan." Naruto greeted as he entered the Devil Foreign Affairs office. Sarah Fall was buried beneath a mountain of paperwork at her desk. "Naruto-chan." Sarah Fall exclaimed, jumping from her chair and wrapping him in a hug. "Save me, Naruto-chan. This is so boring. I can't take it anymore." "Want to play a game?" Naruto suggested, and Sarah Fall's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes. Let's go mini-golfing," she shouted, already loosening her tie. "How about a different game?" Naruto quickly replied. He always lost to the Mao at minigolf, not because he was bad, but because she often disregarded the rules. "I like minigolf," Sarah Fall pouted, but then nodded. "So, what game?" Naruto stared at her blankly, realizing he hadn't thought that far ahead. But he glanced at the professional-looking woman. "Sarah Fall's pretty normal, right? She'll probably choose something standard." Naruto should have known better than to expect a typical choice from a centuries-old woman who dressed as a magical girl and called herself Leviton. "You can choose, Sarah-chan. Whatever your favorite game is." Naruto encouraged. "Persuasion check. Rolling. God's luck has added plus 20 to your roll. Ladies' man has added plus 5 to your roll. 25. Check success." Slowly, Sarah Fall turned her head toward Naruto. Her hands rose to her mouth, and she began to laugh in a way that sent a chill down his spine. My favorite game. Let's play. See who can take the best picture of Sotan." Sarah Fall exclaimed, holding up a peace sign. Naruto blinked, surprised. "Wait, that's actually not too bad. Just taking pictures for her sister? She probably just wants some good ones for Devilgram." Compared to Surzex's actions, this was quite tame. "Alright, let's get started." Naruto agreed, and Sarah Fall cheered. She snapped her fingers, and a magic circle appeared beneath them. Moments later, they found themselves in a courtyard in front of a school building. "Kuo Academy?" Naruto said, recognizing the place from his previous visits, usually at Rias's request. "There she is." Sarah Fall whispered excitedly, pointing at Sona, who was greeting students at the school entrance. "Take this." Sarah Fall pulled an old-fashioned camera from her pocket and tossed it to Naruto, who caught it effortlessly. "Does she always carry this around?" "You can go first, Naruto." And she blushed, looking away. "Take your time. Talk to Sotan as long as you want." Naruto felt a sudden unease but simply nodded and approached Sona. "Hey, Sona," he greeted casually, causing her to jump in surprise. "Wyokai Godsen. What are you doing here?" she asked, smoothing her clothes nervously. "I need a picture of you. Can you pose or something?" Naruto asked, raising the camera. Sona blinked, then awkwardly held up a peace sign. The camera clicked, and Naruto nodded appreciatively. What is the picture for, Yukai Godsen?" Sona asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Just a game with your sister," Naruto replied, then noticed something behind Sona. Suddenly, he understood why Sarah Fall wanted him to take his time. The Siscon Satan was crawling behind Sona, blood trickling from her nose as she peered up her skirt. "Wani-sama?" Sona questioned, turning around. "Yeah. She's right behind you, about to take an upskirt photo," Naruto said bluntly, pointing at Sarah Fall, who was raising her camera. Sona spun around, startled to see her sister. "Oh, Wani-sama? This again?" Just stay still for a bit longer, so." "No. You're a Mao, Wani-sama. You can't be doing this." Naruto watched as Sona leaned down, wrestling the camera from Sarah Fall's grasp. "Wait. I didn't get the picture yet." "No, we are going to have a long talk about this," Sona declared, dragging her sister into the school building. "Naruto, you traitor! Help!" Sarah Fall whined as the door slammed shut behind them, leaving Naruto alone in the courtyard with the camera. "If she never took a picture, then do I win?" Quest update. Defeat a leader from the Devil, Yukai, Grigori, and Heaven factions in a game. Progress. Devil faction complete. Rewards. An otherworldly skill from Lelouch Lamprecht. Failure. You won't learn a skill. Hey, Azazel, Naruto greeted lazily, waving at the Grigori leader. For once, Azazel wasn't in a stuffy office but at a casual bar, indulging in his favorite pastime. Naruto-chan. Azazel waved back, raising his drink. Did you come to join me? Nah, not this time, Naruto replied, sitting beside him. I just need to play a game with you, don't ask why. Azazel didn't pry, instead taking a swig of his drink. A game? Well, I'm playing a game right now, so you can join in if you want. Really? Naruto asked, assuming it involved drinking. I call it. Azazel paused, then grinned widely, ignoring all my responsibilities. Naruto stared at him, unimpressed. Why am I not surprised? Come on. Join me, Naruto-chan. Azazel urged, wrapping an arm around Naruto's shoulder. It's so boring being alone. Barakiel doesn't drink with me anymore. Naruto exclaimed, a hint of frustration in his voice. Fine, fine, he sighed, raising a hand to catch the bartender's attention. Looks like I'm drinking today after all. Naruto figured he needed to outlast Azazel to complete the quest. How hard could it be? After all, Azazel had an entire faction to run, so he couldn't afford to delay his work for too long. Apparently, he could. Nearly 8 hours later, as the sun began to set, Naruto had lost count of how many drinks he had consumed. His pocket buzzed, and he pulled out the phone Yasaka had insisted he get. Whose is it from? Azazel asked lazily. Yasaka. She's wondering when I'll be back, Naruto replied, glancing at the screen. Not so fast. Azazel chuckled, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Having a wife is part of your responsibilities, so you have to ignore it. Just enjoy the boys' night. Well, I've already been here for 8 hours. I can't lose now. Yasaka will understand. Naruto put his phone away and turned back to the screen as he and Azazel continued to drink and watch TV. This continued for another 12 hours until, finally, Naruto emerged victorious. Quest update. Defeat a leader from the Devil, Yukai, Grigori, and Heaven factions in a game. Progress. Devil, Grigori factions complete. Rewards. An otherworldly skill from Lelouch Lamprecht. Failure. You won't learn a skill. After nearly 20 hours, Naruto had won. Azazel stumbled out of the bar, muttering something about a high-ranking subordinate threatening to go rogue. Naruto followed him, ready to finally get some rest. However, that rest would not come. After ignoring Yasaka's flood of texts, Naruto arrived in Kyoto to find it in complete lockdown. The woman had sent out numerous spies and soldiers to each faction, nearly reigniting the Great War as she frantically searched for him. Naruto spent hours ensuring she didn't actually reignite the Great War after discovering Azazel was responsible for his disappearance. Suffice it to say, Naruto did not get much sleep that night. Yo, Michael, Naruto said casually, holding up a peace sign. Nichon, Michael greeted, smiling awkwardly. Not that I'm not happy to see you, but how did you get in here? Was the highest level of heaven, so it made sense for the angel to be confused. I just walked in, Naruto replied bluntly. He had teleported to the entrance and then walked here. Yes, I suppose no one would stop you, Michael nodded. Heaven had its army of angels, but it seemed none had a problem with letting Naruto through. What brings you here? Let's play a game, Naruto suggested, quickly adding, rock, paper, scissors. I do enjoy that game, Michael said, holding up his fist. I will be choosing rock. Naruto blinked, staring at the angel. Is he trying to fake me out? All right, let's play. Naruto grinned, throwing his fist out. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Naruto stared blankly as Michael's rock beat his scissors. The angel was apparently not faking him out. It seems I win. Good game, Naruto-chan, Michael said, pulling back his hand. W8. Let's play again. Naruto exclaimed quickly. The quest never said he had to win on the first try. Oh, alright. I will choose rock again, Michael said, and they both held out their fists. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Naruto threw out paper, this time beating Michael's rock. Wow, he was being honest. I guess he is an angel after all. Quest update. Defeat a leader from the Devil, Yukai, Grigori, and Heaven factions in a game. Progress. Devil, Grigori, Heaven factions complete. Rewards. An otherworldly skill from Lelouch Lamprecht. Failure. You won't learn a skill. That was surprisingly easy. Naruto sighed as he walked toward his bedroom, a sense of dread filling him. He only had one faction left, and it was the one he dreaded the most. She won't be satisfied with rock, paper, scissors. She's going to make this complicated somehow. Naruto had known Yasaka for years and understood her mischievous nature all too well. He knew she would find a way to make this annoying. Then an idea struck him. Aren't I a leader of the Yukai faction? Naruto held up his left hand, then his right. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. His right hand's rock beat his left hand's scissors. Quest complete. Defeat a leader from the Devil, Yukai, Grigori, and Heaven factions in a game. Rewards. An otherworldly skill from Lelouch Lamprecht. Rolling skill. You have received Chess Mastery. Naruto blinked, staring at the skill. Isn't that the game Serafal asked me not to play? What am I going to do with that? This Lelouch guy is not what I expected. I did all that work for nothing. Somewhere, two citrus simultaneously felt a chill go down their spines. Gee, go ahead. Azazel's eyes widened, suddenly looking at Naruto in a new light. The coolest being in the world? I didn't realize you were so cool, but it makes sense looking at you now. You're totally badass. Glad someone else can see it. You're pretty cool yourself. Naruto replied with a grin. The name is Azazel. I own this little organization called the Grigori. Let's get some drinks sometime on me. Azazel offered, extending his hand. Naruto accepted the handshake, a smile forming as a friendship began to blossom. Ahem, Naruto-chan, can I ask for some advice? Rias inquired, glancing over at Naruto, who was lounging on the couch beside her, focused on the animated characters on the TV screen. It had taken a while, but she was finally calling him Naruto instead of Kami. Sure, about what? Naruto responded, shifting his attention to her. They were seated together in the ORC clubroom, watching a large flat-screen TV that displayed an anime. This had become a regular activity for them over the past couple of years, as Naruto had developed a friendly relationship with Rias, partly due to his unique connections with her brother and his wife, Graphia, as well as her mother, Venelana. Rias and her queen, Akino, were also easy to get along with. I have a bit of a problem, and I might have a way out of it, but the solution will leave me with another problem. I'm not really sure what to do, Rias admitted, her tone hesitant. Naruto muted the TV, giving Rias his full attention. Tell me more about this problem you've got. It's not a big deal, really, it's just Rias's face flushed slightly as she searched for the right words. A test. There's this really difficult test coming up, and I don't think I'll pass it without some help. There's a boy who's good at that subject, and I thought about asking him to help me, but he makes me uncomfortable. He's a bit perverted, and I think he'll become a permanent problem if I ask for his help. Rias needed help with studying? That was new. You think he'll be a stalker or something? Naruto asked, and Rias nodded. I had a friend who was a huge pervert. He was a great guy, but I get where you're coming from. He definitely made women uncomfortable sometimes, but he'd never go as far as stalking. This guy you're talking about must be a huge JRK if you think he'd go that far. Naruto leaned back, crossing his arms behind his head. If he's really the only one who could help you, then I'll teach him a lesson if he becomes a problem afterward. Can't you ask Akino for help? Or, I'm better at kicking butts than studying, but I could help out. You'll help me? Really? Rias leaned closer, her face just inches from his. Yeah, that's what friends are for, right? Naruto replied, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. Thank you so much, Naruto-chan. Rias exclaimed, jumping into him and wrapping him in a tight hug. Sure, no problem. Naruto said, his face turning red as he felt her warmth against him. Naruto-chan, I need your help. Naruto resisted the urge to sigh as he stared down at his waffles. It seemed breakfast would have to wait. What do you need help with? He asked, turning to face the red-headed girl behind him. The church is being annoying. They sent members into my territory. Rias exclaimed, pointing at him. Make them stop, Naruto-chan. The church? Naruto asked, his expression shifting from confusion to realization. Wait, why are you asking me? Kuo is your territory. It's our territory now since we're married. As your wife, I order you to go stop them. Rias declared, puffing out her chest. I don't think it works like that, Naruto replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Do I really have to? Can't you or Sona handle it? He longed for a day off, a chance to just eat ramen and watch anime without interruptions. No. As my husband, you have to defend my honor and kick them out. Rias insisted, crossing her arms. Has she always been this demanding? Naruto casually asked, glancing at Akino, who merely giggled in response. Sorry, I'm just making sure I fulfill the bratty princess role quota. Rias said, blushing slightly before snapping back. Now, go defend my honor and kick those mean church people out, hubby. That doesn't sound very independent of you, Rias, Akino teased, preparing a cup of tea. The trio was in the occult research club room, where Naruto had sought refuge from the chaos of his home in Kyoto. While he cherished his many close relationships, every man needed a break now and then. Yeah, it doesn't, Naruto agreed. I thought you were all about being independent. What happened to that? What gave you that idea? Rias asked, tilting her head. As a bratty princess, I need to be super dependent on you. The whole point is that I whine and order you around. Oh, on that note, make me some waffles too, Naruto-chan. Didn't you move to Kuo to be independent? And weren't you trying so hard to get out of the marriage contract with Riser because you wanted to choose your own husband? Naruto questioned, casually picking up more waffles he had prepared in advance. That's true. Rias admitted, suddenly looking uncertain. But I've changed since becoming a married woman. We were on a date yesterday, and you got upset when the waiter assumed I would be paying for you, Naruto pointed out, walking toward her with the waffles. That wasn't because I wanted to be independent. It was because you should never have to pay for anything, Naruto-chan. You're the Yukai god. They should just give it to you for free. Rias huffed, her cheeks flushing. He was a human. A human in Idaho, Naruto replied dryly. He probably never even heard the word Yukai. He didn't know who I was. That's no excuse. Everyone should know how awesome you are, Naruto-chan. Rias pouted, her expression brightening as he handed her the waffles. Thank you, she squeaked, leaning forward to give him a quick kiss on the cheek before pausing, as if remembering her role. I mean, as expected of my husband. But only 2 waffles. I expect better next time. Rias huffed, trying to look angry but failing. Naruto turned and grabbed another plate with an extra waffle. This was a familiar routine for them. Now, aside from the bratty act, why do I need to deal with the church? He asked, sensing there was more to her request. Busy today, Rias said, looking away, her cheeks slightly pink. All right, I'll do it, Naruto said simply, catching Rias off guard. You're not going to ask what I'm busy with? She asked, looking up at him. If you're busy, I can handle it. It's not a big deal, he waved her off, settling down on the couch to eat his waffles. But I had so many excuses prepared, Rias pouted. Oh, you can say them anyway if you want, Naruto replied, knowing he had time to find a new anime to watch. No, it's fine, Rias said, but then perked up, pointing at him. But make sure you're back here by sundown tonight, Naruto-chan. Why? You'll see why. With that, a magic circle appeared beneath Rias, and she vanished, leaving Naruto alone with Akino. Wanna go find the church guys with me later? Naruto asked. I would love to. Akino giggled, her excitement evident. Maybe I shouldn't have asked her. So, do you have a way to sense them or something? Naruto asked as he walked down the street with Akino. Devils probably have something like that, right? If she didn't, he would have to rely on his shadow clones. I do, but will you reward me when I find them? Akino teased, looking up at him with wide eyes. Can you not talk like that in public? Naruto sighed, gesturing to the people nearby. Ufofu, so you don't want me to find them? Is that because you'll punish me when I don't? Akino teased, crossing her arms playfully. The adventure was just beginning. Irina looked at Naruto, her cheeks flushed. Does she have to dress like this? She asked, avoiding eye contact with Rias. You interrupted our private time. You don't get to complain. Rias shot back, glaring at Irina from across the couches. For the record, I would also like her to change. This is very unprofessional, Sona added, sitting next to Rias with a serious expression. After the unexpected arrival of the exorcists, Rias had to abandon her plans for a diplomatic meeting. She was still wearing her metallic bikini, which left little to the imagination. Almost as unprofessional as asking for a meeting this late, Sona continued, glancing out the window at the dark night. It is rather late, Zenobia commented. We can have the meeting tomorrow. Irina suggested helpfully. I didn't think you guys would have it tonight, Naruto explained, giving Sona an apologetic look. I thought you could just find them somewhere to stay for tonight, Rias. Nope. After interrupting us, I really don't want them to stay. Rias huffed, puffing out her cheeks adorably as she glared at the exorcist duo. Ufufu, sorry it's so late, Sona-san. If you'd like, I could help you change into something more comfortable. Akino teased, glancing at Rias. It's been a while since we've all been in our pajamas, right, Rias? Stop. I get enough of this from Wani-san already, Sona sighed. It's fine, the time can't be helped. Rias said you'd find them this morning, but I understand how hard it can be to track someone down. Actually, we found them right away. Akino giggled, and Sona blinked in surprise, looking at Naruto. It only took about 10 minutes to find them, Naruto replied. Getting them here was the hard part. The hard part? There were some delays, Naruto said innocently. Oh, that was my fault. Sorry. Irina chimed in cheerfully. We just arrived yesterday, but we lost all our money, so we didn't have a chance to check out the city. Kami-sama was showing us around. Showing them around? Sona echoed, raising an eyebrow at Naruto. That I thought getting a meal wouldn't hurt, Naruto said, still avoiding her gaze. 4 meals, to be exact, Akino corrected teasingly. Casey Donald's, Kurger King, Kendi's. And then we headed here. We also went to an amusement park. Irina added. And the beach. And the pool. And skydiving. Zenobia started listing the day's activities, her expression emotionless. It was my day off. Naruto defended himself. I'm used to goofing off all day, pulling pranks, getting in trouble, running away. Who decided it was a good idea to make me responsible for stuff like this? Sona straightened up, her expression turning serious. Let's get to the point. Why are you here, exorcists of the church? You're aware that Kuo is ruled by the Gremory and Citri clans, correct? The atmosphere in the room shifted, tension filling the air as the exorcists became serious. Of course we are, Zenobia replied, her voice edged. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't serious. It's church business. You devils have nothing to do with it. Since you're in our territory, we have everything to do with it, Rias shot back, a red aura forming around her as she glared at Zenobia. Watch your mouth, or I'll remove you forcefully. Zenobia remained silent, her gaze fixed on Rias, but not on her face. That's unfair, she muttered, and Rias blinked in confusion. The tension in the room suddenly dissipated. Rias, Naruto said, noticing something. Yes, Naruto-chan? Rias replied, her fierce expression replaced by a sweet smile. You're not wearing anything, he stated bluntly. Rias looked down, realizing her bikini had burned away during her earlier outburst. Oh, I am, she said simply, sitting back down on the couch. Put something on. Irina shouted, blushing as she turned away. Oops. I had that bikini specially made, But I forgot to make it resistant to my power of destruction, Rias admitted. You have clothes that are resistant to it? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. That's actually why I prefer sleeping without clothes. I'd burn them off at night if I had a nightmare, Rias explained. Not just your clothes, Akino teased. Sometimes it was the whole bed. Fufu, once it was even the whole room. It was a really bad nightmare, Rias flushed, then quickly turned to Akino. Anyway, get me some new clothes, Akino. Are you sure, Rias? I think what you're wearing now is perfectly fine, Akino teased. New clothes, Akino, Rias insisted, cutting her off. What do you think, Naruto-chan? I think our Rias is much more comfortable like this, Akino continued teasingly. She should put on some clothes, Naruto said flatly. This was supposed to be an important diplomatic meeting after all. The tension had only lasted a moment, broken by Rias's unexpected state of undress. If Naruto-chan says so, Rias said, blushing as she looked at him. I'll stay like this. No. This is an important meeting, Naruto began, waving his hands in the air. No one should be undressed. Rias looked at him, her cheeks flushed. Why you want everyone else to get undressed too? I would never. If it's Kami-sama saying it. Irina trailed off, glancing at Naruto, her face turning red. Ufofu, so forward, Naruto-chan. Akino giggled, and Naruto resisted the urge to facepalm. I will not be undressing even if you want me to, Zenobia stated bluntly. This is my territory. If Naruto-chan says to get undressed, then you have to. Rias countered, her gaze fixed intensely on Zenobia. Of course a devil would say that. Your kind have no morals, Zenobia shot back, her expression remaining neutral but with a hint of defiance. I respect your resolve, Rias, but I'm not keen on undressing either, Sona interrupted, her face deepening in color at the thought. It's not essential for this meeting that we are all undressed, is it, Naruto-chan? No. Not at all, Naruto replied, feeling a headache forming as he realized where the conversation was heading. No one needs to be undressed. A moment of silence fell over the room, as if the world itself knew that Naruto had made a mistake. I really shouldn't have said that last part, he thought. The world will end. If it's that dire. Sona stammered, standing up and starting to remove her clothes. No. Stop undressing. The world won't end. Just keep your clothes on. Naruto exclaimed, waving his hands in a panic. Hurry up, Zenobia. Kami-sama said the world's going to end if we don't. Irina added, quickly pulling off her robe. That would be terrible. Zenobia nodded, looking less panicked as she stood up and discarded her robe. Why does this always happen? Naruto sighed, leaning back into the couch as the various women in the room began to undress. Don't act like you don't enjoy it, Naruto-chan. Akino teased, her top already off. This is already the least professional meeting ever. We can at least try to save it. Everyone just stare at a wall or something. At least pretend you're wearing clothes. Naruto suggested desperately. I don't have a very active imagination, Zenobia replied innocently, now completely undressed. Oh, I do. Irina chimed in cheerfully, also completely undressed. I used to play pretend all the time when I was little. I'm really good at it. Let's just get the meeting over with, Sona said, her voice steady despite her embarrassment. What business does the church have in our territory? Excalibur fragments were stolen, Zenobia answered, sitting back down on the couch and turning serious again. They were tracked to Kuo. We're here to retrieve them. Stolen? How does something that important get stolen? Sona asked, her expression skeptical as she eyed Zenobia. Doesn't matter. They're here and we will retrieve them, Zenobia replied firmly. Why did the church send you? They could have just asked Naruto-chan to get them, Rias inquired, tilting her head curiously. Kami-sama? This is church business. Why would he do anything about it? Irina questioned. Oh, Naruto-chan loves helping people out. He does it all the time. Especially for other factions. Rias explained cheerfully, and Naruto blinked at her. I do. Naruto asked, surprised. I like helping people out, but other factions? When have I ever done that? You're my husband. That's different, Naruto said, still adjusting to the idea of being married so soon after arriving in this world. You also helped cleanse the underworld for Zekrom, saved Chiron and Kuroka for Oniai-chan, and negotiated with Azazel for Rainier, Middlet, and Calawarner. You defeated Riser to help me, Rias continued, her brow furrowing in thought. Oh, and just the other day, you played games with all the faction leaders because you knew they were bored, and when faction leaders get bored, they tend to start wars. Oh, I guess I do help them out a lot, Naruto mused. They should buy me some ramen or something to make up for weight to help Zekrom? Naruto paused mid-sentence, realizing he didn't remember helping Zekrom Beal at all. Yup, Rias confirmed. A war almost broke out when you cleansed the underworld, but Zekrom said you did it at his request. Oh, he covered for me. Nice guy, Naruto thought, reflecting on how strange it was that the devil race accepted him, making their home uninhabitable. If the Yukai god is that kind, then. Zenobia turned to Naruto, her expression serious. Please remove those. Naruto casually reached up, ignoring Akino's exaggerated reaction as he pushed her off his head. Please help us retrieve the Excalibur fragments, Zenobia finally asked, staring intently at Naruto. Sure, no pro. On one condition. Rias interrupted, drawing Zenovia's attention back to her. Naruto felt a chill go down his spine. I have a bad feeling about this. The look on Rias's face reminded Naruto of the time she'd helped him negotiate with the Phoenix family. Join Naruto-chan's HRM. Rias declared with a playful grin. His HRM? Zenobia asked, tilting her head in confusion. Up. Join and we'll help you. You too, Orange Head. Naruto-chan loves orange. Rias insisted, then turned to Zenobia and Irina with a serious expression. Join Naruto-chan's HRM, or I'll have to take matters into my own hands. This is too much. Irina squeaked, blushing heavily as she avoided eye contact. W just met. Ever heard of love at first sight? Rias asked, and Naruto could practically see the gears turning in her mind. Weiss. That's the purest type of love. When souls are connected. Irina exclaimed, suddenly excited as she looked up at Rias. Rias smirked, pointing at Naruto. You just met Naruto-chan, but you can already feel it, right? That's love at first sight. It is. Irina stuttered, gazing at Naruto with wide eyes. No. No, it's not, Naruto waved her off. Ignore Rias. We're not soulmates or anything like that. We're soulmates. Irina murmured, her eyes wide as she stared in awe at Naruto. Naruto barely resisted the urge to facepalm. I will not be joining any HRM. I took a vow to remain single, Zenobia countered, standing her ground. Then, I guess you'll be leaving your partner all alone. In devil territory. On a dangerous mission. Rias continued, pausing dramatically. That's not gonna work. She literally took a vow to stay single. She'd have to be completely oblivious to... that would go against mission protocol. I guess I'll join this HRM, Zenobia conceded with a nod at Rias, and Naruto couldn't hold back any longer. He facepalmed. No. No one is joining any HRM. I'll help you anyway. Let's just get this meeting over with. Naruto groaned. It's late at night, you guys must be freezing. Body heat can only do so much. Naruto blinked. It had been a while since he saw that debuff activate. You're cold, Naruto-chan. And we need to use our body heat to keep you warm. Say no more. Rias sprang into action, launching herself across the couch and landing directly on Naruto. I didn't say any of that. I did say all of that. Oh, I guess it's fine. For a bit. For warmth. Sona muttered, not wanting to be left out as she walked toward Naruto. How does this always happen? Naruto Uzumaki. Yukai God. LVL, 505. STR, 762. Dex, 725. Con, 540. Int, 215. Wis, 750. Cha, 999. Skills, Chess Mastery. Perks, Martial arts, you're a wizard, Naruto, ladies' man, God's luck. Debuffs, confusion, bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, who has been reborn with the power of the gamer system. Naruto cleared his throat, looking at Kiba across the couch. So, Kiba, how's it going? Good, Kami-sama, Kiba replied, giving him a strange look. Why did you call me here? Please, just call me Naruto, he said, sitting up straighter. I couldn't possibly do that, Kami-sama, Kiba said with a gentle smile. Kiba, Naruto leaned forward, locking eyes with him. Call me Naruto. Today, I'm not the Yukai god. You're not? Kiba asked, raising an eyebrow. No, today, Naruto said, leaning in even closer, shadows covering his eyes. I'm your therapist. My therapist? Kiba echoed, and Naruto nodded. Yes, Naruto confirmed, sitting back and smiling brightly. Have you heard of the Talk no Jutsu technique? I can't say I have, Kiba replied. It's been a while since I've had to use it, so I'm a bit rusty, Naruto said, his expression turning serious. Tell me your life story, Kiba. I don't think I want to do that, Kiba said, his lips tightening. Why not? Do you not trust me? Naruto asked, making a funny face. I've lived many years, Kiba. I've seen many great men torn apart by their past. But it is not the past that defines you, it is the present. Yeah, it's not that I don't trust you, Kami-sama, Kiba replied dryly, gesturing to the others in the room. Could they leave? The tension was broken when the blue-haired woman sitting next to Naruto spoke up. Not possible, Zenvoya said, her gaze fixed on Kiba. Kami-sama requires us to be here. No, I really don't, Naruto sighed, looking at Zenvoya with a hint of annoyance. I suppose if Kami-sama requires it, then it's fine, Kiba said with a sigh, though he didn't look pleased. But could they at least wear something more appropriate? Nope, the orange-haired woman, Irina, chimed in from Naruto's other side. Kami-sama said we need to wear this, so we will. I never said that. Naruto trailed off, trying not to glance at either woman, who were wrapped in loose towels that barely covered them. How does this always happen? Naruto muttered, pushing away a headache. The morning had almost been normal. 2 hours earlier, Naruto had arrived at the Occult Research Club's room when Rias called out to him. Naruto-chan, I need your help. Sure, he replied, used to her urgent requests. It's about Kiba, Rias said, her expression suddenly serious. What about Kiba? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. He needs therapy. Naruto blinked, processing her words. Therapy? Yes. Therapy. Rias confirmed, nodding earnestly. Then, get him a therapist, he suggested, unsure where this was going. No. This is too personal. Rias shook her head. It has to be you, Naruto-chan. You're the only person I can trust with this. Fine, Naruto agreed. Tell me what's going on. Kiba had a situation involving holy swords when he was a child, Rias explained. A situation? Naruto asked, intrigued. How bad was it? Very bad, Rias replied bluntly. He's not handling Zenvoya and Irina being in quo well. It had only been 2 days since the unusual gathering, and Naruto had left the situation in Rias's hands. While he didn't mind helping, he had his own responsibilities. Childhood trauma, huh? Naruto mused, and Rias nodded. Alright, I'll try to help him out. Where's Kiba now? Don't know, Rias admitted, looking slightly ashamed. He went against my orders yesterday and attacked Zenvoya. I scolded him for it and he ran off. Then you need to give him some space, Naruto advised, recalling his own experiences with childhood trauma. I don't know anything about Kiba, he continued. I can't fix all of his problems. He has to fight through this himself. Well, if you say so, Rias said, her expression still worried. Then she brightened up. You can help me study. I have an exam coming up. Sure, Naruto nodded, pushing his thoughts aside. What subject? Math. Rias wrinkled her nose and Naruto froze. Numbers and stuff? He asked, feeling a sense of dread. It's my worst subject, so we'll have to study for a while. Rias said, determination on her face. I just remembered I had something to do, Naruto said quickly, turning toward the door. What is it? Rias asked, curious. Yasaka needed help with something. She said it's super important, he replied, taking a step toward the door. Yasaka's going to be at the publishing firm all day today, Rias said, pulling out her phone to show him her calendar. Oh right. Naruto said, realizing he needed a new plan. Kunu? She's studying with her handmaidens today, Rias informed Naruto, glancing at her phone. The calendar clearly indicated to study from to 5 p.m. I need to help her study? Naruto asked slowly, but Rias merely stared at him. They both knew Kunu was quite intelligent, having been raised by the best tutors in Kyoto. Oops. Kuroka, he corrected himself hesitantly. She and Chiron are busy with their super-secret senjutsu training to surprise and impress Naruto. Oops. Rias blushed slightly, turning her phone around again. Forget you heard that. Graphia? Naruto tried. Again. Taking care of Millicast today. It's parent observation day at his school, Rias replied. Kateria? She has a secret magician meeting today. The Fallen. Rainer, Calawarner, and Middlet. On a mission, Rias shook her head, looking back at her phone. They have to do one every few months for their positions in the Grigori. Right, and I'm going to help them out with it, Naruto said, a wise look on his face as he found a good excuse. Their mission is to come up with a plan to get you to go drinking with Azazel again, Rias said flatly. Naruto stopped in his tracks, recalling the exhausting drinking escapade he had with Azazel for his game. He had no intention of repeating that. Akino? Maybe? He suggested, feeling deflated as he ran out of names. It was me. Akino suddenly emerged from the kitchen, smiling at Naruto. Naruto-chan was going to help me with my new WHPS. Weren't you, Naruto-chan? Nope. Naruto replied firmly, looking back at Rias. If I go find Kiba, do I have to help you study? I guess not, Rias nodded, and Naruto raised his fist in determination. Alright, I'll go find him. Kiba? A new voice rang out, and Naruto turned to see Zenvoya stepping out from behind the shower curtain in the corner of the room. The boy that attacked me yesterday? Why is there a shower in your clubroom? Naruto asked, bewildered. It's always been there, Rias answered. I like having showers. You've used it before, Naruto-chan. We all had a group shower once. We all? Naruto asked, confused. You, me, Akino, Chiron? Pervert. Rias was interrupted as Irina peeked around Zenvoya's shoulder, blushing at Rias's words. That all right? We did do that, Naruto said, realizing he had taken many showers with various women. Anyway, Zenvoya continued, wrapping a towel around herself, allow me to join you. I would like to speak with that boy. No chance, Naruto replied. I'm trying to help him sort through his trauma, and you want me to bring the source of it? Nah. You're so smart, Naruto-chan. Rias cheered, causing him to stare at her blankly. You're right. The best way to help Kiba is to bring the source of his trauma so he can confront it directly. Yeah, I guess so, Naruto muttered, feeling uncertain. Then I'll come too. Irina chimed in, stepping out of the shower and wrapping a towel around herself. No, you won't, Naruto insisted. This is a serious issue. You can't just tag along. Oh, and put some clothes on. You two shouldn't be walking around like that. WL. If you say so, Irina blushed, looking shyly at Naruto. I'll come with you, and we'll both stay in these towels. Or something. Naruto stared at her, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. I'm sorry, Kiba, he thought, feeling a sense of dread about how this would unfold. Present. Why do you hate us? Zenvoya asked bluntly, looking at Kiba with an emotionless expression. None of your business, Kiba replied coldly, though he maintained a gentle smile. Just tell us and we can help you. Irina encouraged, bouncing on the couch. I'm meant to be the therapist here, Naruto interjected. I don't hate you, Kiba finally admitted, his friendly demeanor faltering. I hate your swords. The Excalibur fragments? Zenvoya asked, and Kiba nodded begrudgingly. I'm the sole survivor of the Holy Sword Project, Kiba revealed, causing a heavy silence to fall over the room. Should I know what that means? Irina whispered to Naruto, who simply stared blankly. I dunno. The Holy Sword Project. Kiba clenched his fist, anger flashing in his eyes. It was the most evil project in the church's history. Achoo! Naruto blinked, turning at the noise. Sorry. Pretend I'm not here. Ria said, peeking around the wall that separated the kitchen from the main room as she eavesdropped on the therapy session. Right, Kiba nodded, his expression serious again. The Holy Sword Project experimented on a group of children, running tests on them. Do you want tea, Ria-sama? Not now, Akino. Naruto glanced at the duo huddled behind the small wall, a deadpan expression on his face. He had thought that Zenobia and Irina would be the problem, but it turned out to be Kiba and his intense focus on the conversation. They ran tests on children to find out what allowed someone to wield a holy sword. They figured it out, but to extract it they had to, Kiba began. That sounds unbelievable, Zenobia interrupted, her tone dismissive. Kiba slowly turned to look at her, confusion etched on his face. What do you mean? He asked. I've never heard of such a project. The church would never do something so inhumane as testing on children, she replied firmly. Are you saying that I'm lying? Kiba's voice was tense, his gaze piercing. Obviously, Zenobia shot back. Kiba's frustration boiled over. Don't stop me, Kami-sama. I won't hold back, he exclaimed, standing up abruptly and summoning a sword into his hand. In response, Zenobia rose as well, reaching behind the couch to reveal a massive fragment of Excalibur that she had hidden there. The Yukai god giving us hospitality won't stop me from confronting you this time, she declared, her glare fixed on Kiba. Nearby, Irina watched the escalating tension between the two with concern. Did you hear what's happening? A hushed voice whispered. A male Yukai sat at a bar, keeping his voice down as he looked at the man sitting next to him. Of course I did. You'd have to be an idiot to not know, the man shot back, his voice barely contained. All those important people are in the same city as us, the Yukai behind the bar muttered. It's exciting, right? I feel like I'm witnessing a major world event, a younger Yukai exclaimed, breaking the tension in the room with his eagerness. Every eye turned to him, each Yukai sharing the same thought. To be so young and foolish again. No, it's terrifying, the first man countered, glaring at him. I know, right? They all hate each other too, the man next to him agreed. If those guys get into a fight, all of Kyoto would be blown off the map, the Yukai bartender said, his voice wavering slightly in worry. What are you guys so worried about? You know who's mediating the meeting, right? The young man's cocky yet excited voice shot back. Of course I do. Then what are you scared about? Kami-sama won't let anything happen. He's the whole reason they're meeting here. I bet he took all kinds of precautions. Don't disrespect his months of hard work leading up to this by doubting him. Why, you're right. He's definitely got this all covered. Yeah. Kami-sama will handle all of it. You guys are right. We shouldn't doubt Kami-sama. On the opposite side of Kyoto, a certain blonde-haired man sneezed. If any normal person, be it human, devil, fallen, or any race, had entered the room, they would have felt their body freeze in terror. The air was thick with pure power radiating off each individual. Their breath would have caught in their throat as fear paralyzed them. If any normal person had entered the room, they would have accepted their fate. After all, this was no ordinary meeting. On the left sat Surzex Lucifer, the leader of Devilkind, one of the few super devils in history. A man who could go toe-to-toe with nearly anyone in the world, and who was collectively considered a contender for the top 10 most powerful beings in the universe. On the right was Azizel, leader of the Grigori, a 12-winged fallen angel and a mastermind who had lived through the Great War and only grown stronger since, creating his own sacred gears. In the front was Michael, the Archangel of Heaven. The 12-winged angel who took over leadership of heaven after the Great War, capable of sending devils and demons alike running in fear with just a look. In the back was Yasaka, the Yukai Queen of Kyoto. A 12-tailed Yukai who could access the ley lines, the near-infinite flow of energy that made her nearly invincible as long as she was near Kyoto. In the middle was the Yukai god, the man who cleansed not just the energy in the ley lines but also the entirety of the underworld. The man who fearlessly defied the Four Mao themselves as he freed the Nekisha sisters, defeating thousands of guards with his mind alone. The man who broke into Zikram Bale's indestructible stronghold, said to be the most secure place in the world. Not only that, but the man who took on Zikram himself and emerged unscathed. The man who tamed the uncontrollable dragon, Tiamat, and forced her to become a lowly familiar. The man who took down the immortal Riser Phoenix, taking both his sister and mother in the process. The man who outsmarted every faction leader in a game of wits. Can you stop now? Naruto asked bluntly, staring at Yasaka. Yasaka looked up, blushing slightly. Oh, was I reading that aloud? Yes, you were, Naruto replied flatly. Sorry. I was starting on the script for the manga chapter we'll make about this. Yasaka explained, giving an apologetic look to Naruto and the rest of the faction leaders in the room. Oh, I don't mind. Just make sure I get the chapter early, alright? Azazel said lazily, giving Yasaka a knowing grin, which she returned. You'll be the first one to read it. Yasaka grinned back. Naruto hadn't known until recently that the manga operation was not just a Yasaka-run production. Wait, but I should be first. As Naruto-chan's best friend. Surzex whined. We can read it together, Surzex-chan. Azazel suggested, solving the problem. Oh, that would be fun. Let's do it, Azazel-chan. Surzex nodded with a satisfied grin. Can I join as well? That does sound quite pleasant, Michael asked, smiling brightly at the two. Of course. The more, the merrier. Hey! Naruto spoke again, drawing their eyes to him. Have you guys ever been serious? Like ever? In your entire lives? Of course, I'm always serious, Azazel shot back, locking eyes intensely with Naruto. For a moment, the room was silent. Then they all burst into laughter. Good joke, Azazel-than. Surzex laughed. That was quite the good jest, Michael conceded. You being serious, Azazel-chan? As if. Yasaka giggled. Naruto simply stared blankly at them all. I thought this was gonna be important. You told me it would be important, he sighed, pushing away a headache. It is important, Naruto-chan. Yasaka nodded. Yeah. This is the meeting to decide where we'll hold the 3-faction summit. Surzex added. The 4-faction summit now, Azazel corrected, nodding at Yasaka. If it's successful, then tensions between our factions will be nullified, and world peace will be achieved for the first time in history, Michael agreed. It's quite the big deal. So, why are you having it in my bedroom? Naruto asked, gesturing to the room around them. The meeting between the 4 faction leaders was, in fact, taking place in his bedroom. Kyoto's a pretty neutral zone. While our factions may hate each other, Michael gestured at Surzex and Azazel as he spoke, the Yukai are pretty friendly with everyone. Because of you, Surzex explained bluntly, everyone loves you, and you're the Yukai god, so everyone loves the Yukai faction now. And I was coming by anyway to talk to Yasaka about your next manga chapter, so I thought, why not? Might as well have it here, Azazel nodded lazily. And it would cause you the least amount of trouble, Naruto-chan. You had to be at the meeting, but we wouldn't want to make you go out of your way. Yasaka agreed. You live here, so it's the least out-of-the-way place I could think of. I think I would have preferred to take the time to go somewhere else instead of. This, Naruto waved his hand outward, like, seriously? I could have at least gotten out of bed. Naruto exclaimed. The meeting was taking place in Naruto's bedroom, and quite literally on his bed. Yasaka had arranged the seating with Surzex to the left, Azazel to the right, and Michael in front, while she stood behind Naruto. Each faction leader sat on the edge of the bed, their feet dangling off like children. Yasaka was positioned directly behind him, and Naruto found himself in an awkward situation, his head wedged between her arms as they discussed the lead-up to an important event. So, I was thinking, Azazel began, ignoring Naruto's complaints, why not just have the summit here? In Kyoto? Naruto replied, considering it for a moment before nodding. Yeah, that could work. Since it's close to the ley lines, I'd prefer you guys have it here. If there's an attack, Yasaka would be able to handle it and ensure everyone is safe. Despite Yasaka being slightly less powerful than the other faction leaders, when she had access to the ley lines, her strength was significantly enhanced. Someone attacking the summit. Azazel chuckled, looking at Naruto with a teasing expression. You're kidding, right? Attacking a meeting between the strongest members of each faction? That would be suicide. No one is foolish enough to try that. That would be the height of foolishness, Michael agreed, nodding. Exactly. I can't see that happening. Whoever did that would have to be a complete imbecile, Yasaka added. Yeah. No one would try that. They would have to be a complete idiot, Naruto muttered sarcastically, recalling a certain black-haired friend who had done just that. You'd be surprised. You would be there as well, Naruto. What idiot would try to attack the meeting when you're present? Surzex chimed in. Especially since it's in your home. You can't get a bigger home court advantage than having the summit in your own bedroom. Yeah, I guess you're right. Naruto paused mid-sentence, slowly turning to look at Surzex. Wait, having the summit in my bedroom? Yeah, we're having this meeting here, so why not? Azazel agreed. It's the most secure place, and it would cause you the least trouble. We wouldn't want to make you travel too far. I can travel, Naruto replied flatly. I have no problem traveling. I can do it instantly, remember? He snapped his fingers, and a magic circle appeared. Well, we want to make sure you're comfortable, Naruto, Michael said, nodding in agreement. What place could be more comfortable than your bedroom? This is the best option. No, Naruto sighed. This is a meeting with the balance of the world at stake. A first-of-its-kind meeting between each faction to reach world peace. How comfortable I am shouldn't be the most important thing. You heard Naruto, Yasaka said, narrowing her eyes at the other faction leaders. His comfort comes first. If any of you have a problem with that, we can change the 4-faction summit back into the 3-faction summit. No, Naruto groaned. How comfo? No problem here, Azazel answered smoothly, and Michael nodded in agreement. None here as well, the angel added. Come on, Yasaka, you know we all want Naruto to be as comfortable as possible, Surzex said with a grin. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose at his friend's words. Well, then you should be. Fine with running all your guards and anyone else you'll be bringing by Naruto, Yasaka said seriously. If Naruto doesn't approve of any of them, then you won't be able to bring them. No, better yet, you must remove them from your faction at once. Sounds good, Azazel nodded lazily. I was only bringing a few guards anyway. I'll introduce them to you later this week, Naruto. This is possibly the most important meeting in forever, Naruto replied flatly. I don't care how many guards you bring or whoever else from your faction you want to come. You don't need to ask me, you're all faction leaders. And you don't need to kick them out just because I don't like someone. You heard him, Yasaka said simply, and the 3 faction leaders nodded at her words, while Naruto felt a headache approaching. Can Ria and her peerage come, Naruto? Surzex asked, tilting his head at Naruto with wide eyes. It'll be a good learning experience for them. Ria is going to be a future leader for our race. She needs to see how these official meetings work. Please? Pretty please? Yes, they can come. Naruto interrupted, sighing as Surzex, a super devil, begged him like a child asking for a sleepover. Thanks, Naruto. Oh, and Seraphol wanted to bring Sona and her peerage too. Surzex added. She was supposed to be here, but she got busy last second. Something about an important meeting that could determine the fate of our entire species. That sounds important, Yasaka said, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure you shouldn't be helping her? Nah, nothing's more important than a meeting with Naruto. Surzex cheered. Seraphal's also not in a meeting, Naruto replied flatly, reaching under the bed to lift up his phone. The screen displayed a stream of texts from a certain magical girl. She's been trying to get me to ditch this meeting and go play minigolf with her for the last 30 minutes. Oh, Surzex said, blushing slightly before nodding confidently again. See? I knew this meeting was more important. She managed to get out of this historically important meeting to play minigolf? Azazel muttered, his eyes wide with awe. To blow off such an important event. She's even better than me. I need to step up my game. The room fell silent for a moment. Then, the fallen angel leader looked up, his eyes scanning each person in the room before asking hesitantly, "How mad would you guys be if I didn't show up to the faction summit?" "Don't even think about it," Yasaka shot back with narrowed eyes. "I don't care if you're there or not, but if you waste so much of Naruto-chan's precious time today." "Don't finish that," Naruto interjected, his tone serious, and Yasaka cleared her throat, a light blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Ahem, if you waste so much of Naruto-chan's precious time today," Yasaka continued, her expression turning serious again, "which he could be using for something important, then I will never let you read any of his manga chapters early again." "You wouldn't dare!" Azazel exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "I would," Yasaka replied firmly. "That's cruel." Surzex nodded, reaching across the bed to pat Azazel on the shoulder. "So cruel." Azazel sighed, "I guess I can't get out of work this time." "Okay, listen, this has been fun and all, but this is an important summit that needs to be held. It can't be in my bedroom, and we need to plan ahead to ensure it goes smoothly," Naruto interrupted, feeling odd as he found himself being the voice of reason again. "Can we be serious? Please?" Naruto asked, and the room fell silent as everyone stared at him. "Why yes, you're right, Naruto-chan," Yasaka nodded, her posture straightening. "We should handle this meeting seriously." "Yeah, I guess you're right," Azazel agreed, and Michael and Surzex nodded in agreement. "Thank you," Naruto let out a relieved sigh. "Now, first we should decide on the location. Kyoto is fine, but we'll need a place that isn't too close to any civilians in case there is an attack." Suddenly, Naruto's bedroom door swung open, and a black blur burst through. It launched through the air, landing directly in Naruto's lap. Kuroka?" Naruto asked, staring at the catgirl now lounging on his lap. "We're kind of in the middle of something important." She glanced at the various faction leaders sitting on the edges of his bed, then turned back to Naruto, ignoring them completely. "Nothing's more important than cuddles," she declared with a mischievous grin, snuggling closer to him. Naruto stared at her blankly for a moment before sighing. "Right, so we'll need to pick a location that can hold the meeting and is far from the housing area. If there was an attack, I don't want any civilians to be caught up." Before he could finish, a second squeak came as his bedroom door slammed open again, and a white blur shot over Michael's head and into Naruto's lap. "Oh yeah," Kuroka smirked, "Chiron's here too." "Hi." Chiron grinned happily, crawling under the covers next to her sister. Whatever, Naruto sighed. "So, Yasaka, do you have anywhere in mind that could?" "Naruto-chan. Breakfast is ready." The door swung open once more, this time revealing a blue-haired fallen angel. "It's your favorite." Rainier cheered, walking in behind Calawarner, who was carrying a large pot of steaming ramen. "You know how to dress them," Azazel nodded appreciatively, eyeing the outfits of Rainier and Calawarner. Rainier shot him a dry look. "Don't look at me like that," she said bluntly. "This body is for Naruto-chan only. Anyone who dares to look at my body, which belongs to Naruto-chan, would face severe consequences." "Anyway," Naruto interrupted, looking at the two women. "We're in the middle of something important right now, so could you just save it for later?" He paused, considering his own words. "Am I really going to turn down ramen?" He glanced at the four faction leaders casually sitting on his bed, then at Kuroka and Chiron under the covers, and finally at the two fallen angels. "Actually, get me a bowl." "A big bowl," Naruto decided, then raised a hand as he reconsidered. "Actually, just some chopsticks. I'll eat from the pot. On second thought, I don't even need the chopsticks." Naruto promptly grabbed the large pot, consuming bowl after bowl of ramen over the next hour as the meeting room became more crowded, and the constant interruptions meant that no progress was made. "Help me, Naruto. You're my only hope," Rias exclaimed, her red hair bouncing as she leaned closer to him. have you been watching Star Wars? Naruto asked, glancing away from the anime on the TV. Yeah, how'd you know? Rias tilted her head, her expression playful. Just a hunch. Anyway, you're the only one who can help me, Naruto, she insisted, her eyes wide with urgency. With what? He replied, half listening. It's about one of my peerage members. They need therapy. Is it Kiba again? Naruto asked, recalling their last chaotic session. I think you should just get him an actual therapist. No, not Kiba this time. Rias shook her head, her crimson hair flying. It's someone else. Well, whoever it is, you should really get them a professional, he said, still distracted. What? Rias questioned, her head tilting again. What do you mean? It went great. He hasn't tried going after Irina or Zenobia since then. Because he's too afraid to, Naruto replied, his tone flat. I might have gone a bit too far. I hope he isn't too traumatized. During their last session, Naruto had lost his patience when a fight almost broke out. His display of power had left Kiba too intimidated to even look him in the eye afterward. Meanwhile, the exorcist had only grown more impressed with him, and Akino's teasing had intensified. You're the only one who can help, Rias pleaded again, her eyes shining. Fine, fine, Naruto relented. Who needs help this time? Is it Akino? Nope. It's my bishop, Rias said eagerly. Asia? He asked, surprised. The church-loving girl seemed well-adjusted. No, my other bishop, Rias clarified. You have another bishop? Naruto raised an eyebrow, realizing he didn't know as much about Rias's peerage as he thought. He's locked in the club basement, Rias began, pausing to find the right words. He's locked in the basement? Naruto asked, incredulous. Like, he was in there late at night, and the janitor locked him in or something? And no, Rias shook her head. He agreed to be locked in there. Oh, and you lost the key? I could just bust down the door for you, Naruto offered. No, you can't just bust it down, Rias started, but he waved her off. Of course I can. Are you worried about having to get a new one? I can ask Yasaka to fix it. And not because of that, Rias clarified. The door isn't locked. He's sealed in by magic. Oh, and you need me to break it? Naruto asked, intrigued. No, you don't need to break it, she replied. I know how to break the seal. You do? Then let the poor guy out. How long has he been stuck down there anyway? A couple of years now, Rias said, puffing her chest out. No one trapped him. I wouldn't let a random mage mess with my peerage. Then why is he down there? Naruto asked, confused. I put him in there, and my brother helped create the seal, Rias explained. Oh, you put him in there? Naruto asked. Is he one of your brother's old enemies? Did you lock him in to change his heart? And I understand how you feel, Rias, Naruto said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Just know that I'll be with you every step of the way. We'll free him, and then I'll help him find his way. That's not W-. Naruto's excitement grew at the thought of using his persuasive skills again. I know how easily an enemy can become a friend. We can change his heart together. Thanks, but, Rias trailed off, glancing away. He's, not an old enemy or anything. He's a kid. A middle schooler, actually. Naruto's enthusiasm faded. Kid? A kid in middle school? Almost high school. Rias defended, her confidence wavering. But yes, a middle school kid. Did you really lock a middle school kid in your basement? Naruto asked, his tone flat. With a magic seal and everything? When you say it like that, it sounds bad. Rias protested, her cheeks puffing out defensively. That's because it is bad, Naruto replied, maintaining his serious expression. Where did you even find this kid, and why did you lock him in the basement? My brother recruited him to join my peerage, Rias explained, and suddenly everything clicked for Naruto. He recalled the game Surzex had played, where he had destroyed an entire family's home to persuade a prodigy to join Rias's peerage. Now, Rias locking a kid in the basement made a twisted kind of sense. Maybe Surzex was the one who really needed therapy. He has a sacred gear, Rias continued, The forbidden Baylor view. It allows him to temporarily stop time, but he struggles to control it. He gets frightened easily, which causes him to activate it by accident. We locked him down there for his safety and ours. Even if he has a dangerous sacred gear, you can't just lock a little kid in your basement, Naruto pointed out. I let him out at night. Rias insisted, her voice rising defensively. Even worse. You locked a little kid in your basement and only let him out in the middle of the night when all the creeps are out, Naruto replied, unimpressed. He's a damper. He likes the night. Rias defended. What's a damper? Naruto asked, genuinely confused. It's like a vampire, Rias explained briefly, and Naruto nodded, understanding that it was more complicated than that but not wanting to delve into a lengthy explanation. Well, I guess that's fine then, Naruto said, waving his hand dismissively. Come on. Bring me to him, and I'll see if I can help. Rias nodded and quickly led him out of the room. As they walked, Naruto couldn't help but notice Rias's features, but he quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts. This is why Kuroka thinks I'm a pervert, he thought, blaming everyone around him. They're just really close friends, he muttered to himself. He's in here, Rias said, stopping in front of a door in the Occult Research Club's clubhouse. A large red magic seal covered the door, intricate lines crossing over it. She placed her palm on the door, and a moment later, the seal broke with a flash of red light. Gasper-chan. Rias called out cheerfully as she pushed the door open, revealing a dark room. Are you awake? Naruto watched as she peered into the room, her smile fading when there was no response. Gasper-chan. Rias shouted again, her tone slightly more anxious. Are you awake? Still, there was no answer. Rias, Naruto said softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Is this bishop of yours a real person? Why yes. Rias blushed, turning back to the dark room. Gasper-chan. Are you in here? How could he not be in there when you sealed the door? Naruto remarked, patting her shoulder. It's okay, Rias. I had an imaginary friend when I was little too. An imaginary bishop isn't that weird. He's not imaginary. Rias pouted, stepping into the dark room. Gasper, can you come out? I can pretend too if you want, Rias, Naruto said, stepping past her into the dark room. He held out his hand as if to shake someone's hand. Hey Gasper. Nice to meet you. He's not fake. Rias insisted, her frustration growing. He's just shy. Gasper, can you? Abruptly, Rias stopped mid-sentence, her expression frozen. Naruto raised an eyebrow, glancing back at her. Rias? You going to finish that sentence? She remained still, her eyes staring blankly into the dark room. Rias? He asked again, waving his hand in front of her face. She didn't react at all, and he began to wonder if her bishop really could stop time. Maybe he is real, Naruto mused, observing Rias's stillness. In the wrong hands, this could be dangerous. He glanced down, noticing Rias's posture as she remained frozen. Or in the hands of a pervert, he added, shaking his head and stepping further into the dark room. His eyes adjusted, revealing a normal, empty space with a small carpet, a computer, a TV, and various cardboard boxes scattered around. Yo, Gasper! Naruto called out casually. Anyone named Gasper in here? You kind of froze my wife. It'd be cool if you could not do that. No response came, but Naruto noticed a slight movement. A box in the corner shifted, and he saw two eyes peeking out. Suddenly, the box was covered as Gasper quickly hid inside it. Did you come out? Rias finished her sentence, blinking as she noticed Naruto had moved. She hurried toward him. Oh, did you find him? Think so, Naruto replied, lifting the box with ease, prompting another squeak from inside. You said he was a vampire, but is he actually a little animal or something? Rias blinked, looking at the box. No. He's a damper. Naruto asked, pulling open the cardboard box again. Fearful eyes met his gaze, revealing a very small child inside. Yo, Naruto greeted, giving the child a piece. He quickly grabbed the box as the child attempted to close it again. Can you stop that? Go away, the child whined, trying to pull the top of the box shut. Nah, Naruto replied, glancing back at Rias. Thought you said it was a guy? It felt even worse that they had locked a little boy in the basement for so long, but it was also a bit less strange, I guess. I am a boy. Gasper shouted from the box, immediately trying to close it again. Go away. I don't like people. Leave. He is a boy, Rias confirmed, looking down into the box as Naruto casually held it in his hands. Naruto glanced down, observing the middle schooler. Pale skin, a thin face, big eyes, and most notably, the Kuo Academy uniform he was wearing, a female uniform complete with a skirt. Looks like a girl to me, he said flatly, and Gasper whined again from the box. I'm not a girl. I'm a boy. Gasper huffed, glaring up defiantly at Naruto for a brief moment before curling up into a ball and avoiding eye contact. Oh, I get it, Naruto nodded knowingly. You're one of those boys. What's that supposed to mean? Gasper peeked through his fingers at him. It's okay, man, I don't judge. Naruto said comfortingly, waving his hand dismissively at Gasper. My wife has fox ears and 9 tails. Why would I care if you want to be a girl? Gasper stared at him blankly, then blushed and began stuttering again. No, I'm not like that, I'm actually a boy. You are, Naruto nodded sagely. If that's what you want to be, then why would I care? Do whatever you want. No, I've always been a boy. Gasper insisted, looking up pleadingly at Naruto. Of course, it's a person's insides that matter, not their outsides, Naruto said, putting a hand on his chin as if sharing profound wisdom. If you think you're a boy at heart, then you can be one. He really is a boy, Rias interjected, peeking over Naruto's shoulder at Gasper. He just likes to dress in a certain way. Oh, Naruto nodded, looking down as Gasper's outfit made more sense. I mean, that's fine too, I guess? Is that why you're trying to hide in a box? You don't have to be embarrassed about it, we all have our own hobbies. No, I just don't like people. Gasper whined again, curling up in a ball once more. Go away. He's what the Japanese call a hikikomori, Rias explained, smiling softly at Gasper. He doesn't like meeting new people and is usually too shy to even go near anyone but me, Akino or Kiba. For just meeting you for the first time, he's actually doing pretty well. This is doing pretty well? Naruto deadpanned, staring at Gasper, who was still curled up. Yup, Rias hummed, nodding. When he met my brother for the first time, he froze and hid under his bed for a week. His energy was evil. Yours is better, Gasper muttered, reluctantly looking up at Naruto as he relaxed a bit. I actually don't mind it. So, can you come out of the box? Naruto asked, setting it on the ground. Gasper slowly nodded, uncurling himself as he stood up and looked at Naruto. Gasper-chan, this is Naruto, also known as the Yukai God, Rias introduced, nodding at Naruto. As of recently, he's my husband. Ninen, this is Gasper Vladi, my first bishop. Nice to meet ya, Naruto said, grinning down at Gasper as he placed a hand on the boy's head. Gasper's face flushed, and he looked down at his feet at Naruto's action but seemed to enjoy the touch. And nice to meet you. Gasper muttered. So, what did you want me to help him with? Naruto asked, looking curiously at Rias. He needs to start going outside more, Rias explained, locking eyes with Gasper. You can't spend your whole life locked up, Gasper-chan. Yes, I can. Gasper whined again. I do the most contracts out of the whole peerage, so it's fine. Contracts? Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking around the relatively empty room. How does he do contracts from here? The computer, Rias said, pointing at it, and Gasper nodded rapidly in agreement. There are lots of people on Devil Talk that want to do contracts with me, Gasper said, placing a finger on his chin as he thought for a moment. I cover a big market, apparently. I think they call it a trap? And that is why he needs to go outside more, Rias said flatly. I know we're devils, but he still shouldn't be spending all his time on Devil Talk. He needs to go to school and get used to meeting new people so he can participate in raiding games in the future. Not happening, Gasper shouted, abruptly turning around and lunging toward the cardboard box. I'm not leaving. Go away. I think I can do something about this, Naruto said, appearing behind the box just as Gasper lunged for it. He lifted the box, allowing the boy to sprawl onto the floor instead. It's something Yasaka helped me develop. I use it to help her relax when she gets stressed out. Great. I knew I could count on you, Naruto-chan. Rias cheered, acting as though he had already solved the issue. Stand up, Gasper, Naruto ordered, and the boy slowly pushed himself to his feet. As he did, Naruto placed his palm flat on Gasper's head and closed his eyes. Slowly, a bright aura began to spread around Naruto's body, causing it to glow with a warm yellow light. The energy flowed down his arm, rolling over his hand and onto Gasper. For a moment, Gasper glowed as the energy surrounded him, and then it was done. Naruto removed his hand, grinning down at Gasper. So, how does going outside sound? No, Gasper cut himself off, blinking as he stared down at his palms. It doesn't sound that scary. What did you do? Rias asked eagerly, walking up next to Naruto. The chakra in this world, chakra in general, Naruto quickly corrected himself, is very closely tied to emotions. I already cleansed most of the energy in this world, but that energy becomes diluted as it flows throughout. Naruto held up his palm, a small glow surrounding it as he grinned cheekily at Rias. My chakra is a lot more pure and carries a lot more positive emotions. By flowing it into someone else, I can help them combat their negative emotions. It's pretty simple. Naruto blinked as he noticed Rias's eyes widen in awe. Wow. You're awesome, Naruto-chan. It was nothing, he waved dismissively. He really didn't do much. He just pushed a bit of his pure chakra into Gasper's body. No, that was amazing. Rias cheered, turning her head to look at Gasper. So, what do you think, Gasper-chan? Can you come out for a bit today, please? Even just to get some food with me and Naruto-chan. Sure, Gasper nodded, blinking in surprise at his own agreement, but then smiled softly. He looked up at Naruto and gave him a grateful smile. Thanks. No problem, Naruto grinned. As he glanced at his ecstatic wife and the now much less afraid Gasper, he felt a large sense of satisfaction. This was actually pretty normal. No system interruptions. No misunderstandings. As he thought back to the recent events, he chuckled to himself. If anything, I was the one misunderstanding things today. As Naruto followed the duo out the door, he made a vow. This is the start of a new chapter in my life. A more normal one. From now on, things will be normal. Naruto would quickly discover that this new, normal chapter of his life only lasted one chapter, literally. If anything, his life only got crazier from this point on. Naruto Uzumaki. Yukai God. LVL. 505. STR. 762. Dex. 725. Con. 540. Int. 215. Wis. 750. Cha. 999. Skills. Chess mastery. Perks. Martial arts. You're a wizard. Naruto. Ladies man. God's luck. Debuffs. Confusion. Bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, who has been reborn with the power of the gamer system. Naruto-chan, I need your help. Rias exclaimed, appearing in a bright light as she jumped out of a magic circle. When do you not need my help? Naruto replied flatly. Rias had been asking for his assistance frequently lately. I can't help it that I keep having problems and that you're the only person who can help me. Rias continued, dramatically pointing at him while showering him with praise. Fine, I'll help. Is it urgent? Naruto asked, gesturing around him. Rias had teleported into his bedroom in Kyoto, and he was far from prepared. It is. Get your clothes on quick, Naruto. Oh, wait, actually. Never mind, Nachin. It's too urgent, we need to go now. Rias said, her face flushing slightly. Can I come to watch? Another voice chimed in. Rias blinked, realizing Kuroko was there. Oh, hi Kuroka, sorry I didn't see you there. Sure, you can come, you have time to get dressed though, Rias said, contradicting her earlier statement. Naruto quickly got off the bed and grabbed his clothes. How did you not see her? he asked, puzzled. She blended into the covers. Rias defended herself, gesturing to the black sheets on the bed. Understandable, Kuroka nodded. No, it's not, Naruto replied, rolling his eyes. She was impossible to miss. Whatever. Let's go quick, Naruto-chan. See you later, Kuroka. Rias said hurriedly, grabbing Naruto's arm and pulling him into the magic circle. In a flash of light, they found themselves in the courtyard in front of Kuo Academy. How come everything seems to happen here? Naruto wondered. That's what I need help with, Naruto-chan. Rias pointed dramatically toward a group of people standing in the courtyard. There was Rias's peerage, Kiba, Akino, and Asia, along with Chiron. Chiron? What's she doing here? Naruto asked, surprised. Oh, she and Kiba became friends recently. She came here to help him overcome his trauma. Rias explained. Really? She's so nice, Naruto said, proud of the younger cat girl. Right? Oh, and she also said it was because she needed to be stronger to stop One-sama from hogging all of Naruto-chan's attention. I get the idea. Naruto interrupted, his face slightly flushed as he focused on the situation before them. In front of them stood a man with long silver hair, waving 5 swords around wildly. That's Fried Selen, he's what the young devils would call a freak, Rias informed him. Definitely a freak, Naruto agreed. Behind Fried was an older man dressed in priest robes, bald with a few gray hairs. That's Valper Galilei. He's also a freak, Rias added, her expression showing her disdain. So, Naruto trailed off, stepping forward and clapping his hands together to get everyone's attention. What's going on here? Naruto-chan. Chiron cheered, looking at him with wide eyes. Yo, Naruto greeted, but Fried pointed a sword at him. I don't like this guy. Or you. You give off bad vibes. Fried yelled. I bet you were naked a minute ago, weren't you? Naruto blinked, taken aback. I was, but I don't like being called weird by someone like you, he replied flatly. He's the Yukai god, Selen. You're in for it now. Irina exclaimed, pointing at Naruto. The Yukai god. Fried shouted, momentarily startled. Then his eyes lit up with excitement. To think I get to be the one to kill the Yukai god. This is awesome. I'm gonna take you down. That I'm just going to take you down now, alright? I really don't like hearing you talk, Naruto said, preparing himself to confront Fried. You wish. Take my sword. Fried screamed, lunging forward with one of his swords raised. W. Naruto-chan. Rias whispered urgently, stepping closer. Don't kill him, please. Kiba needs to destroy one of those swords to help him get over his trauma. And with that, the confrontation began. A pair of twos. Seraphol exclaimed, slamming her cards down on the table, her excitement contrasting with the poor hand she had. I have 3 sevens, Surzex said smoothly, a confident grin spreading across his face as Seraphol's expression shifted to disappointment. I don't even know what this is, Naruto said bluntly, laying his cards down. At least I beat you, Naruto. None of your cards are the same. Seraphol declared, pointing her magic wand at Naruto in triumph. Actually, Seraphol-sama, that's called a royal flush, Graphia chimed in, setting a drink on the table as she gestured at Naruto's cards. An ace of hearts, king of hearts, queen of hearts, jack of hearts, and 10 of hearts. What does that mean? Seraphol tilted her head, confused. It means he won again, Surzex sighed, tossing his cards onto the table. Correct. It's the best possible hand, with a 1 in 649, 737 chance of occurring, Graphia confirmed, pushing a collection of chips toward Naruto, adding to his already substantial pile. I don't know why you guys are even trying anymore, Azazel said lazily, waving at Naruto's massive stack of chips. Naruto-chan is just too lucky. He's the god of Yukai, what else would you expect? That I think I'll actually listen to you this time, Surzex sighed, pushing his chair back slightly. I'm going to get in trouble for losing so much money. You didn't have to keep betting so much, Naruto replied dryly. The other faction leaders had started off confidently, betting large sums, but it seemed Naruto's luck had outshone theirs. He had won every hand so far. Harem, who's going to hold you responsible? Azazel chuckled, his carefree attitude evident. Surzex remained silent, but Naruto noticed Graphia standing closely behind him, her gaze intense. That I lost a lot too. Seraphol whined, staring at the empty space where her chips had been. This was meant to be for fun, Naruto said, pushing his chips forward. Just take your money back. I don't need it. Naruto had more than enough wealth. The Yukai faction had become a financial powerhouse after the success of the manga and anime about his life. You can't just give it back, Naruto-chan. That ruins the sanctity of the table. Seraphol huffed, pointing her wand at him again. I don't think a poker table had any sanctity to begin with, Naruto replied. Just keep it, Naruto-chan. It's no fun if you give it back. We'll win it back next time. Surzex insisted, forcing a smile as Graphia's gaze intensified. You won it, can't just give it back. Someone has to win it off you, Azazel agreed. Finally, Naruto sighed and pushed all his chips forward again. Fine. Then I'm all in, Naruto said dryly, pushing all his chips into the center of the table. I'll fold right away, so you guys can just win it back this time. There's no folding in devil poker, Naruto-chan. Seraphol countered, her expression a mix of determination and cuteness. That's what makes it devil poker. Then, you can be the dealer, Sarah-chan, Naruto suggested. We'll all close our eyes while you deal, so we won't know if you cheated and gave me a bad hand. Cheating's gotta be allowed in devil poker, right? Oh, it is. You're so smart, Naruto-chan. Seraphol cheered, excited about the idea. You guys can bet too, Azaz-chan, Zex-chan. I'll make sure we all get the same hand so we split it. All right, I'm in, Surzex nodded, snapping his fingers to summon a massive stack of chips. Just make sure you don't mess it up. I had to take this directly from the treasury. Oh, that's smart, Seraphol agreed, eager to follow suit. Gambling away your race's funds on a poker game? Azazel said approvingly. That's something I can get behind. I'll do the same. Seraphol dramatically pointed her wand at the table, but frowned when nothing happened. I might have taken it all, Sarah-chan, Surzex admitted sheepishly. This isn't the first time he's played poker with Naruto-chan, Graphia explained dryly, noting Seraphol's curious look. He emptied half the treasury last week. This is the other half. We're making it back now, all right? It's fine. Surzex insisted, trying to defend himself under Graphia's intense gaze. Oh, I'll just take from the Citri treasury then, Seraphol said with a carefree grin. Moments later, a pile of chips appeared in front of her. Is this really that much money? Naruto asked, eyeing the stacks of chips that each faction leader had contributed. That is enough money to buy every house in Japan. Graphia explained, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Every house in Japan? They're just casually gambling with this much? And America, Germany, Mexico, Canada, Australia. Graphia continued, listing off more countries. Naruto glanced from Seraphol to Surzex, then to Azazel, realizing the magnitude of what they were doing. All right, close your eyes. Seraphol shouted, picking up the deck of cards and starting to look through them. The others complied, and soon each person had a hand of cards in front of them. All in. Seraphol shouted, pushing her stack of chips forward. I'm also all in, Surzex nodded, following suit as he pushed his fortune into the pot. Same here, Azazel added, pushing forward his chips. Graphia reached forward, quickly drawing a set of cards and laying them down on the table. All right, we all win now, Seraphol declared, revealing her cards flat on the table. Seraphol had dealt herself what seemed like random cards. A 4, a 5, a 7, an 8, and a queen. None of her cards matched those on the table. We do, Surzex said, revealing that he had the same exact cards. Did you do this on purpose? Azazel inquired dryly, displaying his own hand. He had the same cards, except instead of a queen, he had a jack, which meant he would lose since no one had a pair. Do what? Seraphol asked innocently, glancing over the cards before blinking in surprise at the difference. Oh, oops. Demon devils, Azazel muttered. Sarah-chan? Naruto said, setting his cards down on the table. Messed up. What do you mean? Seraphal replied, looking at his cards as he laid them on the table. I gave you the worst cards I could find. 5 ones. There's only 4 of each card in a deck, Seraphal-sama, so I don't know how that's possible. Graphia began, shadows covering her eyes as an icy aura surrounded her. But Naruto-chan had 4 of the same card. That's 4 of a kind, meaning he won. The room fell silent as Graphia slowly pushed all the chips toward Naruto. Oops. Seraphal said innocently. In danger. Surzex said shakily, frost starting to form on his clothes from being near Graphia. Me too. I'm never going to hear the end of this. Azazel groaned. Seraphal stared blankly at the pile of chips. Take care of me, Naruto-chan. I'll do my best to be a good wife. Naruto blinked at her words, staring at her in disbelief. What is going through your head? Naruto-chan. I need your help. A magic circle suddenly appeared next to his head, and a female voice yelled through it. Rias? Naruto asked, looking at the circle with a raised eyebrow, even though Rias couldn't see him. It's an emergency, Naruto-chan. There's a 10-winged cadre-ranked fallen angel attacking us in Kuo. It's one of the leaders of the Grigori, Kokubile. Rias's voice came through quickly, panic evident as a massive explosion sounded in the background. He's trying to start another war by killing me. I need your help. Oh, that does sound like an emergency, Naruto replied, nodding. Alright, I'm on the... Is that Ria-tan? Ria-tan, you need our help. Surzex shouted, leaning forward with wide eyes. Is that my brother? Rias asked, her voice suddenly less frantic. Yup, Naruto confirmed. It is. I'll be there right away, Ria-tan. Surzex exclaimed, snapping his fingers to summon a magic circle next to him. W8. Rias shouted abruptly, causing Surzex to pause. Ahem. The problem is gone, Naruto-chan. No need to worry anymore. I don't need your help anymore. But I thought a fallen angel was attacking you? Naruto questioned. Left. Rias answered, sounding uncertain. He left. Naruto asked incredulously. You said he was trying to kill you to start a war. But he just left. Why up? He decided it wasn't worth it anymore, and Rias was cut off by another explosion. He doesn't sound gone, Naruto remarked dryly. That sounded like an explosion. That is my brother still there? Rias whispered, but Surzex heard her. Yes. Oni-chan is right here. Surzex shouted excitedly across the table. Do you need my help, Ria-tan? I can be there right away. Then it was a pipe. A pipe in the clubroom burst. Rias reasoned, continuing as another explosion rang out. A bunch of pipes. So, the super strong fallen angel is actually gone? Naruto asked blandly. He just left. Oni-chan is still there, right? Yup. Then yes. Totally gone. I don't need help, and there's no reason for Oni-chan to come. Rias exclaimed as another explosion echoed through the room. She quickly cut off the magic circle. Another pipe burst. Gotta go, bye. The room fell silent for a moment until Surzex broke the tension. Well, that was scary for a moment. I'm glad Kokubile decided to leave them alone, he said, nodding sagely. Naruto stared at him, unimpressed. He knew Rias didn't want Surzex to help her. She had shared stories about how overzealous her brother could be, and Naruto had witnessed it firsthand when Surzex had once destroyed an entire manor trying to assist her in recruiting a new peerage member. That was why she often turned to Naruto for help instead of Surzex, despite the latter being one of the strongest beings in the world. Well, I should check just to make sure, Naruto began, wanting to help, but was interrupted when another magic circle appeared beside him. Yokai-sama. I'm sorry to interrupt your day, but this is Sona Citri, a female voice rang out. There is currently a rather dangerous situation happening at Kuro. A 10-winged cadre-ranked fallen angel named Kokubile is attacking you? Naruto asked, assuming she was reaching out for the same reason Rias had. How did you know? Sona replied, surprise evident in her voice. A good guess, Naruto answered dryly. Suddenly, a notification flashed in his mind, but he dismissed it. No, I'm not omniscient. Rias called earlier and told me. He tried to clarify, but Sona seemed to be in awe. Yokai-sama really is omniscient, she murmured, and Naruto sighed, realizing where this was headed. No, I'm not omniscient, he reiterated, but Sona continued. He even knew that Rias wanted to call him for help. But she stopped because she wanted to handle it on her own as Kuoa's ruler. That's not why she didn't want help, Naruto thought, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Anyway, I'll head over there and… Is that Sotan on the phone, Naruto-chan? Sarafal interrupted, finally paying attention to the conversation. Was that One-chan? Sona asked, her voice shaky. No, Naruto started. But Sarafal cut him off. It is Son. One-chan will be there right away. I'll deal with the big mean fallen for you. Sarafal declared, pointing her wand at Naruto dramatically, even though Sona couldn't see her. Then, her expression softened. That after I beat down the mean fallen, Sotan will give me a big hug. Actually, the situation was just handled, Yokai-sama. There's no need for anyone to come help anymore. Sona interjected hastily. One-chan doesn't need to come. We're completely fine. Let me guess, Kokabeel just decided to leave suddenly? Naruto replied, recalling what Rias had told him earlier. Yeah. Sona said uncertainly. He heard you through the circle and got scared and left. As she spoke, a loud explosion echoed through the magic circle. What was that? Naruto asked, amused. Firework. Sona hastily explained. There are fireworks going off nearby. Fireworks? Why would someone be lighting off fireworks in the middle of Kuo, near a school? Naruto questioned. To celebrate Christmas. Sona said proudly. It's July, Naruto pointed out dryly. Is One-chan still there? Yup. To celebrate the 4th of July? You're in Japan, Naruto reminded her. Sona stammered, and then a hushed voice spoke from her side, but Naruto couldn't make out the words. That'll never work. Sona whispered back, clearly agitated. It's the perfect plan. Your sister will have no reason to come, but Naruto-chan will still come right away, the voice insisted, and Naruto recognized it as Rias. Why would that make Yokai-sama come? I'm not saying that. Sona trailed off, sounding less certain. Naruto-chan loves how big mine is too much. He'll come over right away, and then he can deal with Kokabeel. Rias encouraged, her voice growing louder. This idea is… Sona hesitated. Just try it. Fine. Sona cleared her throat, her voice rising as she faced the magic circle. That explosion was the sound of… Rias was… Quick, Sona. Kokabeel won't keep monologuing forever. Rias urged, completely ignoring their earlier claims that Kokabeel had left. Rias is practicing her dancing. That bang was the sound of… her moving. Sona finished, her words tumbling out. Naruto stared blankly at the magic circle. That was the best she could come up with? All right, he sighed. Well, you can hang up now since everything is fine over there. He glanced around the table where all 3 faction leaders were watching the conversation, clearly eavesdropping. I'll just make an excuse to go help them anyway. He doesn't sound convinced, Sona. Tell him this too. Rias's voice came again, whispering something quickly that Naruto couldn't catch. Seriously? Sona asked, her voice trembling. Just do it. We need Naruto-chan to beat Kokabeel. Rias insisted. All right. Sona trailed off, clearing her throat again. I'll hang up in a moment, Yokai-sama, but first I need to clarify that. By practicing her dancing, I meant that Rias is teaching Iakino. Both of them are dancing right now. In small outfits. Naruto heard more hushed whispering from Rias, and then Sona continued. And she's teaching Asia too. Chiron? And me. I see can't. There was more whispering, and then Sona added, and me. I'm also in an outfit. D-dancing and moving. The room fell silent as Naruto stared blankly at the magic circle. These girls are something else. Right. Naruto trailed off, then quickly spoke up as he heard Rias whispering again. I'll be there in a minute, alright? You don't have to say more. Gee, great. See you soon, yokai-sama. Sona exclaimed before cutting off the magic circle. I gotta go, I guess, Naruto said, standing up and preparing to head to Kuo. I would do the same, Azazel nodded wisely, giving Naruto a thumbs up. I am truly jealous of how much of a playboy you are, Naruto. Naruto stared at him blandly, wondering if Azazel actually believed what he was saying. Across the table, Seraphol chimed in. So, says she's dancing. In a bikini. She trailed off, nearly drooling at the thought. I'll come too, Naruto. Nope, Naruto replied, deciding he would save Sona from the situation, despite Seraphol's enthusiasm. Why not? I want to see Soten in a bikini. Seraphol's expression shifted to one of seriousness, an icy aura filling the room. Why are not trying to take Soten from me, are you? Nope, but Rias is my wife, and you're kind of unique character, Naruto said bluntly. Especially when it comes to Sona. But. Seraphol pouted, her excitement fading. I'll take some pictures for you, alright? Naruto offered, trying to comfort her. He quickly snapped his fingers, forming a magic circle beneath him as her face brightened. See ya. With that, he disappeared, heading for Kuro, determined to avoid any more of Seraphol's antics. He had more important matters to attend to. Naruto Uzumaki. Yukai God. LVL, 505. STR, 762. Dex, 725. Con, 540. Int, 215. Wis, 750. Cha, 999. Skills, chess mastery. Perks, martial arts, you're a wizard, Naruto, ladies man, God's luck. Debuffs, confusion, bad timing. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero from another world, reborn with the power of the gamer system.